was down as much as 3%, and it closed down 2.5%. Everyone is watching this AI spending, and any sign that the future spending is decreasing is punished very harshly.
All right, Denisa, thank you so much. Stock movers, check out our podcast, 5-minute episodes, winners and losers. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Before we leave, Tim's going to be off for a couple of days. He is actually headed to D.C. He is going to be picking up an award from the 2025 Foreign Press Awards. And this is a prize of excellence. So we know he's pretty amazing, but we just wanted to call you out. We have a star in our midst, and congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. I'm accepting the award on behalf of everybody here. You especially, Carol Masser. 3 hours a day you have to spend with me. You should get an award for that, and the entire team at Bloomberg Radio. So thank you guys all for all your support.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're a gem, and I've seen a lot of folks who've sat in that chair, and you're just amazing.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Have a good and safe evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Balance of Power starts right now.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power alongside Amara Omokwe. I'm Joe Matthew. Tonight from the nation's capital, Hegseth under new pressure. The Pentagon Inspector General set to deliver a report on the Defense Secretary's infamous Signalgate scandal, the group chat that exposed highly sensitive operational secrets. Stand by for new details. Also, you get a pardon. Days after getting a convicted cocaine trafficker released from prison, President Trump announcing that he is now letting a high-profile Democrat off the hook. We'll have details. And playing his chips, NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang on Capitol Hill today. He's about to bag a major lobbying win on export controls. We'll have news. And breaking tonight, Jack Smith, the former special counsel, subpoenaed. We'll have more on that ahead. But we begin this evening with the White House continuing to defend the deadly strike in the Caribbean, with President Trump just moments ago saying that land strikes, again, could be next. Joining us now from the White House North Lawn is Bloomberg's Kate Sullivan. Kate, it's great to have you. The president tonight, again, facing questions about Secretary Pete Hegseth. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. So the White House really continues to defend and stand behind Pete Hegseth as he's facing increasing scrutiny over his role in these military strikes that took place on September 2nd. This has really dominated the week here at the White House so far, after the Washington Post reported that Hegseth gave a verbal order to kill everybody aboard a boat that was thought to be smuggling drugs, which led to 2 survivors of the first strike being killed in the second strike. Lawmakers are really ramping up the pressure and continue to ask for more answers and details over what happened. And some lawmakers are suggesting that a war crime could have been committed with that second strike. Trump was just asked about this moments ago in the Oval Office. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
I think you're going to find that this is war, that these people were killing our people. I think you're going to find that there's a very receptive ear to doing exactly what they're doing, taking out those boats. And very soon we're going to start doing it on land too, because we know every route, we know every house, we know where they manufacture this crap, we know where they put it all together, and I think you're going to see it very soon on land also. I support the decision to knock out the boats.
And you can see there, standing behind him, are some of the country's, the executives from some of the country's largest automakers, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis. So the big event at the White House today was Trump announcing that they're rolling back these Biden-era fuel efficiency standards. This is, the White House argues, a way to lower consumer costs for Americans.
Bloomberg's Kate Sullivan with a lot to talk about this evening, reporting live from the White House. Kate, thank you so much. Also impacting tonight, the Pentagon Inspector General set to drop a report publicly, months in the making, into the scandal now known as Signalgate. With Bloomberg News reporting today, the watchdog found Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth may have put American troops at risk when he shared attack plans on the messaging app from his personal phone. Joining us now here with more details, the man behind that story, Bloomberg Pentagon reporter Tony Capaccio. Tony, it's great to have you here. What's going to come of this report?
So before noon tomorrow on dodig.mil, the report will drop. It'll be parsed to death because there's a lot of coulds and maybes. It's not definitive. All the media were pretty much getting the information from a limited number of people who saw the report or gave their impression of it.
Sure.
The whole notion of endangering troops, it comes from the issue of the material that Hegseth did receive from the CENTCOM commander, then General Eric Kurilla, was classified at the secret level. These are attack plans and timing plans on Houthi targets in Yemen. And then the issue of the signal, what was put on signal and whether it was properly classified or not. The issue the IG raised was if that information was intercepted by a foreign power that could endanger U.S. troops. That's where the headline comes from. So that could is going to be parsed to death by his defenders and his detractors. The Pentagon IG did acknowledge that he had the power, he had the authority to declassify information, but they didn't get into whether he did it improperly or properly. That's one of those very gray areas that will be parsed. But then the whole noise, they did say he violated Defense Department policy by using his own personal device or phone for signal gate chats. He did. There was the one with Rubio and the Director of National Intelligence and J.D. Vance, the Vice President. Then there was a second one with 13 people, including his wife and brother. So that'll be parsed in terms of how much declassified detail was disclosed on both channels. His detractors will say, hey, he violated procedure, but we'll see. Then the Pentagon, though, and Sean Parnell, total exoneration. Total was in uppercase.
Okay.
So we'll see how this plays out. The key thing I think I'm going to be looking for is what statement that the IG makes in terms of the extent to which they bent over backwards in the public interest to put out as much as they could versus putting it under classified or this ubiquitous controlled unclassified information, CUI label.
Understood. Tony, this is great reporting, and we thank you for bringing it to us here ahead of a redacted public release tomorrow. Tony Capaccio, we thank you. As mentioned, the reported incident has spurred investigations from Republican-led House and Senate committees after allegations of possible war crimes. Let's get back to the matter in Venezuela now. Last evening, we spoke with the chair of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, Republican Senator Rand Paul, about the incident that Kate Sullivan described, the double-tap strike on the alleged drug boat. Here's what he said.
There has to be an investigation, and I am glad that for a change there is a bipartisan push from the Armed Services Committee to get to the bottom of this. So there'll be an investigation. I think he needs to be asked under oath, did you give the order to kill any survivors? And if you didn't give the order, what was the order? Why did the admiral think that he was supposed to kill people clinging to wreckage?
Joining us now with his perspective from across the aisle, Democratic Senator Gary Peters of Michigan, who's ranking member of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, as well a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Senator, it's great to have you with us here. You just heard from the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee hearing, and I'm wondering if you share the same thoughts and if you think a war crime may have been committed.
Well, I certainly share the thoughts that the chairman of my committee, Rand Paul, has about this incident. There's no question we need to get more facts as to exactly what Secretary Hegseth knew, what sort of orders did he give, why the admiral made the decision that he made. Certainly, we need to have a bipartisan investigation through the Armed Services Committee, which I serve on. One thing that would certainly clear all this up is to actually look at the videotape of the strike and the second strike. That hasn't been provided. If nothing happened, if there's nothing to see there, they could easily put that information out. They have not, so that only raises more questions, despite repeated attempts from myself and others to get that information. The Department of Defense is simply not providing that. But if the facts are as they have been presented are indeed true, it is incredibly troubling. If you have folks in the water that survived an initial strike that were clinging to wreckage, they pose no imminent threat to any service member, to then launch another strike to kill those individuals is a violation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's a It's a war crime. It's something that's unacceptable. And whoever ordered that would be held liable for that decision. If the facts are the way they've been presented, and we've got to get those facts, it is a horrible situation and clearly one that's unacceptable. And someone has to step up and take responsibility. And I'm disappointed that the Secretary of Defense is not willing to take some responsibility for this. It's not unusual. He usually always points the finger at other people. In committee, when we confirmed him at the Armed Services Committee, he kept pounding his fist like we need to have accountability in the Department of Defense. But apparently he doesn't believe that he has to be accountable. Everyone else has to be accountable. He's going to point fingers, but he's going to try to deflect that to someone else. But this is a serious issue. It's a violation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. When we go to war, I served in the Navy. When you go into combat, we're all trained as folks in the military that you have to abide by the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and attacking unarmed folks who are not an imminent threat, like people at sea hanging on to wreckage, that is unacceptable.
Senator, you've said that if Secretary Hegseth or any other person gave illegal orders, that they need to be held accountable. What would accountability look like in your view?
Well, I mean, they would be held accountable for a war crime and could be punished under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and it's a serious charge. Folks, it's questionable. Are we at a war, or was this a police operation? Homeland Security, we're about border security, and if folks are running drugs, the civil law enforcement and the Department of Homeland Security would be in charge there, not the Department of Defense. So if it's not a war and this strike was illegal, then that's defined as actually murder. So I think a lot of JAGs and other legal folks have said we probably, if the facts are the way they've been presented, we either have a case of murder or we have a case of a war crime. Neither one is any good. Wow. They're horrible crimes.
Yeah, that's quite a set of options, Senator. We'd like to cover a couple of different topics with you here, and I'd like to get to the matter of health care and a promised vote for next week. I believe it's the 10th of December. John Thune said there'd be a floor vote up or down on either extending the Obamacare subsidies, and I understand that there might be a Democratic bill that's ready to roll with a 3-year extension in length. Is that what you anticipate you will be voting on, or will it be something different, a piece of legislation, for instance, from Bill Cassidy to replace Obamacare?
Well, I think we would all like to deal with the situation in the long term, and that means making some reforms. We are open to that. I would hope that we would have good faith negotiations with my Republican colleagues to pass a bill of that nature. Unfortunately, we're not seeing that. I'm very disappointed by that. So at a minimum, we should extend these tax credits, because basically, let's be real about this. We're going to have the rug pulled out from underneath millions of Americans. Nearly 10 million people are probably going to lose health insurance. The other ones are going to see massive increases in their cost, and that simply should not happen. We can make sure that they can continue to get health coverage for the next year or more, while we come together in a bipartisan way to address some of the long-term issues related to affordable health care. But so far my Republican colleagues have not come forward with any kind of substantive issues or substantive proposals. I hope they do. Perhaps that'll happen in the next week. But every day that goes by, I become increasingly concerned that that's not going to happen, and we're not going to be able to help folks who are going to have the rug pulled out from underneath them in just a few weeks.
Senator, given how difficult it appears it will be to come to some agreement on these subsidies, in retrospect, was it right for Democrats to end the recent government shutdown without coming to some sort of conclusion on this issue?
Well, I certainly wanted to do that. I voted to continue to push Republicans to come to the table. Some of my colleagues had a different view, and that's what happens where we all have to represent the people in our state the way that we believe is best, and everybody has a different perspective. But I believe that we should have continued to push more aggressively to at least get a short-term extension. My proposal I put out that had broad support was a one-year extension, just so that folks would know over the next year they could continue to have affordable health care. And 1 year should give us plenty of time to come together as Democrats and Republicans, work in a bipartisan way. I take that very seriously. I work in a bipartisan way every single day, and have had more bills passed over the last 3 Congresses than any other senator, and I've done that nearly in every case bipartisan. So it can be done. We had the time, but we didn't have the time in 2 or 3 weeks. But you shouldn't bring this issue up when people are looking at losing their health coverage in just a matter of weeks, and then pull the rug out from underneath them and say, too bad, let's give them some more time, and then let's do our job and get that job and do it right before the end of next year.
Fascinating. If that said, if you get an agreement on health care, do we avoid a government shutdown at the end of January? And I'll ask you conversely, do we shut down if you don't?
Well, you know, we have a lot of appropriations bills. I mean, basically, it's about getting our appropriations bills done. We have a number of them that have already passed through the Senate. We have worked in a bipartisan way to pass a long list of appropriations bills. I'm hoping we can get those sent to the House, and the House works in good faith and also passes appropriations bill that will continue to fund the government through the next fiscal year. So we have time to get that done. I hope we all lock arms and say, let's do our job as members of Congress. And to be fundamental, the job is to keep the doors open in government and to make sure the services are provided to the people of this country.
Fascinating, Senator. It's great to have you back, and we would love to hear more about your conversation tomorrow with the Admiral. Gary Peters of Michigan, thank you for the insights today on Bloomberg TV and radio. Quick breaking news here on the terminal. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, now under discussion to also lead the National Economic Council at the White House. This just crossed the terminal and is a headline that we'll be exploring as President Trump tries to come up with his decision finally on naming a new Fed chair that could impact some of these positions. Coming up as well, a close special congressional election in Tennessee, close according to some, is putting Republicans on high alert ahead of next year's midterm election. We'll discuss it all with Bloomberg's Nia Malika Henderson, columnist with Bloomberg Opinion, next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Amara Mokwe. And new ADP data out today shows that U.S. company payrolls fell by the most since 2023, with private sector payrolls decreasing by 32,000. However, this data did little to alter bets that the Fed will cut rates in its final policy meeting of 2025 next week, driving U.S. stocks higher. For a look into how markets responded, let's turn now to power moves with Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick, who joins live from World Headquarters in New York.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up those ADP numbers here, Amara. I mean, one of the cold, hard truths about financial markets is that sometimes what's bad for Main Street ends up being good for Wall Street. You take a look at the gains on the board. They look modest, to be sure, but you're talking about an S&P 500 that's really only about 30 points away from reclaiming its recent all-time high. And the moves higher that we saw today, as well as yesterday, seem to be tied directly to that economic data and the idea that that economic data is soft enough that the Fed will indeed follow through with the rate cut 1 week from today at its next meeting and continue those rate cuts into 2026. That's been a big catalyst for the moves that we saw higher here on the day for all of the major indices. Treasuries were kind of stuck in a little bit more of a tight range, as some of this had already been priced in to the bond market, but that could shift in a big way. I do want to highlight one big move that we saw today that sort of got buried, and that was the move down in the dollar. And this is going to be a big issue for all you folks down there in Washington. Well, I know the Trump administration has kind of made it clear that it actually kind of favors, to a certain extent, a slightly weaker dollar. We haven't seen it this week in years, decades. In fact, right now it's on pace for a decline on a year-to-date basis of more than 7%. Other than that outlier year back in 2017, this would be one of the biggest weakening that we've seen in the dollar on an annual basis, quite frankly, in the last 30 years or so. That's going to have a big impact on asset prices, as a weaker dollar actually makes non-U.S. assets a little bit more attractive. And of course, the other big story out there, Amara and Joe, of course, today was what we've been seeing in the AI space. Earlier this morning, we got rattled a bit. There was a story out of The Information that seemed to suggest that the AI adoption wasn't going as fast as possible. This seemed to be tied to some concern that Microsoft salespeople had actually not met some of their AI targets earlier this year. There was some commentary from the Anthropic CEO saying that spending might have got a little out of hand, a story about Morgan Stanley looking to sort of pass off some of the risk of the lending that is done for AI infrastructure. But then, I don't know, just a little bit more than an hour ago, we got earnings out of Salesforce, which has made a huge push into the agentic AI space. And 3 months ago, they rattled markets because they said that adoption wasn't going fast enough. They came out today, just a little while ago, and said, well, guess what? It's actually picked up. Investors like what they heard, and they bid those shares up higher in the after-hours trade.
Incredible. Getting whiplash from these headlines when it comes to AI, Romaine. Thank you. Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick with Power Moves. Meantime, last night, Republicans averted an upset in Tennessee, a special election for a U.S. House seat, with Matt Van Epps, the Trump-backed Republican candidate, taking victory. But the single-digit result in a district that Donald Trump won by more than 20 points indicates to some the Democrats' central economic message has some resonance across the political spectrum, as the Democratic candidate in this case campaigned on the issue of affordability and performed far better than expected in a typically solid red seat. But as Democrats continue their soul-searching mission ahead of next year's midterm elections, the party has been trying to understand why rural voters have turned away from their party in favor of Republicans. In a new Bloomberg opinion piece, Nia Malika Henderson explores this question. She's with us now, Nia. It's great to see you. I'm just curious your thoughts on a race that we all want to make a bellwether, right? Yeah. That's what we all do, is look for a trend, and you're finding some pretty important trends in your column. But people are extending this to the midterms to say, hey, if you shrunk the margin by 15 points, we're going to have a blue wave in the midterms. Do Democrats risk complacency here if that's the conversation today?
Listen, they are certainly bullish now, and you have Republicans sounding the alarm, particularly Republicans from Tennessee sort of talking on the House about what this could mean going forward in some of these other races. What's interesting about this is in a red state, of course, and it speaks to, in some ways, the deficiencies that Democrats have in some of these red states, that the sort of party apparatus, and this is kind of what I talk about in the column, isn't great. So the candidate they ended up fielding here loses by 9, probably would have been more competitive if you had a candidate who was more able to connect with some of those voters. She was a little bit radical. Her own admission was like, oh, I'm really radical on some of these issues. Smart of her, though, I think, to focus on affordability. Her campaign slogan, feed the kids, fix the roads, and fund the hospitals, right? And that's something, it meets people where they live, particularly in some of these states states in the South where you're going to see some real issues around affordability of health care in particular. So in that way, I think you can draw some lessons that Democrats need to learn from this race, but also some warning signs, too, for Republicans.
So what is the takeaway from Republicans? Because President Trump got really involved, was very vocal in support of the Republican candidate, and the Republican candidate really aligned himself with President Trump. Is there a lesson about sort of the staying power of President Trump's influence here?
So one of the things that's interesting here is, you did have Donald Trump endorsing him, but what was interesting was there were no ads from the GOP on the airwaves that mentioned Donald Trump, that made this argument that you needed to send somebody to D.C. to help Donald Trump's agenda, right? So in that way, he didn't exactly wrap himself in Donald Trump. And part of the reason is that you question, like, what is Donald Trump's real agenda, right? Are people much better off than they were a year ago with Donald Trump's promises about changing inflation and lowering grocery prices? None of that has really happened. And you see, I think, in President Trump, someone who isn't out and about in the way that he used to be. He's not really doing a lot of rallies. He was, what was the cabinet meeting 2 hours yesterday? He was there talking about lowering emission standards with cars. Great, but guess what? The average car price is $50,000. That is a record, and that is sort of the reality that people are living with and wondering, what is the president going to do about the economy, something he campaigned on, something he won on, and now many Americans are giving him very poor marks in terms of what he's been able to do.
Getting back to your original point, though, you've got Democrats, in some cases, claiming a moral victory here because it wasn't a 22-point spread. You're sounding a note of caution by way of saying it could have been tighter.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, the Democratic Party has kind of turned its back on some of these southern states and some of these sort of rural voters, some of whom are African American, some of whom are white Americans as well. It's much more diverse than you would think in some of these rural states and red states. And this wasn't exactly a rural district. Sure. It had some parts of Nashville as well. But yeah, there are lessons I think that Democrats need to learn in terms of rebuilding the party that has in some ways been wiped out, particularly in some of these red states.
Does that include embracing country music? That's what Donald Trump called it out for.
That's right. That's
Maybe
right.
the lessons learned.
How do you say, who doesn't? Beyonce. We all country music.
Halfway Carter.
Nashville's in your district.
Yes.
Nia, thank you so much. Bloomberg opinion columnist Nia Malika Henderson. Look for the column on the Terminal and online. Coming up, much more on the breaking news crossing now on the Terminal involving Scott Bessent, an additional role that he soon may be tapped for at the White House. It's all ahead on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Amara Omokwe. I'm Joe Matthew with breaking news in Washington. It just crossed the terminal after we took air this evening on Bloomberg. There could be a new help wanted sign going up at the White House, of course, if Donald Trump chooses Kevin Hassett to be the next chair of the Federal Reserve. That's the expectation. And if he does, Donald Trump's aides and allies are now discussing the possibility of making Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent the top White House economic advisor, jumping in to fill the place of Kevin Hassett. If indeed he does go to the Federal Reserve, this would make him not only Treasury Secretary, but also leading the White House National Economic Council. This is Amara's day job, covering the Federal Reserve and the related agencies that we're talking about here within the White House. This would be a pretty big deal. Does Scott Bessent have time for two jobs?
I mean, that would be a big question, but I think what this reporting reflects is how trusted Scott Bessent has become in President Trump's eyes. He was leading the interview process for the Fed chair search. Of course, he's running point on many of the administration's economic priorities, tariffs, you name it. And he's also been one of the chief defenders of President Trump's economic agenda. Earlier in the administration, he was saying he wouldn't come out and talk about Fed policy. He wouldn't come out and talk about the need for the Fed to lower rates. But now we hear him talking about the Fed all the time, talking about the need for institutional reform. So that just shows how much of a champion he is for the president's economic agenda. And so this reporting actually makes a lot of sense.
Well, so if we're getting news like this from Nancy Cook, does that mean Kevin Hassett actually has the job? She's reporting is at the top of the list.
I mean, that's what our Bloomberg reporting
would not be
shows,
a surprise.
that Kevin Hassett is the front runner, that he has kind of taken the lead among these last 5 candidates that remain. And it makes sense. Again, he has been lockstep with President Trump on the need for the Fed to lower interest rates. Pretty much on every economic issue, Kevin Hassett has been lockstep with the president.
Really interesting. We'll see where this goes.
Yeah, we will.
Maybe we'll find out more this week. Nancy reporting that, of course, Trump has hinted at announcing Hassett as the next Fed chair, but we may not know based on what he said just a couple of days ago until early next year. Another big story tonight in Washington, the NVIDIA boss, Jensen Huang, back in town, meeting with President Trump to discuss export controls after visiting with lawmakers to answer questions about AI and export controls in the form of legislation. For details, we turn now to Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, live here in our Washington bureau. You were with Jensen Huang earlier today. He succeeded in his quest.
In a way, he did.
Is that true?
He had a whirlwind tour here through Washington, and he did come away with a victory. And it may have been baked in the cake already, Joe, even before he touched down in D.C. And that was that NVIDIA succeeded in beating back this provision that was floated as being an addition to the defense bill that has to pass before year's end. And this would have restricted NVIDIA's ability to sell its advanced AI chips to China and other adversaries. Now, NVIDIA had argued that it wasn't necessary, that the Commerce Department has all the authority that it needs to do exactly that. And it also has said that, look, trying to make us give preference to American customers over customers, say, in China is really unnecessary, too, because there is no shortage when it comes to meeting demand. So they were able to fend that off. They did not, it appears, succeed in getting this AI regulation moratorium also attached to the defense bill. But that was not quite as big a priority as the GAIN Act when it came to chips controls.
On the issue of exporting these advanced chips to China, is it a smooth glide path from here, or are there still potential roadblocks for NVIDIA?
Oh, Mara, that's a great question, because you would think that maybe this might open the path, but the path is far from clear. For one, lawmakers may try again next year on this. There are still a lot of concerns among senators and representatives from both parties on this question of whether NVIDIA should be allowed to sell into China. And we heard Mike Rounds, after Jensen Huang met with the Senate Banking Committee, saying, hey, yes, we heard him out. We understand they want to compete in a lot of other markets, but we are concerned about China. Now, the administration has floated this idea internally of possibly allowing NVIDIA to sell an earlier generation of chips known as the H200 to Chinese customers. But Jensen Huang said today, interestingly, that he's not sure China would even accept those if the clearance were granted. So it'll be interesting to see how Beijing receives that, if the U.S. even grants that approval, and then what happens next. Jensen has pushed the administration to clear its latest line, the Blackwells, perhaps in a deprecated form for the China market, to see if maybe there would be some buyers there. As Jensen said, though, in a chat this evening, he's doing yet another event, Joe, this one at CSIS. He noted that they are currently banned from China by both the U.S. and China because Chinese authorities have said no thank you to another generation of their AI chips.
Boy, another whirlwind tour of the nation's capital with Jensen Huang. Did he have a suit on or the leather jacket?
Oh, he traded the suit. He traded the leather jacket for a suit.
That's the new Washington uniform.
And he was signing autographs outside the Senate
Is that
Banking
true?
Committee room.
Yeah, he's signing autographs in Washington. Absolutely fascinating. So you got to go there to know that kind of stuff. Shep, thank you. Bloomberg's Michael Shepard with a great update on Jensen Huang. We'll be tracking NVIDIA shares as we make our way through the after-hours session. And turning back now to the continued fallout from the strikes in Venezuela, the story that won't seem to go away, with the White House again facing questions. Secretary Hegseth tonight, a story that just continues to hang over the administration. Joining us now with her insight is Ashley Davis, partner at S3 Group, a Republican strategist, also former Homeland Security official in the George W. Bush administration. It's great to see you. I wonder your thoughts on this, knowing that we're talking potentially about war crimes here. You're pretty close to the Senate. The Senate Armed Services Committee is investigating this. They're going to be talking to the Admiral tomorrow, who ordered that second strike. What's going to come from that conversation?
Well, I would rather talk about leather jackets and Kevin Hassett, but I'm happy to talk about Venezuela. But listen, I think there's two concerns that I have. One, that I hate that we're going directly to war crimes already, because there is that's a very dangerous conversation to have and a very dangerous label for our military. However, I 100% agree that the Armed Services Committee on both sides, in the House and Senate, will be learning from the Admiral what actually happened. Obviously, even the President himself said that he would not agree if there was a second strike. So we need to get to the bottom of this on so many levels. I do think that Hegseth on the left is the most favorite to hate in regards to the cabinet secretaries of Trump. Not saying a lot of that has not been at his own doing, but listen, we need to get to the bottom of it. And if there's truly war crimes, let's deal with it. But let's wait and see what actually happens.
We heard Secretary Hegseth say yesterday that he wasn't even in the room when the second strike was ordered. The White House has said that Admiral Bradley is the one who ordered that second strike. Is the administration approaching this question correctly? It seems like they're trying to shift responsibility to others and away from Hegseth. Is that your read of it? And if so, is that the right strategy?
Listen, I think that when you're a cabinet secretary at that level, if he did give that command, I think we will find out. I don't think there's going to be much way for him to get around that, because if supposedly there were other people in the room when it was given. The Admiral knows better as well. I mean, the Admiral would know if there's a second strike that is not allowed. So there does have to be some buck that stops, with him. But listen, it's a dangerous conversation, as I said at the beginning, and I think that do I think that Hegseth will be the fall guy on this at the end of the day? I don't right now, unless something comes out of this that I don't know about sitting here right now. If there is a fall guy or girl, I think it would be probably the Admiral.
We talked to Senator Rand Paul last evening, who was quite spirited in his commentary over this. And we connected the dots this evening. As Paul is chair of the Homeland Security Committee, we spoke with the ranking member a short time ago. The Democrat and Republican agree in this case. Listen to Rand Paul of Kentucky.
I hear some of my colleagues in the hallway just saying, oh, no big deal, we do this all the time. Whenever we bomb people, we just do a second tap on them, man. If they're moving, we go back and hit them again. Well, if it's soldiers with guns shooting our soldiers, I'm fine with that. But this is a pretense of a war. They've just said, oh, we call these people in these boats narco-terrorists so we can kill them without any kind of proof, without any kind of justification, because we say so, because we say it's a war. This is insane. This isn't a war. These people we don't even know if they're armed.
There was a question
I
whether
love
we're
when
on
he
a
says,
march to
dude.
war. Yeah, well, people aren't
fun.
being a little too cool for school about the double tap and the rest of it in Washington now, are they not?
No,
Everyone's an armchair warrior when they need to be.
Exactly. But here's what I do think. This issue has been uniting Congress, but especially on both sides of the aisle, on the Armed Services Committee in the House and Senate, because they feel that the administration has not given them enough information. So when Congress is left out, that unites them all.
That's
so I think that they want some answers. Them learning about this through the media is not a good thing. And so, yes, I mean, obviously Rand Paul, it's not just Rand. I mean, obviously Rand sometimes can be do his own thing in regards to the budget and things like that. However, there's a lot of other very conservative senators as well that have the same concerns. So not that Rand's not conservative, but you know what I'm saying.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio came out and said, he doesn't think that it'll be easy to reach a deal in negotiations with President Maduro, Venezuela. If that's the case, then what is Republicans' end game here? Are we in for just continued indefinite road strikes? How do Republicans game this out?
I've been following this fairly close because I think that a lot of first of all, the MAGA crew does not want us to get involved in any other wars. Obviously, you have those that level. You also have conservatives that want to deal with this in diplomacy. I think that troops are on the ground is a whole different level. I don't know how much longer. Let's see what comes out of this briefing tomorrow, because if there was the two-tap strike, then I think that those boat strikes will probably be limited a little bit more.
We talked at length about Signalgate when this happened, about security clearances and the rest.
You
knew this is coming. So the IG report drops tomorrow. We understand it will be redacted. I don't know how heavily or what your expectation is, but Bloomberg is already reporting the contents of this case. We had Tony Capaccio with us a bit earlier, saying that they did conclude, the watchdog did conclude, that Hegseth may have put troops at risk. What will come of this report now that it's public?
So I've seen some of that as well. I don't know how heavily redacted it will be, but I think that what I don't see as of right this minute is that there's any fireable offense. I mean, I don't know what he can give. If he did do something in air to put the troops in harm's way, that's one thing, but does the report say that he broke this law? I haven't seen that
When you
yet.
add this all up, though, the composite of claims against Pete Hegseth, the walls are closing in here, are they not?
Right, but you know who needs to fire? But one person needs to fire.
Right. So what does he think
I mean,
about
unless he does something illegal, which, we could go through an impeachment situation. But I mean, Donald Trump's the one that has to make that decision. And and we've had this conversation a lot, Joe, if Trump thinks he's being attacked by the left just because they don't like Pete Hegseth, I'm not saying he hasn't done everything right. That's going to make Donald Trump dig his heels in even more.
Interesting. It's great to have you back, as always. We covered a lot of ground with Ashley.
We did.
Partner at S3 Group, Republican strategist. Always great to have you back. We have breaking news on the terminal once again. They keep hitting this evening. Paramount raising its breakup fee and the Warner Brothers bid now to $5 billion. This is a story that seems to get bigger by the hour, and we'll let you know when we learn more. Coming up as well on Balance of Power, President Trump promising to do away with all documents former President Biden signed with an auto pen, claiming they are null and void. We'll discuss with the ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois. He's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
got some members, as you know, who want to work with them in a constructive way on something that could be a bipartisan solution, but that hasn't landed yet. So we'll see. As I said, the conversations continue. I don't think at this point we have a clear path forward. I don't think the Democrats have a clear path forward.
It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Amara Omokwe. I'm Joe Matthew. And of course, the Senate Majority Leader John Thune speaking yesterday about the impasse that lawmakers are currently facing regarding next steps for a health care plan, or at least an extension. The Majority Leader reiterating that he is waiting for Democratic senators to reveal their plan before his Republican colleagues settle on theirs. Either way, there is a promised vote for next week. And joining us now with his perspective, live from Capitol Hill, is Democratic Senator Dick Durbin, ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And it's great to see you, Senator, back on Bloomberg. We understand that the Democrats are working on a 3-year extension of Obamacare subsidies. Is that what you will vote on next week?
I'm not sure that'll be the exact duration of time, but that is the goal, to extend these tax credits to the millions of Americans who were shocked to receive a letter recently that showed what was going to happen to their health insurance premiums. You see, when the Republicans passed the big, beautiful budget bill for the president, they took out the tax credits, which 24 million Americans count on to help pay their health insurance. Now, with that gone, it means it's going to be too expensive for a lot of them. They're going to drop their insurance. It's the last thing they should do.
Well, so timeline sounds like still needs to be hammered out. Will there, in fact, be a bill that gets a floor vote next week?
Well, John Thune, who I respect as a Republican leader, told me personally, yes, I'm going to keep my word and there will be a vote. He said that a couple weeks ago. I think he feels the same way. He should. We need this vote, and we need a dozen or so Republicans to make sure that these tax credits are extended. Listen, they're going to be extended more in red states, Trump states, than in blue states, Democratic states. There are more people affected by it. So for their own constituents who can't afford these health insurance premiums, they should be voting yes with us to extend these tax credits.
But Senator, many of your Republican colleagues aren't likely to support a straight-up extension of these subsidies. So if the measure, whatever it is next week, doesn't move forward, how are Democrats thinking about what comes next? Because the deadline for these subsidies is quickly approaching.
I can tell you what comes next. There'll be an awful lot of unhappy people, disappointed people, who will wonder why the Republicans let them down. Here's a situation where a dozen Republicans can make a difference in the lives of millions of Americans, extending a law which was on the books for a long period of time. Do we need to do other things in health care? You bet. Sign me up. Let's do it. But for the time being, let's take care of this emergency situation created by the Republicans in their big, beautiful budget bill. Let's help these families keep health insurance in the new year.
Are you at all concerned, Senator, that Democrats could face some political blowback if you all aren't able to come to an agreement before these subsidies expire? After all, it was Democrats who agreed to end the shutdown without this matter having some sort of resolution. Are you concerned that Democrats could face blowback if you all can't come to an agreement?
I think the opposite is true. The Democrats are for extending the tax credits. We've made that clear. I've made that clear. I voted to open up the government for a variety of different reasons. One of them was a promise we'd get a floor vote on this issue this month in December before it takes effect January 1st. So we're getting that opportunity next week. Let's get together, Democrats and Republicans, and solve this immediate problem.
Senator, as ranking member of Judiciary, I'm wondering what you make of some of the pardons that have emerged this week. It's quite a bit of surprise in Washington as the president pursues a military strategy in Venezuela. He pardoned the former Honduras president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was convicted of trafficking hundreds of tons of cocaine into this country, and then just in the last 24 hours decided to pardon Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar, who was indicted on charges of taking bribes. Were these the right moves to make?
I can't keep up with the chaos that has been created by the Trump administration. One hand, they say, we're going to stop the flow of drugs in the United States. Sign me up. I want to be part of that. And then he turns around and releases from prison a man who has been sentenced to 43 years in prison for running one of the biggest narcotic rings in the world out of his country of Honduras, sending drugs to the United States. Wait a minute, Mr. President. I thought we were against the war on drugs. Now you're rewarding the top general in Honduras on the war on drugs who's sending narcotics to the United States. You can't keep up with President Trump and try to figure out what his logic is. If he wants to stop narcotics, for goodness sakes, he would not have released this man from jail.
Well, it's pretty remarkable to read as well his post about pardoning Henry Cuellar. He writes, "Henry, I don't know you, but you can sleep well tonight. Your nightmare is finally over." Are there legality issues here, or can the president truly pardon whoever he wants?
He has a lot of power when it comes to the pardon, and it just seems like he's using it in a random fashion. He gives a full and unconditional pardon to the 1,500 people who mobbed the United States Capitol on January 6th and attacked the policemen who were trying to guard us. He gives them all a full and unconditional pardon. Many of them are back in jail because they have a history of criminal activity. And then he turns around and takes this man who was leading narcotics operations out of Honduras, the president of Honduras, after years of working to prosecute him for his crimes distributing narcotics in the United States, and releases him. He said to explain, a few of his friends asked him to do it. A few of his friends? I mean, this is the president of the United States, and we're talking about life and death issues like narcotics.
Senator, I want to ask you about immigration. There have been increased enforcement efforts in your hometown of Chicago. We know that you sent a letter to Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem over some of these operations. Have you heard back on your letter? And what are you telling some of your constituents about some of these operations that are going on?
I can tell you it's an outrage what's happened in the city of Chicago by Kristi Noem and the Trump administration. They said they were going after those people who were terrorists, murderers, sex offenders, criminally insane, the worst of the worst. Well, let's take a look at the record. How you doing there, Mr. Trump, when it comes to the city of Chicago? Arrested 600 people and detained 600 people. How many of them had any criminal activity in their record? 16. 16 out of 600. 2.5%. For goodness sakes, we're spending millions of dollars activating National Guard, and if we'd given a helping hand to local police, they would have done even better. We didn't need it, and I sent a letter to Kristi Noem saying, here are the documented cases before the federal courts of the outrageous activity of your ICE agents. It has been a terrible mistake for them to send those agents and to send all those resources into Chicago for this purpose.
Pretty remarkable that we're seeing federal agents now touch down in New Orleans, Senator. They're calling it Operation Catahoula Crunch, with plans to round up some 5,000 immigrants in the city of New Orleans. Does the Judiciary Committee have a response to this use of our Border Patrol and ICE agents in cities like New Orleans? What's about to happen here?
Well, this Democrat on the Judiciary Committee has a response. People in New Orleans are going to be shocked at the activities and the standards that are used by these ICE agents. We've seen it in Chicago. They don't care where you're from, where you were born, whether you're a citizen or not. They're going to detain you, arrest you, and not even follow due process. They ended up with a handful, 16 people they find who might have been guilty of some crime and been on the streets. I'd like to get them all off the streets, but look at the millions of dollars that could have been spent more effectively to get that done. Now it's coming to New Orleans. Pretty soon it may come to another city near you.
Senator, you're set to introduce the DREAM Act once again. We know this is a bill that you have championed over many years, but you will be introducing it again against a very difficult backdrop, as we've been talking about stricter immigration enforcement, fear in many immigrant communities about stricter immigration enforcement. Is there a message that you are trying to send as you introduce this bill again against that difficult backdrop?
800,000 people brought to the United States when they were infants and toddlers by their parents who made the decision. Grew up in this country, kept their nose clean, went to school, got a job, worked hard, paid their taxes, and I believe they should have a chance to become citizens. So President Obama creates a DACA program. Every 2 years, they got to come forward, pay a fee, go through a complete background check as to any criminal activity. Every 2 years, year after year, 800,000 of them. They're making America a better nation. I think that ought to be a permanent basis, and that's why I introduced the bill.
It's great to have you back, Senator. We appreciate the time. Dick Durbin, the Democrat from Illinois, with us live from Capitol Hill. We thank you. Check out the Washington Edition newsletter if you want to pursue all the stories that we talked about this evening. Several of them broke since we've been on the air. Go to the terminal and online. Tomorrow, Amera is going to be a big one as we get this IG report that we've been discussing here this evening. We'll get the redacted version, but let's remember that IG report into Signalgate was already given to the Armed Services Committee in the Senate, and that's where the leaks usually begin.
Yeah. Pentagon saying nothing to see here, so we'll see.
That's for sure. Be with us for more as we dissect the contents of that report and keep tabs on the Admiral's testimony. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power. Alongside Amara Omokwe, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it in others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone-cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Business Week about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're going to try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Business Week.
Give the rules of the game with wonderful clearness. Jesus Christ taught that it was a great game of giving and receiving. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. This means that whatever man sends out in word or deed will return to him. What he gives, he will receive. If he gives hate, he will receive hate. If he gives love, he will receive love. If he gives criticism, he will receive criticism. If he lies, he will be lied to. If he cheats, he will be cheated. We are taught also that the imaging faculty plays a leading part in the game of life. Keep thy heart, or imagination, with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Proverbs 4:23. This means that what man images sooner or later externalizes in his affairs. I know of a man who feared a certain disease. It was a very rare disease and difficult to get, but he pictured it continually and read about it until it manifested in his body, and he died, the victim of distorted imagination. So we see, to play successfully the game of life, we must train the imaging faculty. A person with an imaging faculty trained to image only good brings into his life every righteous desire of his heart: health, wealth, love, friends, perfect self-expression, his highest ideals. The imagination has been called the scissors of the mind, and it is ever cutting day by day the pictures man sees there, and sooner or later he meets his own creations in his outer world. To train the imagination successfully, man must understand the workings of his mind. The Greeks said, "Know thyself." There are 3 departments of the mind: the subconscious, conscious, and superconscious. The subconscious is simply power without direction. It is like steam or electricity, and it does what it is directed to do. It has no power of induction. Whatever man feels deeply or images clearly is impressed upon the subconscious mind and carried out in minutest detail. For example, a woman I know, when a child, always made believe she was a widow. She dressed up in black clothes and wore a long black veil, and people thought she was very clever and amusing. She grew up and married a man with whom she was deeply in love. In a short time, he died, and she wore black and a sweeping veil for many years. The picture of herself as a widow was impressed upon the subconscious mind, and in due time worked itself out, regardless of the havoc created. The conscious mind has been called mortal or carnal mind. It is the human mind and sees life as it appears to be. It sees death, disaster, sickness, poverty, and limitation of every kind, and it impresses the subconscious. The superconscious mind is the God mind within each man and is the realm of perfect ideas. In it, is the perfect pattern spoken of by Plato, the divine design, for there is a divine design for each person. There is a place that you are to fill and no one else can fill, something you are to do which no one else can do. There is a perfect picture of this in the superconscious mind. It usually flashes across the conscious as an unattainable ideal, something too good to be true. In reality, it is man's true destiny or destination flashed to him from the infinite intelligence which is within himself. Many people, however, are in ignorance of their true destinies and are striving for things and situations which do not belong to them and would only bring failure and dissatisfaction if attained. For example, a woman came to me and asked me to speak the word that she would marry a certain man with whom she was very much in love. She called him A.B. I replied that this would be a violation of spiritual law, but that I would speak the word for the right man, the divine selection, the man who belonged to her by divine right. I added, if A.B. is the right man, you can't lose him, and if he isn't, you will receive his equivalent. She saw A.B. frequently, but no headway was made in their friendship. One evening, she called and said, "Do you know, for the last week, A.B. hasn't seemed so wonderful to me." I replied, "Maybe he is not the divine selection. Another man may be the right one." Soon after that, she met another man who fell in love with her at once, and who said she was his ideal. In fact, he said all the things that she had always wished A.B. would say to her. She remarked, "It was quite uncanny." She soon returned his love and lost all interest in A.B. This shows the law of substitution. A right idea was substituted for a wrong one. Therefore, there was no loss or sacrifice involved. Jesus Christ said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." And he said the kingdom was within man. The kingdom is the realm of right ideas, or the divine pattern. Jesus Christ taught that man's words played a leading part in the game of life. By your words ye are justified, and by your words ye are condemned. Many people have brought disaster into their lives through idle words. For example, a woman once asked me why her life was now one of poverty, of limitation. Formerly, she had a home, was surrounded by beautiful things, and had plenty of money. We found she had often tired of the management of her home and had said repeatedly, "I'm sick and tired of things. I wish I lived in a trunk." And she added, "Today I am living in that trunk." She had spoken herself into a trunk. The subconscious mind has no sense of humor, and people often joke themselves into unhappy experiences. For example, a woman who had a great deal of money joked continually about getting ready for the poorhouse. In a few years, she was almost destitute, having impressed the subconscious mind with a picture of lack and limitation. Fortunately, the law works both ways, and a situation of lack may be changed to one of plenty. For example, a woman came to me one hot summer's day for a treatment for prosperity. She was worn out, dejected, and discouraged. She said she possessed just $8 in the world. I said, "Good, we'll bless the $8 and multiply them as Jesus Christ multiplied the loaves and the fishes. For he taught that every man had the power to bless and to multiply, to heal and to prosper." She said, "What shall I do next?" I replied, "Follow intuition. Have you a hunch to do anything or to go anywhere? Intuition means intuition, or to be taught from within. It is man's unerring guide, and I will deal more fully with its laws in a following chapter. The woman replied, "I don't know. I seem to have a hunch to go home. I've just enough money for car fare." Her home was in a distant city and was one of lack and limitation, and the reasoning mind or intellect would have said, "Stay in New York and get work and make some money." I replied, "Then go home. Never violate a hunch." I spoke the following words for her: "Infinite Spirit, open the way for great abundance. She is an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to her by divine right." I told her to repeat it continually also. She left for home immediately. In calling on a woman one day, she linked up with an old friend of her family. Through this friend, she received thousands of dollars in a most miraculous way. She has said to me often, "Tell people about the woman who came to you with $8 and a hunch." There is always plenty on man's pathway, but it can only be brought into manifestation through desire, faith, or the spoken word. Jesus Christ brought out clearly that man must make the first move. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Matthew 7:7. In the Scriptures we read, "Concerning the works of my hands, command ye me." Infinite intelligence, God, is ever ready to carry out man's smallest or greatest demands. Every desire, uttered or unexpressed, is a demand. We are often startled by having a wish suddenly fulfilled. For example, one Easter, having seen many beautiful rose trees in the florist's windows, I wished I would receive one, and for an instant saw it mentally being carried in the door. Easter came, and with it a beautiful rose tree. I thanked my friend the following day and told her it was just what I had wanted. She replied, "I didn't send you a rose tree. I sent you lilies." The man had mixed the order and sent me a rose tree simply because I had started the law in action, and I had to have a rose tree. Nothing stands between man and his highest ideals and every desire of his heart but doubt and fear. When man can wish without worrying, every desire will be instantly fulfilled. I will explain more fully in a following chapter the scientific reason for this and how fear must be erased from the consciousness. It is man's only enemy: fear of lack, fear of failure, fear of sickness, fear of loss, and a feeling of insecurity on some plane. Jesus Christ said, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" Matthew 8:26. So we can see we must substitute faith for fear is only inverted faith. It is faith in evil instead of good. The object of the game of life is to see clearly one's good and to obliterate all mental pictures of evil. This must be done by impressing the subconscious mind with a realization of good. A very brilliant man who has attained great success told me he had suddenly erased all fear from his consciousness by reading a sign which hung in a room. He saw printed in large letters this statement, "Why worry? It will probably never happen." These words were stamped indelibly upon his subconscious mind, and he has now a firm conviction that only good can come into his life. Therefore, only good can manifest. In the following chapter, I will deal with the different methods of impressing the subconscious mind. It is man's faithful servant, but one must be careful to give it the right orders. Man has ever a silent listener at his side, his subconscious mind. Every thought, every word is impressed upon it and carried out in amazing detail. It is like a singer making a record on the sensitive disc of the phonographic plate. Every note and tone of the singer's voice is registered. If he coughs or hesitates, it is registered also. So let us break all the old bad records in the subconscious mind, the records of our lives which we do not wish to keep, and make new and beautiful ones. Speak these words aloud with power and conviction. I now smash and demolish by my spoken word every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They shall return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within, the records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. This is the square of life, the game completed. In the following chapters, I will show how man can change his conditions by changing his words. Any man who does not know the power of the word is behind the times. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. Chapter 2, The Law of Prosperity. Yea, the Almighty shall be thy defense, and thou shalt have plenty of silver. One of the greatest messages given to the race through the Scriptures is that God is man's supply, and that man can release through his spoken word all that belongs to him by divine right. He must, however, have perfect faith in his spoken word. Isaiah said, "My word shall not return unto me void, but shall accomplish that whereunto it is sent." We know now that words and thoughts are a tremendous vibratory force, ever molding man's body and affairs. A woman came to me in great distress and said she was to be sued on the 15th of the month for $3,000. She knew no way of getting the money and was in despair. I told her God was her supply, and that there is a supply for every demand. So I spoke the word. I gave thanks that the woman would receive $3,000 at the right time in the right way. I told her she must have perfect faith and act her perfect faith. The 15th came, but no money had materialized. She called me on the phone and asked what she was to do. I replied, "It is Saturday, so they won't sue you today. Your part is to act rich, thereby showing perfect faith that you will receive it by Monday." She asked me to lunch with her to keep up her courage. When I joined her at the restaurant, I said, "This is no time to economize. Order an expensive luncheon. Act as if you have already received the $3,000. All things whatsoever ye ask in prayer, believing, ye shall receive." You must act as if you had already received. The next morning, she called me on the phone and asked me to stay with her during the day. I said, "No, you are divinely protected and God is never too late." In the evening, she phoned again, greatly excited, and said, "My dear, a miracle has happened. I was sitting in my room this morning when the doorbell rang. I said to the maid, 'Don't let anyone in.' The maid, however, looked out the window and said, 'It's your cousin with the long white beard.' So I said, 'Call him back. I would like to see him.' He was just turning the corner when he heard the maid's voice, and he came back. He talked for about an hour, and just as he was leaving, he said, 'Oh, by the way, how are finances?' I told him I needed the money, and he said, 'Why, my dear, I will give you $3,000 the first of the month.' I didn't like to tell him I was going to be sued. What shall I do? I won't receive it till the first of the month, and I must have it tomorrow." I said, "I'll keep on trading." I said, "Spirit is never too late. I give thanks she has received the money on the invisible plane and that it manifests on time." The next morning, her cousin called her up and said, "Come to my office this morning and I will give you the money." That afternoon, she had $3,000 to her credit in the bank and wrote checks as rapidly as her excitement would permit. If one asks for success and prepares for failure, he will get the situation he has prepared for. For example, a man came to me asking me to speak the word that a certain debt would be wiped out. I found he spent his time planning what he would say to the man when he did not pay his bill, thereby neutralizing my words. He should have seen himself paying the debt. We have a wonderful illustration of this in the Bible relating to the 3 kings who were in the desert without water for their men and horses. They consulted the prophet Elisha, who gave them this astonishing message. "Thus saith the Lord, ye shall not see wind, neither shall ye see rain, yet make this valley full of ditches." Man must prepare for the thing he has asked for, when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. For example, a woman found it necessary to look for an apartment during the year when there was a great shortage of apartments in New York. It was considered almost an impossibility, and her friends were sorry for her and said, "Isn't it too bad you'll have to store your furniture and live in a hotel?" She replied, "You needn't feel sorry for me. I'm a Superman, and I'll get an apartment." She spoke the words, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for the right apartment." She knew there was a supply for every demand, and that she was unconditioned working on the spiritual plane, and that one with God is a majority. She had contemplated buying new blankets when the tempter, the adverse thought or reasoning mind, suggested, "Don't buy the blankets. Perhaps after all you won't get an apartment and you will have no use for them." She promptly replied to herself, "I'll dig my ditches by buying the blankets." so she prepared for the apartment, acted as though she already had it. She found one in a miraculous way, and it was given to her, although there were over 200 other applicants. The blankets showed active faith. It is needless to say that the ditches dug by the 3 kings in the desert were filled to overflowing. Read 2 Kings. Getting into the spiritual swing of things is no easy matter for the average person. The adverse thoughts of doubt and fear surge from the subconscious. They are the army of the aliens, which must be put to flight. This explains why it is so often darkest before the dawn. A big demonstration is usually preceded by tormenting thoughts. Having made a statement of high spiritual truth, one challenges the old beliefs in the subconscious, and error is exposed to be put out. This is the time when one must make his affirmations of truth repeatedly and rejoice and give thanks that he has already received. Before ye call, I shall answer. This means that every good and perfect gift is already man's awaiting his recognition. Man can only receive what he sees himself receiving. The children of Israel were told that they could have all the land they could see. This is true of every man. He has only the land within his own mental vision. Every great work, every big accomplishment has been brought into manifestation through holding to the vision, and often just before the big achievement comes apparent failure and discouragement. The children of Israel, when they reached the promised land, were afraid to go in, for they said it was filled with giants who made them feel like grasshoppers. And there we saw the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. This is almost every man's experience. However, the one who knows spiritual law is undisturbed by appearance and rejoices while he is yet in captivity. That is, he holds to his vision and gives thanks that the end is accomplished he has received. Jesus Christ gave a wonderful example of this. He said to his disciples, "Say not ye, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh the harvest? Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are ripe already to harvest." His clear vision pierced the world of matter, and he saw clearly the 4th dimensional world, things as they really are, perfect and complete in divine mind. So man must ever hold the vision of his journey's end and demand the manifestation of that which he has already received. It may be his perfect health, love, supply, self-expression, home, or friends. They are all finished and perfect ideas registered in divine mind, man's own superconscious mind, and must come through him, not to him. For example, a man came to me asking for treatments for success. It was imperative that he raise within a certain time $50,000 for his business. The time limit was almost up when he came to me in despair. No one wanted to invest in his enterprise, and the bank had flatly refused a loan. I replied, "I suppose you lost your temper while at the bank, therefore your power. You can control any situation if you first control yourself. Go back to the bank," I added, "and I will treat." My treatment was, you are identified in love with the spirit of everyone connected with the bank. Let the divine idea come out of this situation. He replied, "Woman, you are talking about an impossibility. Tomorrow is Saturday. The bank closes at 12 and my train won't get me there until 10. And the time limit is up tomorrow and anyway they won't do it. It's too late." I replied, "God doesn't need any time and is never too late. With him, all things are possible." I added, "I don't know anything about business, but I know all about God." He replied, "It all sounds fine when I sit here listening to you, but when I go out, it's terrible." He lived in a distant city, and I did not hear from him for a week. Then came a letter. It read, "You were right. I raised the money and will never again doubt the truth of all that you told me." I saw him a few weeks later, and I said, "What happened? You evidently had plenty of time after all." He replied, "My train was late, and I got there just 15 minutes to 12. I walked into the bank quietly and said, 'I have come for the loan,' and they gave it to me without a question." It was the last 15 minutes of the time allotted to him, and Infinite Spirit was not too late. In this instance, the man could never have demonstrated alone. He needed someone to help him hold to the vision. This is what one man can do for another. Jesus Christ knew the truth of this when he said, "If two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven." One gets too close to his own affairs and becomes doubtful and fearful. The friend or healer sees clearly the success, health, or prosperity and never wavers because he is not close to the situation. It is much easier to demonstrate for someone else than for oneself, so a person should not hesitate to ask for help if he feels himself wavering. A keen observer of life once said, "No man can fail if some one person sees him successful." Such is the power of the vision, and many a great man has owed his success to a wife or sister or a friend who believed in him and held without wavering to the perfect pattern. Chapter 3, The Power of the Word. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. A person knowing the power of the word becomes very careful of his conversation. He has only to watch the reaction of his words to know that they do not return void. Through his spoken word, man is continually making laws for himself. I knew a man who said, "I always miss a car. It invariably pulls out just as I arrive." His daughter said, "I always catch a car. It's sure to come just as I get there." This occurred for years. Each had made a separate law for himself, one of failure, one of success. This is the psychology of superstitions. The horseshoe or rabbit's foot contains no power, but man's spoken word and belief that it will bring him good luck creates expectancy in the subconscious mind and attracts a lucky situation. I find, however, this will not work when man has advanced spiritually and knows a higher law. One cannot turn back and must put away graven images. For example, 2 men in my class had had great success in business for several months when suddenly everything went to smash. We tried to analyze the situation, and I found instead of making their affirmations and looking to God for success and prosperity, they had each bought a lucky monkey. I said, "Oh, I see. You have been trusting in the lucky monkey instead of God. Put away the lucky monkeys and call on the law of forgiveness, for man has power to forgive or neutralize his mistakes." They decided to throw the lucky monkeys down a coal hole, and all went well again. This does not mean, however, that one should throw away every lucky ornament or horseshoe about the house, but he must recognize that the power back of it is the one and only power, God, and that the object simply gives him a feeling of expectancy. I was with a friend one day who was in deep despair. In crossing the street, she picked up a horseshoe. Immediately, she was filled with joy and hope. She said God has sent her the horseshoe in order to keep up her courage. It was indeed at that moment about the only thing that could have registered in her consciousness. Her hope became faith, and she ultimately made a wonderful demonstration. I wish to make the point clear that the men previously mentioned were depending on the monkeys alone, while this woman recognized the power back of the horseshoe. I know in my own case, it took a long while to get out of a belief that a certain thing brought disappointment. If the thing happened, disappointment invariably followed. I found the only way I could make a change in the subconscious was by asserting there are not two powers. There is only one power, God. Therefore, there are no disappointments, and this thing means a happy surprise. I noticed a change at once, and happy surprises commenced coming my way. I have a friend who said nothing could induce her to walk under a ladder. I said, "If you are afraid, you are giving in to a belief in two powers, good and evil, instead of one. As God is absolute, There can be no opposing power unless man makes the false of evil for himself. To show you believe in only one power, God, and that there is no power or reality in evil, walk under the next ladder you see. Soon after, she went to her bank. She wished to open her box in the safety deposit vault, and there stood a ladder on her pathway. It was impossible to reach the box without passing under the ladder. She quailed with fear and turned back. She could not face the lion on her pathway. However, when she reached the street, my words rang in her ears, and she decided to return and walk under it. It was a big moment in her life, for ladders had held her in bondage for years. She retraced her steps to the vault, and the ladder was no longer there. This so often happens. If one is willing to do a thing he is afraid to do, he does not have to. It is the law of non-resistance which is so little understood. Someone has said that courage contains genius and magic. Face a situation fearlessly, and there is no situation to face. It falls away of its own weight. The explanation is that fear attracted the ladder on the woman's pathway, and fearlessness removed it. Thus, the invisible forces are ever working for man who is always pulling the strings himself, though he does not know it. Owing to the vibratory power of words, whatever man voices, he begins to attract. People who continually speak of disease invariably attract it. After man knows the truth, he cannot be too careful of his words. For example, I have a friend who often says on the phone, "Do come to see me and have a fine old-fashioned chat." This old-fashioned chat means an hour of about 500 to 1,000 destructive words, the principal topics being loss, lack, failure, and sickness. I reply, "No, I thank you. I've had enough old-fashioned chats in my life. They are too expensive, but I will be glad to have a new-fashioned chat and talk about what we want, not what we don't want." There is an old saying that man only dares use his words for 3 purposes: to heal, bless, or prosper. What man says of others will be said of him, and what he wishes for another, he is wishing for himself. Curses like chickens come home to roost. If a man wishes someone bad luck, he is sure to attract bad luck himself. If he wishes to aid someone to success, he is wishing and aiding himself to success. The body may be renewed and transformed through the spoken word and clear vision, and disease be completely wiped out of the consciousness. The metaphysician knows that all disease has a mental correspondence, and in order to heal the body, one must first heal the soul. The soul is the subconscious mind, and it must be saved from wrong thinking. In the 23rd Psalm, we read, "He restoreth my soul." This means that the subconscious mind or soul must be restored with the right ideas, and the mystical marriage is the marriage of the soul and the spirit, or the subconscious and superconscious mind. They must be one. When the subconscious is flooded with the perfect ideas of the superconscious, God and man are one. I and the Father are one. That is, he is one with the realm of perfect ideas. He is the man made in God's likeness and image, imagination, and is given power and dominion over all created things, his mind, body, and affairs. It is safe to say that all sickness and unhappiness come from the violation of the law of love. A new commandment I give unto you: love one another. And in the game of life, love or goodwill takes every trick. For example, a woman I know had for years an appearance of a terrible skin disease. The doctors told her it was incurable, and she was in despair. She was on the stage, and she feared she would soon have to give up her profession, and she had no other means of support. She, however, procured a good engagement, and on the opening night made a great hit. She received flattering notices from the critics and was joyful and elated. The next day, she received a notice of dismissal. A man in the cast had been jealous of her success and had caused her to be sent away. She felt hatred and resentment taking complete possession of her, and she cried out, "Oh God, don't let me hate that man." That night, she worked for hours in the silence. She said, "I soon came into a very deep silence. I seemed to be at peace with myself, with the man, and with the whole world. I continued this for 2 following nights, and on the 3rd day, I found I was healed completely of the skin disease. In asking for love or goodwill, she had fulfilled the law, for love is the fulfilling of the law, and the disease which came from subconscious resentment was wiped out. Continual criticism produces rheumatism, as critical, inharmonious thoughts cause unnatural deposits in the blood, which settle in the joints. False growths are caused by jealousy, hatred, unforgiveness, fear, etc. Every disease is caused by a mind not at ease. I said once in my class, there is no use asking anyone, "What's the matter with you?" We might just as well say, "Who's the matter with you?" Unforgiveness is the most prolific cause of disease. It will harden arteries or liver and affect the eyesight. In its train are endless ills. I called on a woman one day who said she was ill from having eaten a poisoned oyster. I replied, "Oh no, the oyster was harmless. You poisoned the oyster." "What's the matter with you?" She answered, "Oh, about 19 people. She had quarreled with 19 people and had become so inharmonious that she attracted the wrong oyster. Any inharmony on the external indicates there is mental inharmony. As the within, so the without. Man's only enemies are within himself, and man's foes shall be they of his own household. Personality is one of the last enemies to be overcome, as this planet is taking its initiation in love. It was Christ's message, peace on earth, goodwill towards man. The enlightened man, therefore, endeavors to perfect himself upon his neighbor. His work is with himself, to send out goodwill and blessings to every man, and the marvelous thing is that if one blesses a man, he has no power to harm him. For example, a man came to me asking to treat for success in business. He was selling machinery, and a rival appeared on the scene with what he proclaimed was a better machine, and my friend feared defeat. I said, first of all, we must wipe out all fear and know that God protects your interests and that the divine idea must come out of the situation. That is, the right machine will be sold by the right man to the right man. And I added, don't hold one critical thought towards that man. Bless him all day and be willing not to sell your machine if it isn't the divine idea. So he went to the meeting, fearless and non-resistant, and blessing the other man. He said the outcome was very remarkable. The other man's machine refused to work, and he sold his without the slightest difficulty. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which spitefully use you and persecute you. Goodwill produces a great aura of protection about the one who sends it, and no weapon that is formed against him shall prosper. In other words, love and goodwill destroy the enemies within oneself. Therefore, one has no enemies on the external. There is peace on earth for him who sends goodwill to man. Chapter 4, The Law of Non-Resistance. Resist not evil, be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Nothing on earth can resist an absolutely non-resistant person. The Chinese say that water is the most powerful element because it is perfectly non-resistant. It can wear away a rock and sweep all before it. Jesus Christ said, resist not evil, for he knew in reality there is no evil, therefore nothing to resist. Evil has come of a man's vain imagination or a belief in two powers, good and evil. There is an old legend that Adam and Eve ate of Maya, the tree of illusion, and saw two powers instead of one power, God. Therefore, evil is a false law man has made for himself through psychoma or soul sleep. Soul sleep means that man's soul has been hypnotized by the race belief of sin, sickness, and death, etc., which is carnal or mortal thought, and his affairs have outpictured his illusions. We have read in a preceding chapter that man's soul is his subconscious mind, and whatever he feels deeply, good or bad, is outpictured by that faithful servant. His body and affairs show forth what he has been picturing. The sick man has pictured sickness, the poor man, poverty, the rich man, wealth. People often say, why does a little child attract illness when it is too young even to know what it means? I answer that children are sensitive and receptive to the thoughts of others about them, and often outpicture the fears of their parents. I heard a metaphysician once say, if you do not run your subconscious mind yourself, someone else will run it for you. Mothers often unconsciously attract illness and disaster to their children by continually holding them in thoughts of fear and watching for symptoms. For example, a friend asked a woman if her little girl had had the measles. She replied promptly, "Not yet." This implied that she was expecting the illness and therefore preparing the way for what she did not want for herself and child. However, the man who is centered and established in right thinking, the man who sends out only goodwill to his fellow man, and who is without fear, cannot be touched or influenced by the negative thoughts of others. In fact, he could then receive only good thoughts, as he himself sends forth only good thoughts. Resistance is hell, for it places man in a state of torment. A metaphysician once gave me a wonderful recipe for taking every trick in the game of life. It is the acme of non-resistance. He gave it in this way. At one time in my life, I baptized children, and of course, they had many names. Now I no longer baptize children, but I baptize events, but I give every event the same name. If I have a failure, I baptize it success, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. In this, we see the great law of transmutation, founded on non-resistance. Through his spoken word, every failure was transmuted into success. For example, a woman who required money and who knew the spiritual law of opulence was thrown continually in a business way with a man who made her feel very poor. He talked lack and limitation, and she commenced to catch his poverty thoughts, so she disliked him and blamed him for her failure. She knew in order to demonstrate her supply, she must first feel that she had received. A feeling of opulence must precede its manifestation. It dawned upon her one day that she was resisting the situation and seeing two powers instead of one. So she blessed the man and baptized the situation success. She affirmed, as there is only one power, God, this man is here for my good and my prosperity. Just what he did not seem to be there for. Soon after that, she met, through this man, a woman who gave her for a service rendered several $1,000s, and the man moved to a distant city and faded harmoniously from her life. Make the statement, every man is a golden link in the chain of my good. For all men are God in manifestation, awaiting the opportunity given by man himself to serve the divine plan of his life. Bless your enemy, and you rob him of his ammunition. His arrows will be transmuted into blessings. This law is true of nations as well as individuals. Bless a nation, send love and goodwill to every inhabitant, and it is robbed of its power to harm. Man can only get the right idea of non-resistance through spiritual understanding. My students have often said, I don't want to be a doormat. I reply, when you use non-resistance with wisdom, no one will ever be able to walk over you. Another example. One day I was impatiently awaiting an important telephone call. I resisted every call that came in and made no outgoing calls myself, reasoning that it might interfere with the one I was awaiting. Instead of saying, divine ideas never conflict, the call will come at the right time, leaving it to infinite intelligence to arrange, I commenced to manage things myself. I made the battle mine, not God's, and remained tense and anxious. The bell did not ring for about an hour, and I glanced at the phone and found the receiver had been off that length of time and the phone was disconnected. My anxiety, fear, and belief in interference had brought on a total eclipse of the telephone. Realizing what I had done, I commenced blessing the situation at once. I baptized its success and affirmed, I cannot lose any call that belongs to me by divine right. I am under grace and not under law. A friend rushed out to the nearest telephone to notify the company to reconnect. She entered a crowded grocery, but the proprietor left his customers and attended to the call himself. My phone was connected at once, and 2 minutes later, I received a very important call, and about an hour afterward, the one I had been awaiting. Once ships come in over a calm sea. So long as man resists a situation, he will have it with him. If he runs away from it, it will run after him. For example, I repeated this to a woman one day, and she replied, "How true that is. I was unhappy at home. I disliked my mother, who was critical and domineering. So I ran away and was married. But I married my mother, for my husband was exactly like my mother, and I had the same situation to face again. Agree with thine adversary quickly." That means agree that the adverse situation is good. Be undisturbed by it, and it falls away of its own weight. None of these things move me is a wonderful affirmation. The inharmonious situation comes from some inharmony within man himself. When there is in him no emotional response to an inharmonious situation, it fades away forever from his pathway. So we see man's work is ever with himself. People have said to me, "Give treatments to change my husband or my brother." I reply, "No, I will give treatments to change you. When you change, your husband and your brother will change." One of my students was in the habit of lying. I told her it was a failure method, and if she lied, she would be lied to. She replied, "I don't care. I can't possibly get along without lying." One day, she was speaking on the phone to a man with whom she was very much in love. She turned to me and said, "I don't trust him. I know he's lying to me." I replied, "Well, you lie yourself, so someone has to lie to you, and you will be sure it will be just the person you want the truth from." Some time after that, I saw her, and she said, "I'm cured of lying." I questioned, "What cured you?" She replied, "I have been living with a woman who lied worse than I did." One is often cured of his faults by seeing them in others. Life is a mirror, and we find only ourselves reflected in our associates. Living in the past is a failure method and a violation of spiritual law. Jesus Christ said, "Behold, now is the accepted time. Now is the day of salvation." Lot's wife looked back and was turned into a pillar of salt. The robbers of time are the past and the future. Man should bless the past and forget it if it keeps him in bondage, and bless the future, knowing it has in store for him endless joys, but live fully in the now. For example, a woman came to me complaining that she had no money with which to buy Christmas gifts. She said, "Last year was so different. I had plenty of money and gave lovely presents, and this year I have scarcely a cent." I replied, "You will never demonstrate money while you are pathetic and live in the past. Live fully in the now and get ready to give Christmas presents. Dig your ditches, and the money will come." She exclaimed, "I know what to do. I will buy some tinsel twine, Christmas seals, and wrapping paper." I replied, "Do that, and the presents will come and stick themselves to the Christmas seals." This, too, was showing financial fearlessness and faith in God, as the reasoning mind said, "Keep every cent you have, as you are not sure you will get any more." She bought the seals, paper, and twine, and a few days before Christmas received a gift of several $100s. Buying the seals and twine had impressed the subconscious with expectancy and opened the way for the manifestation of the money. She purchased all the presents in plenty of time. Man must live suspended in the moment. Look well, therefore, to this day. Such is the salutation of the dawn. He must be spiritually alert, ever awaiting his leads, taking advantage of every opportunity. One day, I said continually, silently, Infinite Spirit, don't let me miss a trick. And something very important was told to me that evening. It is most necessary to begin the day with right words. Make an affirmation immediately upon waking. For example, Thy will be done this day. Today is a day of completion. I give thanks for this perfect day. Miracle shall follow miracle, and wonders shall never cease. Make this a habit, and one will see wonders and miracles come into life. One morning, I picked up a book and read, Look with wonder at that which is before you. It seemed to be my message for the day, so I repeated again and again, Look with wonder at that which is before you. At about noon, a large sum of money was given me, which I had been desiring for a certain purpose. In a following chapter, I will give affirmations that I have found most effective. However, one should never use an affirmation unless it is absolutely satisfying and convincing to his own consciousness. And often, an affirmative is changed to suit different people. For example, the following has brought success to many. I have a wonderful work in a wonderful way. I give wonderful service for wonderful pay. I gave the first two lines to one of my students, and she added the last two. It made a most powerful statement, as there should always be perfect payment for perfect service, and a rhyme sinks easily into the subconscious. She went about singing it aloud, and soon did receive wonderful work in a wonderful way, and gave wonderful service for wonderful pay. Another student, a businessman, took it and changed the word work to business. He repeated, I have a wonderful business in a wonderful way, and I give wonderful service for wonderful pay. That afternoon, he made a $41,000 deal, though there had been no activity in his affairs for months. Every affirmation must be carefully worded and completely cover the ground. For example, I knew a woman who was in great need and made a demand for work. She received a great deal of work, but was never paid anything. She now knows to add wonderful service for wonderful pay. It is man's divine right to have plenty, more than enough. His barns should be full, and his cup should flow over. This is God's idea for man, and when man breaks down the barriers of lack in his own consciousness, the golden age will be his, and every righteous desire of his heart fulfilled. Chapter 5, The Law of Karma and the Law of Forgiveness. Man receives only that which he gives. The game of life is a game of boomerangs. Man's thoughts, deeds, and words return to him sooner or later with astounding accuracy. This is the law of karma, which is Sanskrit for comeback. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For example, a friend told me this story of herself, illustrating the law. She said, I make all my karma on my aunt. Whatever I say to her, someone says to me. I am often irritable at home, and one day said to my aunt, who was talking to me during dinner, No more talk. I wish to eat in peace. The following day, I was lunching with a woman with whom I wished to make a great impression. I was talking animatedly when she said, No more talk. I wish to eat in peace. My friend is high in consciousness, so her karma returns much more quickly than to one on the mental plane. The more man knows, the more he is responsible for, and a person with a knowledge of spiritual law, which he does not practice, suffers greatly in consequence. The fear of the Lord, law, is the beginning of wisdom. If we read the word Lord, law, it will make many passages in the Bible much clearer. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord, law. It is the law which takes vengeance, not God. God sees man perfect, created in his own image, imagination, and given power and dominion. This is the perfect idea of man registered in divine mind, awaiting man's recognition. For man can only be what he sees himself to be, and only attain what he sees himself attaining. Nothing ever happens without an onlooker, is an ancient saying. Man sees first his failure or success, his joy or sorrow, before it swings into visibility from the scenes set in his own imagination. We have observed this in the mother picturing disease for her child, or a woman seeing success for her husband. Jesus Christ said, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." So we see freedom from all unhappy conditions comes through knowledge, a knowledge of spiritual law. Obedience precedes authority, and the law obeys man when he obeys the law. The law of electricity must be obeyed before it becomes man's servant. When handled ignorantly, it becomes man's deadly foe. So with the laws of mind. For example, a woman with a strong personal will wished she owned a house which belonged to an acquaintance, and she often made mental pictures of herself living in the house. In the course of time, the man died, and she moved into the house. Several years afterwards, coming into the knowledge of spiritual law, she said to me, "Do you think I had anything to do with that man's death?" I replied, "Yes, your desire was so strong, everything made way for it. But you paid your karmic debt. Your husband, whom you loved devotedly, died soon after, and the house was a white elephant on your hands for years." The original owner, however, could not have been affected by her thoughts had he been positive in the truth, nor her husband, but they were both under karmic law. The woman should have said, feeling the great desire for the house, "Infinite intelligence, give me the right house, equally as charming as this, the house which is mine by divine right." The divine selection would have given perfect satisfaction and brought good to all. The divine pattern is the only safe pattern to work by. Desire is a tremendous force and must be directed in the right channels or chaos ensues. In demonstrating, the most important step is the first step to ask aright. Man should always demand only that which is his by divine right. To go back to the illustration, had the woman taken this attitude, "If this house I desire is mine, I cannot lose it. If it is not, give me its equivalent," the man might have decided to move out harmoniously, had it been the divine selection for her, or another house would have been substituted. Anything forced into manifestation through personal will is always ill-got and has ever bad success. Man is admonished, "My will be done, not thine," and the curious thing is, man always gets just what he desires when he does relinquish personal will, thereby enabling infinite intelligence to work through him. "Stand ye still and see the salvation of the Lord." Law. For example, a woman came to me in great distress. Her daughter had determined to take a very hazardous trip, and the mother was filled with fear. She said she had used every argument, had pointed out the dangers to be encountered, and forbidden her to go. But the daughter became more and more rebellious and determined. I said to the mother, "You are forcing your personal will upon your daughter, which you have no right to do, and your fear of the trip is only attracting it, for man attracts what he fears." I added, "Let go and take your mental hands off. Put it in God's hands and use this statement. I put this situation in the hands of infinite love and wisdom. If this trip is the divine plan, I bless it and no longer resist. But if it is not divinely planned, I give thanks that it is now dissolved and dissipated." A day or two after that, her daughter said to her, "Mother, I have given up the trip," and the situation returned to its native nothingness. It is learning to stand still which seems so difficult for man. I will deal more fully with this law in the chapter on non-resistance. I will give another example of sowing and reaping, which came in the most curious way. A woman came to me saying she had received a counterfeit $20 bill given to her at the bank. She was much disturbed, for she said the people at the bank will never acknowledge their mistake. I replied, "Let's analyze the situation and find out why you attracted it." She thought a few moments and exclaimed, "I know it. I sent a friend a lot of stage money just for a joke." So the law had sent her some stage money, for it doesn't know anything about jokes. I said, "Now we will call on the law of forgiveness and neutralize the situation." Christianity is founded upon the law of forgiveness. Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the karmic law, and the Christ within each man is his redeemer and salvation from all inharmonious conditions. So I said, "Infinite Spirit, we call on the law of forgiveness and give thanks that she is under grace and not under law, and cannot lose this $20, which is hers by divine right. Now," I said, "go back to the bank and tell them fearlessly that it was given you there by mistake." She obeyed, and to her surprise, they apologized and gave her another bill, treating her most courteously. So knowledge of the law gives man power to rub out his mistakes. Man cannot force the external to be what he is not. If he desires riches, he must be rich first in consciousness. For example, a woman came to me asking treatment for prosperity. She did not take much interest in her household affairs, and her home was in great disorder. I said to her, "If you wish to be rich, you must be orderly. All men with great wealth are orderly, and order is heaven's first law." I added, "You will never become rich with a burnt match in the pincushion." She had a good sense of humor and commenced immediately, putting her house in order. She rearranged furniture, straightened out bureau drawers, cleaned rugs, and soon made a big financial demonstration, a gift from a relative. The woman herself became made over and keeps herself keyed up financially by being ever watchful of the external and expecting prosperity, knowing God is her supply. Many people are in ignorance of the fact that gifts and things are investments, and that hoarding and saving invariably leads to loss. There is that scattereth and yet increaseth, and there is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tendeth to poverty. For example, I knew a man who wanted to buy a fur-lined overcoat. He and his wife went to various shops, but there was none he wanted. He said they were all too cheap-looking. At last he was shown one. The salesman said was valued at $1,000, but which the manager would sell him for $500 as it was late in the season. His financial possessions amounted to about $700. The reasoning mind would have said, "You can't afford to spend nearly all you have on a coat." But he was very intuitive and never reasoned. He turned to his wife and said, "If I get this coat, I'll make a ton of money." So his wife consented weakly. About a month later, he received a $10,000 commission. The coat made him feel so rich. It linked him with success and prosperity. Without the coat, he would not have received the commission. It was an investment paying large dividends. If man ignores these leadings to spend or to give, the same amount of money will go in an uninteresting or unhappy way. For example, a woman told me on Thanksgiving Day she informed her family that they could not afford a Thanksgiving dinner. She had the money, but decided to save it. A few days later, someone entered her room and took from the bureau drawer the exact amount the dinner would have cost. The law always stands back of the man who spends fearlessly with wisdom. For example, one of my students was shopping with her little nephew. The child clamored for a toy, which she told him she could not afford to buy. She realized suddenly that she was seeking lack and not recognizing God as her supply. So she bought the toy and on her way home picked up in the street the exact amount of money she had paid for it. Man's supply is inexhaustible and unfailing when fully trusted, but faith or trust must precede the demonstration. According to your faith, be it unto you. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For faith holds the vision steady, and the adverse pictures are dissolved and dissipated. And in due season we shall reap if we faint not. Jesus Christ brought the good news, the gospel, that there was a higher law than the law of karma, and that law transcends the law of karma. It is the law of grace or forgiveness. It is the law which frees man from the law of cause and effect, the law of consequence, under grace and not under law. We are told that on this plane, man reaps where he has not sown. The gifts of God are simply poured out upon him. All that the kingdom affords is his. This continued state of bliss awaits the man who has overcome the race or world thought. In the world thought there is tribulation, but Jesus Christ said, "Be of good cheer. I have overcome the world." The world thought is that of sin, sickness, and death. He saw their absolute unreality and said, "Sickness and sorrow shall pass away, and death itself, the last enemy, be overcome." We know now, from a scientific standpoint, that death could be overcome by stamping the subconscious mind with the conviction of eternal youth and eternal life. The subconscious, being simply power without direction, carries out orders without questioning. Working under the direction of the superconscious, the Christ or God within man, the resurrection of the body would be accomplished. Man would no longer throw off his body in death. It would be transformed into the body electric, sung by Walt Whitman, for Christianity is founded upon the forgiveness of sins and an empty tomb. Chapter 6, Casting the Burden. Impressing the subconscious. When man knows his own powers and the workings of his mind, his great desire is to find an easy and quick way to impress the subconscious with good, for simply an intellectual knowledge of the truth will not bring results. In my own case, I found the easiest way is in casting the burden. A metaphysician once explained it in this manner. He said, "The only thing which gives anything weight in nature is the law of gravitation, and if a boulder could be taken high above the planet, there would be no weight in that boulder, and that is what Jesus Christ meant when he said, 'My yoke is easy and my burden is light.'" He had overcome the world vibration and functioned in the fourth dimensional realm where there is only perfection, completion, life, and joy. He said, "Come to me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light." We are also told in the 55th Psalm to cast thy burden upon the Lord. Many passages in the Bible state that the battle is God's, not man's, and that man is always to stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. This indicates that the superconscious mind, or Christ within, is the department which fights man's battle and relieves him of burdens. We see, therefore, that man violates law if he carries a burden, and a burden is an adverse thought or condition, and this thought or condition has its root in the subconscious. It seems almost impossible to make any headway directing the subconscious from the conscious or reasoning mind, as the reasoning mind, the intellect, is limited in its conceptions and filled with doubts and fears. How scientific it then is to cast the burden upon the superconscious mind, or Christ within, where it is made light or dissolved into its native nothingness. For example, a woman in urgent need of money made light upon the Christ within, the superconscious, with the statement, "I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to have plenty." The belief in lack was her burden, and as she cast it upon the superconscious with its belief of plenty, an avalanche of supply was the result. We read, "The Christ in you, the hope of glory." Another example. One of my students had been given a new piano, and there was no room in her studio for it until she had moved out the old one. She was in a state of perplexity. She wanted to keep the old piano, but knew of no place to send it. She became desperate, as the new piano was to be sent immediately. In fact, was on its way, with no place to put it. She said it came to her to repeat, "I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free." A few moments later, her phone rang, and a woman friend asked if she might rent her old piano, and it was moved out a few minutes before the new one arrived. I knew a woman whose burden was resentment. She said, "I cast this burden of resentment on the Christ within, and I go free to be loving, harmonious, and happy. The almighty superconscious flooded the subconscious with love, and her whole life was changed. For years, resentment had held her in a state of torment and imprisoned her soul, the subconscious mind. The statement should be made over and over and over, sometimes for hours at a time, silently or audibly, with quietness but determination. I have often compared it to winding up a Victrola. We must wind ourselves up with spoken words. I have noticed in casting the burden, after a little while, one seems to see clearly. It is impossible to have clear vision while in the throes of carnal mind. Doubts and fear poison the mind and body, and imagination runs riot, attracting disaster and disease. In steadily repeating the affirmation, I cast this burden on the Christ within and go free, the vision clears, and with it, a feeling of relief, and sooner or later comes the manifestation of good, be it health, happiness, or supply. One of my students once asked me to explain the darkness before the dawn. I referred in a preceding chapter to the fact that often before the big demonstration, everything seems to go wrong, and deep depression clouds the consciousness. It means that out of the subconscious are rising the doubts and fears of the ages. These old derelicts of the subconscious rise to the surface to be put out. It is then that man should clap his cymbals like Jehoshaphat and give thanks that he is saved even though he seems surrounded by the enemy. The situation of lack or disease. The student continued, "How long must one remain in the dark?" And I replied, "Until one can see in the dark. And casting the burden enables one to see in the dark." In order to impress the subconscious, active faith is always essential. Faith without works is dead. In these chapters, I have endeavored to bring out this point. Jesus Christ showed active faith when he commanded the multitude to sit down on the ground before he gave thanks for the loaves and the fishes. I will give another example showing how necessary this step is. In fact, active faith is the bridge over which man passes to his promised land. Through misunderstanding, a woman had been separated from her husband, whom she loved deeply. He refused all offers of reconciliation and would not communicate with her in any way. Coming into the knowledge of spiritual law, she denied the appearance of separation. She made this statement, "There is no separation in divine mind. Therefore, I cannot be separated from the love and companionship which are mine by divine right." She showed active faith by arranging a place for him at the table every day, thereby impressing the subconscious with a picture of his return. Over a year passed, but she never wavered. And one day, he walked in. The subconscious is often impressed through music. Music has a fourth-dimensional quality and releases the soul from imprisonment. It makes wonderful things seem possible and easy of accomplishment. I have a friend who uses her Victrola daily for this purpose. It puts her in perfect harmony and releases the imagination. Another woman often dances while making her affirmations. The rhythm and harmony of music and motion carry her words forth with tremendous power. The student must remember also not to despise the day of small things. Invariably, before a demonstration come signs of land. Before Columbus reached America, he saw birds and twigs which showed him land was near. So it is with a demonstration, but often the student mistakes it for the demonstration itself and is disappointed. For example, a woman had spoken the word for a set of dishes. Not long afterwards, a friend gave her a dish which was old and cracked. She came to me and said, "Well, I asked for a set of dishes and all I got was a cracked plate." I replied, "The plate was only signs of land. It shows your dishes are coming. Look upon it as birds and seaweed." And not long afterwards, the dishes came. Continually making believe impresses the subconscious. If one makes believe he is rich and makes believe he is successful, in due time he will reap. Children are always making believe, and except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. For example, I know of a woman who was very poor, but no one could make her feel poor. She earned a small amount of money from rich friends who constantly reminded her of her poverty and to be careful and saving. Regardless of their admonitions, she would spend all her earnings on a hat or make someone a gift and be in a rapturous state of mind. Her thoughts were always centered on beautiful clothes and rings and things, but without envying others. She lived in the world of the wondrous, and only riches seemed real to her. Before long, she married a rich man, and the rings and things became visible. I do not know whether the man was the divine selection, but opulence had to manifest in her life, as she had imaged only opulence. There is no peace or happiness for man until he has erased all fear from the subconscious. Fear is misdirected energy and must be redirected or transmuted into faith. Jesus Christ said, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith? All things are possible to him that believeth." I am asked so often by my students, "How can I get rid of fear?" I reply, by walking up to the thing you are afraid of. The lion takes its fierceness from your fear. Walk up to the lion, and he will disappear. Run away, and he runs after you. I have shown in previous chapters how the lion of lack disappeared when the individual spent money fearlessly, showing faith that God was his supply and therefore unfailing. Many of my students have come out of the bondage of poverty and are now bountifully supplied through losing all fear of letting money go out. The subconscious is impressed with the truth that God is the giver and the gift. Therefore, as one is one with the giver, he is one with the gift. A splendid statement is, "I now thank God the giver for God the gift." Man has so long separated himself from his good and his supply through thoughts of separation and lack that sometimes it takes dynamite to dislodge these false ideas from the subconscious, and the dynamite is a big situation. We see in the foregoing illustration how the individual was freed from his bondage by showing fearlessness. Man should watch himself hourly to detect if his motive for action is fear or faith. Choose ye this day whom we shall serve, fear or faith. Perhaps one's fear is of personality. Then do not avoid the people feared. Be willing to meet them cheerfully, and they will either prove golden links in the chain of one's good or disappear harmoniously from one's pathway. Perhaps one's fear is of disease or germs. Then one should be fearless and undisturbed in a germ-laden situation, and he would be immune. One can only contract germs while vibrating at the same rate as the germ, and fear drags men down to the level of the germ. Of course, the disease-laden germ is the product of carnal mind, as all thought must objectify. Germs do not exist in the superconscious or divine mind, therefore are the product of man's vain imagination. In the twinkling of an eye, man's release will come when he realizes there is no power in evil. The material world will fade away, and the fourth dimensional world, the world of the wondrous, will swing into manifestation. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. Chapter 7, Love. Every man on this planet is taking his initiation in love. A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another. Ouspensky states in Tertium Organum that love is a cosmic phenomenon and opens to man the fourth dimensional world, the world of the wondrous. Real love is selfless and free from fear. It pours itself out upon the object of its affection without demanding any return. Its joy is in the joy of giving. Love is God in manifestation and the strongest magnetic force in the universe. Pure, unselfish love draws to itself its own. It does not need to seek or demand. Scarcely anyone has the faintest conception of real love. Man is selfish, tyrannical, or fearful in his affections, thereby losing the thing he loves. Jealousy is the worst enemy of love, for the imagination runs riot, seeing the loved one attracted to another, and invariably these fears objectify if they are not neutralized. For example, a woman came to me in deep distress. The man she loved had left her for other women and said he never intended to marry her. She was torn with jealousy and resentment and said she hoped he would suffer as he had made her suffer, and added, "How could he leave me when I loved him so much?" I replied, "You are not loving that man, you are hating him," and added, "You can never receive what you have never given. Give a perfect love and you will receive a perfect love. Perfect yourself on this man. Give him a perfect, unselfish love, demanding nothing in return. Do not criticize or condemn, and bless him wherever he is." She replied, "No, I won't bless him until I know where he is." "Well," I said, "that is not real love. When you send out real love will return to you, either from this man or his equivalent. For if this man is not the divine selection, you will not want him. As you are one with God, you are one with the love which belongs to you by divine right." Several months passed, and matters remained about the same, but she was working conscientiously with herself. I said, "When you are no longer disturbed by his cruelty, he will cease to be cruel, as you are attracting it through your own emotions." Then I told her of a brotherhood in India who never said good morning to each other. They used these words, "I salute the divinity in you." They saluted the divinity in every man and in the wild animals in the jungle, and they were never harmed, for they saw only God in every living thing. I said, "Salute the divinity in this man and say, I see your divine self only. I see you as God sees you, perfect, made in his image and likeness." She found she was becoming more poised and gradually losing her resentment. He was a captain, and she always called him the Cap. One day she said suddenly, "God bless the Cap wherever he is." I replied, "Now that is real love. And when you have become a complete circle and are no longer disturbed by the situation, you will have his love or attract its equivalent." I was moving at this time and did not have a telephone, so was out of touch with her for a few weeks, when one morning I received a letter saying, "We are married." At the earliest opportunity, I paid her a call. My first words were, "What happened?" "Oh," she exclaimed, "a miracle. One day, I woke up and all suffering had ceased. I saw him that evening and he asked me to marry him. We were married in about a week, and I have never seen a more devoted man." There is an old saying, "No man is your enemy, no man is your friend. Every man is your teacher." So one should become impersonal and learn what each man has to teach him, and soon he would learn his lessons and be free. The woman's lover was teaching her selfless love, which every man sooner or later must learn. Suffering is not necessary for man's development. It is the result of violation of spiritual law, but few people seem able to rouse themselves from their soul sleep without it. When people are happy, they usually become selfish, and automatically the law of karma is set in action. Man often suffers loss through lack of appreciation. I knew a woman who had a very nice husband, but she said often, "I don't care anything about being married, but that is nothing against my husband. I'm simply not interested in married life." She had other interests and scarcely remembered she had a husband. She only thought of him when she saw him. One day her husband told her he was in love with another woman and left. She came to me in distress and resentment. I replied, "It is exactly what you spoke the word for. You said you didn't care anything about being married, so the subconscious worked to get you unmarried." She said, "Oh yes, I see. People get what they want and then feel very much hurt." She soon became in perfect harmony with the situation and knew they were both much happier apart. When a woman becomes indifferent or critical and ceases to be an inspiration to her husband, he misses the stimulus of their early relationship and is restless and unhappy. A man came to me dejected, miserable, and poor. His wife was interested in the science of numbers and had had him read. It seems the report was not very favorable, for he said, "My wife says I'll never amount to anything because I am a 2. I replied, "I don't care what your number is. You are a perfect idea in divine mind, and we will demand the success and prosperity which are already planned for you by that infinite intelligence." Within a few weeks, he had a very fine position, and a year or 2 later, he achieved a brilliant success as a writer. No man is a success in business unless he loves his work. The picture the artist paints for love of his art is his greatest work. The pot boiler is always something to live down. No man can attract money if he despises it. Many people are kept in poverty by saying, "Money means nothing to me, and I have a contempt for people who have it." This is the reason so many artists are poor. Their contempt for money separates them from it. I remember hearing one artist say of another, "He's no good as an artist. He has money in the bank." This attitude of mind, of course, separates man from his supply. He must be in harmony with a thing in order to attract it. Money is God in manifestation, as freedom from want and limitation, but it must be always kept in circulation and put to right uses. Hoarding and saving react with grim vengeance. This does not mean that man should not have houses and lots, stocks and bonds, for the barns of the righteous man shall be full. It means man should not hoard even the principal if an occasion arises when money is necessary. In letting it go out fearlessly and cheerfully, he opens the way for more to come in, for God is man's unfailing and inexhaustible supply. This is the spiritual attitude towards money, and the great bank of the universal never fails. We see an example of hoarding in the film production of Greed. The woman won $5,000 in a lottery, but would not spend it. She hoarded and saved, let her husband suffer and starve, and eventually she scrubbed floors for a living. She loved the money itself and put it above everything, and one night she was murdered and the money taken from her. This is an example of where love of money is the root of all evil. Money in itself is good and beneficial, but used for destructive purposes, hoarded and saved, or considered more important than love, brings disease and disaster and the loss of the money itself. Follow the path of love, and all things are added, for God is love, and God is supply. Follow the path of selfishness and greed, and the supply vanishes, or man is separated from it. For example, I knew the case of a very rich woman who hoarded her income. She rarely gave anything away, but bought and bought and bought things for herself. She was very fond of necklaces, and a friend once asked her how many she possessed. She replied, 67. She bought them and put them away, carefully wrapped in tissue paper. Had she used the necklaces, it would have been quite legitimate, but she was violating the law of use. Her closets were filled with clothes she never wore and jewels which never saw the light. The woman's arms were gradually becoming paralyzed from holding on to things, and eventually she was considered incapable of looking after her affairs, and her wealth was handed over to others to manage. So man, in ignorance of the law, brings about his own destruction. All disease, all unhappiness, come from the violation of the law of love. Man's boomerangs of hate, resentment, and criticism come back laden with sickness and sorrow. Love seems almost a lost art, but the man with the knowledge of spiritual law knows it must be regained, for without it, he has become as sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. For example, I had a student who came to me month after month to clean her consciousness of resentment. After a while, she arrived at the point where she resented only one woman, but that one woman kept her busy. Little by little, she became poised and harmonious, and one day, all resentment was wiped out. She came in radiant and exclaimed, "You can't understand how I feel. The woman said something to me, and instead of being furious, I was loving and kind, and she apologized and was perfectly lovely to me. No one can understand the marvelous lightness I feel within." Love and goodwill are invaluable in business. For example, a woman came to me complaining of her employer. She said she was cold and critical and knew she did not want her in the position. "Well," I replied, "salute the divinity in the woman and send her love." She said, "I can't. She's a marble woman." I answered, "You remember the story of the sculptor who asked for a certain piece of marble? He was asked why he wanted it, and he replied, 'Because there is an angel in the marble.' And out of it, he produced a wonderful work of art." She said, "Very well, I'll try it." A week later, she came back and said, "I did what you told me to, and now the woman is very kind and took me out in her car." People are sometimes filled with remorse for having done someone an unkindness, perhaps years ago. If the wrong cannot be righted, its effect can be neutralized by doing someone a kindness in the present. This one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth unto those things which are before. Sorrow, regret, and remorse tear down the cells of the body and poison the atmosphere of the individual. A woman said to me in deep sorrow, "Treat me to be happy and joyous, for my sorrow makes me so irritable with the members of my family that I keep making more karma." I was asked to treat a woman who was mourning for her daughter. I denied all belief in loss and separation and affirmed that God was the woman's joy, love, and peace. The woman gained her poise at once, but sent word by her son not to treat any longer because she was so happy it wasn't respectable. So mortal mind loves to hang on to its griefs and regrets. I knew a woman who went about bragging of her troubles, so of course she always had something to brag about. The old idea was if a woman did not worry about her children, she was not a good mother. Now we know that mother fear is responsible for many of the diseases and accidents which come into the lives of children. For fear pictures vividly the disease or situation feared, and these pictures objectify if not neutralized. Happy is the mother who can say sincerely that she puts her child in God's hands and knows therefore that he is divinely protected. She, in this way, throws about him a great aura of protection. For example, a woman awoke suddenly in the night, feeling her brother was in great danger. Instead of giving into her fears, she commenced making statements of truth, saying, "Man is a perfect idea in divine mind and is always in his right place. Therefore, my brother is in his right place and is divinely protected." The next day, she found that her brother had been in close proximity to an explosion in a mine, but had miraculously escaped. So man is his brother's keeper in thought, and every man should know that the thing he loves dwells in the secret place of the Most High and abides under the shadow of the Almighty. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. Perfect love casteth out fear. He that feareth is not made perfect in love, and love is the fulfilling of the law. Chapter 8, Intuition or Guidance. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. There is nothing too great of accomplishment for the man who knows the power of his word and who follows his intuitive leads. By the word, he starts in action unseen forces and can rebuild his body or remold his affairs. It is therefore of the utmost importance to choose the right words, and the student carefully selects the affirmation he wishes to catapult into the invisible. He knows that God is his supply, that there is a supply for every demand, and that his spoken word releases this supply. Ask, and ye shall receive. Man must make the first move. Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. I have often been asked just how to make a demonstration. I reply, speak the word, and then do not do anything until you get a definite lead. Demand the lead, saying, Infinite Spirit, reveal to me the way. Let me know if there is anything for me to do. The answer will come through intuition or hunch, a chance remark from someone, or a passage in a book, etc., etc. The answers are sometimes quite startling in their exactness. For example, a woman desired a large sum of money. She spoke the words, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in great avalanches of abundance. Then she added, give me a definite lead. Let me know if there is anything for me to do. The thought came quickly. Give a certain friend, who had helped her spiritually, $100. She told her friend, who said, wait and get another lead before giving it. So she waited, and that day met a woman who said to her, I gave someone $1 today. It was just as much for me as it would be for you to give someone 100. This was indeed an unmistakable lead, so she knew she was right in giving the $100. It was a gift which proved a great investment, for shortly after that, a large sum of money came to her in a remarkable way. Giving opens the way for receiving. In order to create activity in finances, one should give. Tithing, or giving 1/10 of one's income, is an old Jewish custom and is sure to bring increase. Many of the richest men in this country have been tithers, and I have never known it to fail as an investment. The 10th part goes forth and returns blessed and multiplied. But the gift or tithe must be given with love and cheerfulness, for God loveth a cheerful giver. Bills should be paid cheerfully. All money should be sent forth fearlessly and with a blessing. This attitude of mind makes man master of money. It is his to obey, and his spoken word then opens vast reservoirs of wealth. Man himself limits his supply by his limited vision. Sometimes the student has a great realization of wealth but is afraid to act. The vision and action must go hand in hand, as in the case of the man who bought the fur-lined overcoat. A woman came to me asking me to speak the word for a position. So I demanded, Infinite Spirit, open the way for this woman's right position. Never ask for just a position. Ask for the right position, the place already planned in divine mind, as it is the only one that will give satisfaction. I then gave thanks that she had already received, and that it would manifest quickly. Very soon, she had 3 positions offered her, 2 in New York and 1 in Palm Beach, and she did not know which to choose. I said, ask for a definite lead. The time was almost up and was still undecided when one day she telephoned, when I woke up this morning, I could smell Palm Beach. She had been there before and knew its balmy fragrance. I replied, well, if you can smell Palm Beach from here, it is certainly your lead. She accepted the position, and it proved a great success. Often, one's lead comes at an unexpected time. One day, I was walking down the street when I suddenly felt a strong urge to go to a certain bakery a block or 2 away. The reasoning mind resisted, arguing, there is nothing there that you want. However, I had learned not to reason, so I went to the bakery, looked at everything, and there was certainly nothing there that I wanted. But coming out, I encountered a woman I had thought of often, and who was in great need of the help which I could give her. So often, one goes for one thing and finds another. Intuition is a spiritual faculty and does not explain, but simply points the way. A person often receives a lead during a treatment. The idea that comes may seem quite irrelevant, but some of God's leadings are mysterious. In the class one day, I was treating that each individual would receive a definite lead. A woman came to me afterwards and said, while you were treating, I got the hunch to take my furniture out of storage and get an apartment. The woman had come to be treated for health. I told her I knew in getting a home of her own, her health would improve. And I added, I believe your trouble, which is a congestion, has come from having things stored away. Congestion of things causes congestion in the body. You have violated the law of use, and your body is paying the penalty. So I gave thanks that divine order was established in her mind, body, and affairs. People little dream of how their affairs react on the body. There is a mental correspondence for every disease. A person might receive instantaneous healing through the realization of his body being a perfect idea in divine mind, and therefore whole and perfect. But if he continues his destructive thinking, hoarding, hating, fearing, condemning, the disease will return. Jesus Christ knew that all sickness came from sin, but admonished the leper after the healing to go and sin no more, lest a worse thing come upon him. So man's soul, or subconscious mind, must be washed whiter than snow. For permanent healing, and the metaphysician is always delving deep for the correspondence. Jesus Christ said, "Condemn not, lest ye also be condemned. Judge not, lest ye be judged." Many people have attracted disease and unhappiness through condemnation of others. What man condemns in others, he attracts to himself. For example, a friend came to me in anger and distress because her husband had deserted her for another woman. She condemned the other woman and said continually she knew he was a married man and had no right to accept his attentions. I replied, "Stop condemning the woman, bless her, and be through with the situation. Otherwise, you are attracting the same thing to yourself." She was deaf to my words, and a year or two later became deeply interested in a married man herself. Man picks up a live wire whenever he criticizes or condemns and may expect a shock. Indecision is a stumbling block in many a pathway. In order to overcome it, make the statement repeatedly, "I am always under direct inspiration. I make right decisions quickly." These words impress the subconscious, and soon one finds himself awake and alert, making his right moves without hesitation. I have found it destructive to look to the psychic plane for guidance, as it is the plane of many minds and not the one mind. As man opens his mind to subjectivity, he becomes a target for destructive forces. The psychic plane is the result of man's mortal thought and is on the plane of opposites. He may receive either good or bad messages. The science of numbers and the reading of horoscopes keep man down on the mental or mortal plane, for they deal only with the karmic path. I know of a man who should have been dead years ago, according to his horoscope, but he is alive and a leader of one of the biggest movements in this country for the uplift of humanity. It takes a very strong mind to neutralize a prophecy of evil. The student should declare, "Every false prophecy shall come to naught. Every plan my Father in heaven has not planned shall be dissolved and dissipated. The divine idea now comes to pass." However, if any good message has ever been given one of coming happiness or wealth, harbor and expect it, and it will manifest sooner or later through the law of expectancy. Man's will should be used to back the universal will. I will that the will of God be done. It is God's will to give every man every righteous desire of his heart, and man's will should be used to hold the perfect vision without wavering. The prodigal son said, "I will arise and go to my father." It is indeed often an effort of the will to leave the husks and swine of mortal thinking. It is so much easier for the average person to have fear than faith, so faith is an effort of the will. As man becomes spiritually awakened, he recognizes that any external inharmony is the correspondence of mental inharmony. If he stumbles or falls, he may know he is stumbling or falling in consciousness. One day, a student was walking along the street condemning someone in her thoughts. She was saying mentally, "That woman is the most disagreeable woman on earth," when suddenly, 3 Boy Scouts rushed around the corner and almost knocked her over. She did not condemn the Boy Scouts, but immediately called on the law of forgiveness and saluted the divinity in the woman. Wisdom's way are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. When one has made his demands upon the universal, he must be ready for surprises. Everything may seem to be going wrong, when in reality it is going right. For example, a woman was told that there was no loss in divine mind, therefore, she could not lose anything which belonged to her. Anything lost would be returned, or she would receive its equivalent. Several years previously, she had lost $2,000. She had loaned the money to a relative during her lifetime, but the relative had died, leaving no mention of it in her will. The woman was resentful and angry, and as she had no written statement of the transaction, she never received the money. So she determined to deny the loss and collect the $2,000 from the Bank of the Universal. She had to begin by forgiving the woman, as resentment and unforgiveness closed the doors of this wonderful bank. She made this statement: "I deny loss. There is no loss in divine mind. Therefore, I cannot lose the $2,000 which belong to me by divine right. As one door shuts, another door opens." She was living in an apartment house which was for sale, and in the lease was a clause stating that if the house was sold, the tenants would be required to move out within 90 days. Suddenly, the landlord broke the leases and raised the rent. Again, injustice was on her pathway, but this time she was undisturbed. She blessed the landlord and said, "As the rent has been raised, it means that I'll be that much richer, for God is my supply." New leases were made out for the advanced rent, but by some divine mistake, the 90 days clause had been forgotten. Soon after, the landlord had an opportunity to sell the house. On account of the mistake in the new leases, the tenants held possession for another year. The agent offered each tenant $200 if he would vacate. Several families moved. 3 remained, including the woman. A month or 2 passed, and the agent again appeared. This time he said to the woman, "Will you break your lease for the sum of $1,500? It flashed upon her. Here comes the $2,000. She remembered having said to friends in the house, "We will act together if anything more is said about leaving." So her lead was to consult her friends. These friends said, "Well, if they've offered you $1,500, they will certainly give $2,000. So she received a check for $2,000 for giving up the apartment. It was certainly a remarkable working of the law, and the apparent injustice was merely opening the way for her demonstration. It proved that there is no loss, and when man takes his spiritual stand, he collects all that is his from this great reservoir of good. "I will restore to you the years the locusts have eaten." The locusts are the doubts, fears, resentments, and regrets of mortal thinking. These adverse thoughts alone rob man, for no man gives to himself but himself, and no man takes away from himself but himself. Man is here to prove God and to bear witness to the truth, and he can only prove God by bringing plenty out of lack and justice out of injustice. "Prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it." Chapter 9, Perfect Self-Expression, or the Divine Design. "No wind can drive my bark astray, nor change the tide of destiny." There is for each man perfect self-expression. There is a place which he is to fill and no one else can fill, something which he is to do, which no one else can do. It is his destiny. This achievement is held a perfect idea in divine mind, awaiting man's recognition. As the imaging faculty is the creative faculty, it is necessary for man to see the idea before it can manifest. So man's highest demand is for the divine design of his life. He may not have the faintest conception of what it is, for there is possibly some marvelous talent hidden deep within him. His demand should be, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for the divine design of my life to manifest. Let the genius within me now be released. Let me see clearly the perfect plan." The perfect plan includes health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. This is the square of life, which brings perfect happiness. When one has made this demand, he may find great changes taking place in his life, for nearly every man has wandered far from the divine design. I know in one woman's case, it was as though a cyclone had struck her affairs, but readjustments came quickly, and new and wonderful conditions took the place of old ones. Perfect self-expression will never be labor, but of such absorbing interest that it will seem almost like play. The student knows also, as man comes into the world financed by God, the supply needed for his perfect self-expression will be at hand. Many a genius has struggled for years with the problem of supply, when his spoken word and faith would have released quickly the necessary funds. For example, after the class one day, a man came to me and handed me a cent. He said, "I have just 7 cents in the world, and I'm going to give you 1, for I have faith in the power of your spoken word. I want you to speak the word for my perfect self-expression and prosperity." I spoke the word and did not see him again until a year later. He came in one day successful and happy with a roll of yellow bills in his pocket. He said, "Immediately after you spoke the word, I had a position offered me in a distant city and am now demonstrating health, happiness, and supply." A woman's perfect self-expression may be in becoming a perfect wife, a perfect mother, a perfect homemaker, and not necessarily in having a public career. Demand definite leads, and the way will be made easy and successful. One should not visualize or force a mental picture. When he demands the divine design to come into his conscious mind, he will receive flashes of inspiration and begin to see himself making some great accomplishment. This is the picture or idea he must hold without wavering. The thing man seeks is seeking him. The telephone was seeking Bell. Parents should never force careers and professions upon their children. With a knowledge of spiritual truth, the divine plan could be spoken for early in childhood or prenatally. A prenatal treatment should be, let the God in this child have perfect expression. Let the divine design of his mind, body, and affairs be made manifest throughout his life, throughout eternity. God's will be done, not man's. God's pattern, not man's pattern, is the command we find running through all the scriptures, and the Bible is a book dealing with the science of the mind. It is a book telling man how to release his soul, or subconscious mind, from bondage. The battles described are pictures of man waging war against mortal thoughts. A man's foes shall be they of his own household. Every man is Jehoshaphat, and every man is David, who slays Goliath, mortal thinking, with the little white stone, faith. So man must be careful that he is not the wicked and slothful servant who buried his talent. There is a terrible penalty to be paid for not using one's ability. Often, fear stands between man and his perfect self-expression. Stage fright has hampered many a genius. This may be overcome by the spoken word or treatment. The individual then loses all self-consciousness and feels simply that he is a channel for infinite intelligence to express itself through. He is under direct inspiration, fearless and confident, for he feels that it is the Father within him who does the work. A young boy came often to my class with his mother. He asked me to speak the word for his coming examinations at school. I told him to make the statement, "I am one with infinite intelligence. I know everything I should know on this subject." He had an excellent knowledge of history, but was not sure of his arithmetic. I saw him afterwards, and he said, "I spoke the word for my arithmetic and passed with the highest honors, but thought I could depend on myself for history and got a very poor mark." Man often receives a setback when he is too sure of himself, which means he is trusting to his personality and not the Father within. Another one of my students gave me an example of this. She took an extended trip abroad one summer, visiting many countries where she was ignorant of the languages. She was calling for guidance and protection every minute, and her affairs went smoothly and miraculously. Her luggage was never delayed nor lost. Accommodations were always ready for her at the best hotels, and she had perfect service wherever she went. She returned to New York. Knowing the language, she felt God was no longer necessary, so looked after her affairs in an ordinary manner. Everything went wrong. Her trunks delayed amid inharmony and confusion. The student must form the habit of practicing the presence of God every minute. In all thy ways, acknowledge him. Nothing is too small or too great. Sometimes, an insignificant incident may be the turning point in a man's life. Robert Fulton, watching some boiling water simmering in a tea kettle, saw a steamboat. I have seen a student often keep back his demonstration through resistance or pointing the way. He pins his faith to one channel only and dictates just the way he desires the manifestation to come, which brings things to a standstill. My way, not your way, is the command of infinite intelligence. Like all power, be it steam or electricity, it must have a non-resistant engine or instrument to work through, and man is that engine or instrument. Over and over again, man is told to stand still. O Judah, fear not, but tomorrow go out against them, for the Lord will be with you. You shall not need to fight this battle. Set yourselves, stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord with you. We see this in the incidents of the $2,000 coming to the woman through the landlord when she became non-resistant and undisturbed, and the woman who won the man's love after all suffering had ceased. The student's goal is poise. Poise is power, for it gives God power a chance to rush through man, to will and to do its good pleasure. Poised, he thinks clearly and makes right decisions quickly. He never misses a trick. Anger blurs the visions, poisons the blood, is the root of many diseases, and causes wrong decision leading to failure. It has been named one of the worst sins as its reaction is so harmful. The student learns that in metaphysics, sin has a much broader meaning than in the old teaching. Whatsoever is not of faith is sin. He finds that fear and worry are deadly sins. They are inverted faith, and through distorted mental pictures bring to pass the thing he fears. His work is to drive out these enemies from the subconscious mind. When man is fearless, he is finished. Maeterlinck says that man is God afraid. So as we read in the previous chapters, man can only vanquish fear by walking up to the thing he is afraid of. When Jehoshaphat and his army prepared to meet the enemy, singing Praise the Lord, for his mercy endureth forever, they found their enemies had destroyed each other, and there was nothing to fight. For example, a woman asked a friend to deliver a message to another friend. The woman feared to give the message, as the reasoning mind said, "Don't get mixed up in this affair. Don't give that message." She was troubled in spirit, for she had given her promise. At last she determined to walk up to the lion and call on the law of divine protection. She met the friend to whom she was to deliver the message. She opened her mouth to speak it when her friend said, "So-and-so has left town." This made it unnecessary to give the message, as the situation depended upon the person being in town. As she was willing to do it, she was not obliged to. As she did not fear, the situation vanished. The student often delays his demonstration through a belief in incompletion. He should make this statement: in divine mind, there is only one completion. Therefore, my demonstration is completed. My perfect work, my perfect home, my perfect health. Whatever he demands are perfect ideas registered in divine mind and must manifest under grace in a perfect way. He gives thanks he has already received on the invisible and makes active preparation for receiving on the visible. One of my students was in need of a financial demonstration. She came to me and asked why it was not completed. I replied, "Perhaps you were in the habit of leaving things unfinished, and the subconscious has gotten into the habit of not completing, as the without, so the within. She said, "You are right. I often begin things and never finish them. I'll go home and finish something I commenced weeks ago, and I know it will be symbolic of my demonstration." So she sewed assiduously, and the article was soon completed. Shortly after, the money came in a most curious manner. Her husband was paid his salary twice that month. He told the people of their mistake, and they sent word to keep it. When man asks believing, he must receive, for God creates his own channels. I have been sometimes asked, suppose one has several talents, how is he to know which one to choose? Demand to be shown definitely. Say, "Infinite Spirit, give me a definite lead. Reveal to me my perfect self-expression. Show me which talent I am to make use of now." I have known people to suddenly enter a new line of work and be fully equipped, with little or no training. So make the statement, "I am fully equipped for the divine plan of my life," and be fearless in grasping opportunities. Some people are cheerful givers, but bad receivers. They refuse gifts through pride or some negative reason, thereby blocking their channels, and invariably find themselves eventually with little or nothing. For example, a woman who had given away a great deal of money had a gift offered her of several $1,000s. She refused to take it, saying she did not need it. Shortly after that, her finances were tied up, and she found herself in debt for that amount. Man should receive gracefully the bread returning to him upon the water. Freely ye have given, freely ye shall receive. There is always the perfect balance of giving and receiving, and though man should give without thinking of returns, he violates law if he does not accept the returns which come to him. For all gifts are from God, man being merely the channel. A thought of lack should never be held over the giver. For example, when the man gave me the 1 cent, I did not say, "Poor man, he cannot afford to give me that." I saw him rich and prosperous, with his supply pouring in. It was this thought which brought it. If one has been a bad receiver, he must become a good one and take even a postage stamp if it is given him, and open up his channels for receiving. The Lord loveth a cheerful receiver as well as a cheerful giver. I have often been asked why one man is born rich and healthy and another poor and sick. Where there is an effect, there is always a cause. There is no such thing as chance. This question is answered through the law of reincarnation. Man goes through many births and deaths until he knows the truth which sets him free. He is drawn back to the earth plane through unsatisfied desire to pay his karmic debts or to fulfill his destiny. The man born rich and healthy has had pictures in his subconscious mind in his past life of health and riches, and the poor and sick man of disease and poverty. Man manifests on any plane the sum total of his subconscious beliefs. However, birth and death are man-made laws, for the wages of sin is death, the Adamic fall in consciousness through the belief in two powers. The real man, spiritual man, is birthless and deathless. He never was born and has never died. As he was in the beginning, he is now and ever shall be. So through the truth, man is set free from the law of karma, sin, and death, and manifests the man made in his image and likeness. Man's freedom comes through fulfilling his destiny, bringing into manifestation the divine design of his life. His Lord will say unto him, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things, death itself. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord, eternal life." Chapter 10, Denials and Affirmations. Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. All the good that is to be made manifest in man's life is already an accomplished fact in divine mind, and is released through man's recognition or spoken word, So he must be careful to decree that only the divine idea be made manifest, for often he decrees, through his idle words, failure or misfortune. It is therefore of the utmost importance to word one's demands correctly, as stated in a previous chapter. If one desires a home, friend, position, or any other good thing, make the demand for the divine selection. For example, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right home, my right friend, my right position. I give thanks it now manifests under grace in a perfect way. The latter part of the statement is most important. For example, I knew a woman who demanded $1,000. Her daughter was injured, and they received $1,000 indemnity, so it did not come in a perfect way. The demand should have been worded in this way: Infinite Spirit, I give thanks that the $1,000 which is mine by divine right is now released and reaches me under grace in a perfect way. As one grows in a financial consciousness, he should demand that the enormous sums of money which are his by divine right reach him under grace in perfect ways. It is impossible for man to release more than he thinks is possible, for one is bound by the limited expectancies of the subconscious. He must enlarge his expectancies in order to receive in a larger way. Man so often limits himself in his demands. For example, a student made the demand for $600 by a certain date. He did receive it, but heard afterwards that he came very near receiving $1,000, but he was given just $600 as the result of his spoken word. They limited the Holy One of Israel. Wealth is a matter of consciousness. The French have a legend giving an example of this. A poor man was walking along a road when he met a traveler who stopped him and said, "My good friend, I see you are poor. Take this gold nugget, sell it, and you will be rich all your days." The man was overjoyed at his good fortune and took the nugget home. He immediately found work and became so prosperous that he did not sell the nugget. Years passed and he became a very rich man. One day, he met a poor man on the road. He stopped him and said, "My good friend, I will give you this gold nugget, which if you sell, will make you rich for life." The mendicant took the nugget, had it valued, and found it was only brass. So we see the first man became rich through feeling rich, thinking the nugget was gold. Every man has within himself a gold nugget. It is his consciousness of gold, of opulence, which brings riches into his life. In making his demands, man begins at his journey's end. That is, he declares he has already received. Before ye call, I shall answer. Continually affirming establishes the belief in the subconscious. It would not be necessary to make an affirmation more than once if one had perfect faith. One should not plead or supplicate, but give thanks repeatedly that he has received. The desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. This rejoicing, which is yet in the desert, state of consciousness, opens the way for release. The Lord's Prayer is in the form of command and demand. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors, and ends in praise, for thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Concerning the works of my hands, command ye me. So prayer is command and demand, praise and thanksgiving. The student's work is in making himself believe that with God, all things are possible. This is easy enough to state in the abstract, but a little more difficult when confronted with a problem. For example, it was necessary for a woman to demonstrate a large sum of money within a stated time. She knew she must do something to get a realization, for realization is manifestation, and she demanded a lead. She was walking through a department store when she saw a very beautiful pink enamel paper cutter. She felt the pull towards it. The thought came, I haven't a paper cutter good enough to open letters containing large checks. So she bought the paper cutter, which the reasoning mind would have called an extravagance. When she held it in her hand, she had a flash of a picture of herself opening an envelope containing a large check, and in a few weeks, she received the money. The pink paper cutter was her bridge of active faith. Many stories are told of the power of the subconscious when directed in faith. For example, a man was spending the night in a farmhouse. The windows of the room had been nailed down, and in the middle of the night, he felt suffocated and made his way in the dark to the window. He could not open it, so he smashed the pane with his fist, drew in drafts of fine, fresh air, and had a wonderful night's sleep. The next morning, he found he had smashed the glass of a bookcase, and the window had remained closed during the whole night. He had supplied himself with oxygen simply by his thought of oxygen. When a student starts out to demonstrate, he should never turn back. Let not that man who wavers think that he shall receive anything of the Lord. A student once made this wonderful statement: "When I ask the Father for anything, I put my foot down and I say, 'Father, I'll take nothing less than I've asked for, but more.' So man should never compromise. Having done all, stand. This is sometimes the most difficult time of demonstrating. The temptation comes to give up, to turn back, to compromise. He also serves who only stands and waits." Demonstrations often come at the 11th hour because man then lets go, that is, stops reasoning, and infinite intelligence has a chance to work. Man's dreary desires are answered drearily, and his impatient desires long delayed or violently fulfilled. For example, a woman asked me why it was she was constantly losing or breaking her glasses. We found she often said to herself and others with vexation, "I wish I could get rid of my glasses." So her impatient desire was violently fulfilled. What she should have demanded was perfect eyesight, but what she registered in the subconscious was simply the impatient desire to be rid of her glasses, so they were continually being broken or lost. Two attitudes of mind cause loss: depreciation, as in the case of the woman who did not appreciate her husband, or fear of loss, which makes a picture of loss in the subconscious. When a student is able to let go of his problem, cast his burden, he will have instantaneous manifestation. For example, a woman was out during a very stormy day and her umbrella was blown inside out. She was about to make a call on some people whom she had never met, and she did not wish to make her first appearance with a dilapidated umbrella. She could not throw it away, as it did not belong to her. So in desperation, she exclaimed, "Oh God, you take charge of this umbrella. I don't know what to do." A moment later, a voice behind her said, "Lady, do you want your umbrella mended?" There stood an umbrella mender. She replied, "Indeed, I do." The man mended the umbrella while she went into the house to pay her call, and when she returned, she had a good umbrella. So there is always an umbrella mender at hand on man's pathway when one puts the umbrella or situation in God's hands. One should always follow a denial with an affirmation. For example, I was called on the phone late one night to treat a man whom I had never seen. He was apparently very ill. I made the statement, "I deny this appearance of disease. It is unreal, therefore cannot register in his consciousness. This man is a perfect idea in divine mind, pure substance expressing perfection." The next morning he was much better, and the following day out attending to his business. There is no time or space in divine mind. Therefore the word reaches instantly its destination and does not return void. I have treated patients in Europe and have found that the result was instantaneous. I am asked so often the difference between visualizing and visioning. Visualizing is a mental process governed by the reasoning or conscious mind. Visioning is a spiritual process governed by intuition or the superconscious mind. The student should train his mind to receive these flashes of inspiration and work out the divine pictures through definite leads. When a man can say, "I desire only that which God desires for me," his false desires fade from the consciousness, and a new set of blueprints is given him by the master architect, the God within. God's plan for each man transcends the limitation of the reasoning mind and is always the square of life, containing health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Many a man is building for himself in imagination a bungalow when he should be building a palace. If a student tries to force a demonstration through the reasoning mind, he brings it to a standstill. I will hasten it, saith the Lord. He should act only through intuition or definite leads. Rest in the Lord and wait patiently. Trust also in him, and he will bring it to pass. I have seen the law work in the most astonishing manner. For example, a student stated that it was necessary for her to have $100 by the following day. It was a debt of vital importance which had to be met. I spoke the word, declaring spirit was never too late and that the supply was at hand. That evening, she phoned me of the miracle. She said that the thought came to her to go to her safety deposit box at the bank to examine some papers. She looked over the papers, and at the bottom of the box was a new $100 bill. She was astounded and said she knew she had never put it there, for she had gone through the papers many times. It may have been a materialization as Jesus Christ materialized the loaves and fishes. Man will reach the stage where his word is made flesh or materialized instantly. The fields ripe with the harvest will manifest immediately as in all of the miracles of Jesus Christ. There is a tremendous power alone in the name Jesus Christ. It stands for truth made manifest. He said, "Whatsoever ye ask the Father in ye name, he will give it to you." The power of this name raises the student into the fourth dimension, where he is freed from all astral and psychic influences, and he becomes unconditioned and absolute, as God himself is unconditioned and absolute. I have seen many healings accomplished by using the words in the name of Jesus Christ. Christ was both person and principle, and the Christ within each man is his Redeemer and salvation. The Christ within is his own fourth dimensional self, the man made in God's image and likeness. This is the self which has never failed, never known sickness or sorrow, was never born, and has never died. It is the resurrection and the life of each man. No man cometh to the Father save by the Son, means that God, the universal, working on the place of the particular, becomes the Christ in man, and the Holy Ghost means God in action. So daily, man is manifesting the Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Man should make an art of thinking. The master thinker is an artist and is careful to paint only the divine designs upon the canvas of his mind, and he paints these pictures with masterly strokes of power and decision, having perfect faith that there is no power to mar their perfection, and that they shall manifest in his life the ideal made real. All power is given man through right thinking to bring his heaven upon his earth, and this is the goal of the game of life. The simple rules are fearless faith, non-resistance, and love. May each reader be now freed from that thing which has held him in bondage through the ages, standing between him and his own, and know the truth which makes him free, free to fulfill his destiny, to bring into manifestation the divine design of his life, health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Denials and affirmations. For prosperity. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways. For right conditions. Every plan my Father in heaven has not planned shall be dissolved and dissipated, and the divine idea now comes to pass. For right conditions. Only that which is true of God is true of me, for I and the Father are one. For faith. As I am one with God, I am one with my good, for God is both the giver and the gift. I cannot separate the giver from the gift. for right conditions. Divine love now dissolves and dissipates every wrong condition in my mind, body, and affairs. Divine love is the most powerful chemical in the universe and dissolves everything which is not of itself. For health. Divine love floods my consciousness with health, and every cell in my body is filled with light. For eyesight. My eyes are God's eyes. I see with the eyes of spirit. I see clearly the open way. There are no obstacles on my pathway. I see clearly the perfect plan. For guidance. I am divinely sensitive to my intuitive leads and give instant obedience to thy will. For the hearing. My ears are God's ears. I hear with the ears of spirit. I am non-resistant and am willing to be led. I hear glad tidings of great joy. For right work. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give a perfect service for perfect pay. For freedom from all bondage. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the channel. If you're passionate about trading and want to master not just the markets, but your own mind, you're in the right place. Today, we're diving into one of the most powerful books on trading psychology, Mastering the Mental Game of Trading by Steve Goldstein. This book goes deep into what really separates successful traders from the rest. And trust me, it's not just strategy, it's mindset. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Your support keeps us going and helps more traders discover this valuable content. So sit back, relax, and let's begin this journey into mastering the mental game of trading. Chapter 1, The Mental Game, Mastering Yourself, the Key to Trading Mastery. Welcome to the mental battlefield of trading, where your biggest competitor isn't the market, it's you. In this opening chapter, Steve Goldstein invites us into a world that many traders overlook, the inner game. And this, he says, is where the real edge lies. Goldstein doesn't start with charts or indicators. No, he begins with something far more powerful, you, the trader. Because the truth is, it doesn't matter how advanced your strategies are if you can't manage the one thing that matters most, your mind. With decades of experience as both a trader and a coach, Steve has watched talented individuals rise and fall, not because of poor analysis, but because of unchecked emotions, limiting beliefs, and self-sabotaging habits. And he's crystal clear. Psychological mastery is not just an advantage, it's essential. He introduces a key distinction in this chapter between the outer game of trading, your technical skills, strategies, analysis, and the inner game, your mindset, emotional control, self-awareness. Most traders spend years mastering the former, but it's the latter that separates the consistently successful from the constantly struggling. Why? Because trading is a performance activity that plays out under intense pressure, uncertainty, and constant feedback. You're not just making decisions, you're reacting to wins, losses, surprises, and doubts. And each one of those moments becomes a mirror, reflecting your deepest fears and hopes. Goldstein paints this clearly. In trading, you don't just trade the markets, you trade your beliefs, your emotions, your identity. That's why he puts such strong emphasis on the inner game. Because until you truly understand yourself, your patterns, triggers, fears, and strengths, you'll be at the mercy of forces within you that you barely notice. But this isn't just a call for self-help. This is trader development at its core. The journey to trading excellence, Steve says, begins with self-awareness. The ability to observe yourself, your thoughts, your impulses, your reactions in real time. And from there, to evolve. The market rewards those who know themselves, who can stay grounded when things go sideways, who can act with clarity instead of emotion, and who can adapt, grow, and recover. Because let's face it, everyone faces fear, doubt, and frustration. But the ones who master the mental game, they learn to use those emotions as feedback, They don't suppress them. They work with them, skillfully and deliberately. Your performance as a trader is a reflection of your relationship with yourself. Mastering the market begins with mastering your mind. This is the foundation. Without it, even the best strategy will crumble under pressure. Chapter 2, Introducing the Performance Process Cycle. Picture this. You step into the market, not just with a strategy in hand, but with a calm mind, clear intention, and sharp focus. You're not reacting. You're performing. That's not luck. That's process. In this chapter, Steve Goldstein reveals what he calls the performance process cycle, a 4-phase mental model designed to help traders navigate the psychological demands of trading. Think of it as your internal GPS for navigating uncertainty, risk, and high-stakes decisions. Now, let's break it down. The cycle moves through 4 key stages. 1, being. This is where it all begins. It's your state of mind before you even place a trade. Are you grounded? Are you present? Or are you stressed, rushed, and clouded by emotion? Goldstein emphasizes that trading doesn't start with a click. It starts with who you are before the click. This phase is about awareness, readiness, and alignment. Number 2, production. This is the moment you step into action. You're analyzing, planning, preparing to take a position. But here's the twist. It's not just about strategy. It's about making decisions with clarity amidst uncertainty. Goldstein says, good production is about being deliberate, not reactive. It's about staying focused on what you can control, even when markets are anything but. 3, performance. Now you're live. You're in the trade. Your heart's pounding. Markets are moving. This is the heat of the moment. And this is where most traders either shine or spiral. The performance phase tests your discipline, your emotional regulation, and your ability to stay in process, to trust your edge without getting hijacked by fear or greed. 4, letting go. This might just be the most overlooked stage. It's the ability to step back, win or lose, and release attachment to the outcome. Goldstein describes this as a superpower. Letting go doesn't mean not caring. It means not clinging. It allows you to reset, reflect, and prepare for the next trade with a clean mental slate. Now, here's the magic. This isn't a one-time thing. It's a cycle, a living, breathing rhythm that flows through every trading day, every decision, every outcome. It creates structure in chaos. It brings discipline without rigidity and objectivity without detachment. What makes this model powerful is its simplicity and its realism. It acknowledges that traders aren't machines. We're human. We get tired. We get emotional. And this cycle gives us a way to manage that humanity, not ignore it. The performance process cycle gives you a structured way to prepare, act, adapt, and recover in the markets. It's your personal feedback loop for mental clarity, consistent execution, and growth. Chapter 3, the behavioral gap. Let's get real. Every trader at some point has looked back at a decision and thought, why on earth did I do that? The setup was clear, the plan was solid, and yet something got in the way. That something? That's what Steve Goldstein calls the behavioral gap. He shines a bright light on the space between what you could achieve, your true trading potential, and what you actually achieve in the markets. And the culprit behind this gap? Not your lack of knowledge, not poor strategy. It's your own psychology. This is where things get deeply personal. Goldstein walks us through the hidden forces that distort our decisions. Fear of losing, fear of missing out, the need to be right, overconfidence, hesitation, revenge trading. The list goes on. These aren't just abstract emotions. They are powerful disruptors that hijack your process in real time, often without you even noticing. You know that moment when you're in a winning trade and you cut it too early because you got nervous? Or when you double down on a loser, hoping it'll turn around because your ego can't take the loss? That's the behavioral gap in action. Goldstein explains that the problem isn't having emotions. Emotions are part of being human. The problem is letting those emotions run the show. That's what creates inconsistency. That's what blocks growth. That's what widens the gap. But here's the good news. This gap isn't permanent. It's malleable. Goldstein offers the tools to start closing it. He encourages traders to observe their patterns, not judge, not suppress, but observe. Because awareness is the first step. The more you understand how your emotions show up in your trading, the more you can anticipate them and eventually navigate through them. He also stresses the importance of self-reflection, journaling, and feedback loops. These aren't just checkboxes, they're mirrors, and they help you make the unconscious conscious. But perhaps the most powerful message here is this: the behavioral gap is not a flaw in your system, it is the system. And the moment you decide to work with your psychology, instead of fighting it or ignoring it, you begin to trade from a place of clarity rather than chaos. Your biggest edge isn't out there in the market, it's within you. Address the emotional and behavioral flaws holding you back, and your performance will rise to meet your potential. Chapter 4, the two risk approaches, player approach versus house approach. In the world of trading, everyone's looking for an edge. But what if your real edge isn't in your setup? It's in the way you think about risk. Steve Goldstein introduces a powerful lens for understanding trader behavior, something he calls the two approaches theory. It's not about strategies or timeframes. It's about your philosophy of risk. And it boils down to this: are you trading like a player or like the house? Let's start with the player approach. This is the classic image of a risk taker. The player is out there making bold calls, swinging for the fences, driven by instinct, gut feeling, or a strong market view. It's an approach rooted in conviction, sometimes even ego. The player wants to be right. They love the thrill, the rush, the idea of outsmarting the market. But here's the catch: the player lives and dies by the outcome of individual trades. If things go well, they win big. But if things go sideways, and let's face it, the market doesn't care how confident you are, they're exposed. Emotionally, financially, mentally. Now flip the coin, and you get the house approach. Think of a casino. The house doesn't need to win every hand. It doesn't bet on outcomes. It bets on probabilities. It has a system, and it trusts that system. The house controls risk, sets limits, and plays the long game. It focuses on process, not prediction. Goldstein explains that traders operating from the house mindset are detached from individual outcomes. They don't get rattled by a single loss because they understand trading is a numbers game. It's about consistency, not perfection. The contrast is striking, and it matters, because many traders say they want consistency, but they operate like players. They're reactive, emotional, and heavily attached to being right. And that creates misalignment, a deep disconnect between how they think and how they trade. Goldstein's insight here is sharp. Neither approach is wrong. But what's dangerous is not knowing which one you're actually using. He urges traders to identify their natural bias. Are you more intuitive and expressive? You might lean player. More analytical and disciplined? You may be a natural house. But more importantly, ask yourself, does your approach to risk match your mindset and personality? If not, you're setting yourself up for internal conflict and inconsistent results. He also warns against flipping unconsciously between the two. That leads to chaos. One day you're taking wild bets. The next, you're risk-averse and paralyzed. This back and forth confuses your internal system and erodes your edge. The solution? Clarity, alignment, conscious choice. When you understand your preferred risk approach, you stop trying to be someone you're not. You build a style that fits you. And that's when trading becomes more natural, more sustainable, and more successful. Know thyself and trade accordingly. When your risk approach aligns with your mindset, you unlock flow, confidence, and resilience. Chapter 5, the two risk approaches in trading. Steve Goldstein introduced us to the two risk approaches, the player and the house. It was all about philosophy. But now, in Chapter 5, he takes it a step deeper into real-world trading application. Because let's be honest, knowing the theory is one thing, but how do you actually apply it to the chaos and pressure of live markets? Goldstein starts by helping us see that these two approaches are not just mental models. They're living strategies that show up differently in trading styles, decision-making, and risk behaviors. Let's break them down again, but now from a practical lens. The player approach in trading is fast, intuitive, and bold. Think of the discretionary trader who thrives on short-term setups, who's not afraid to take a shot when they feel the timing is right. It's high conviction, high risk, and often high emotion. But when it works, it can be explosive. The key here is that the player needs strong emotional agility, the ability to bounce back from being wrong, to handle drawdowns, and to stay composed even when flying close to the flame. Now, the house approach in trading is methodical, data-driven, and risk-controlled. It's the trader who builds systems, follows rules, tests ideas, and trusts in long-term probabilities. There's less drama, but more consistency. It's about edge over time, not big bets on bold ideas. For this to succeed, the trader needs discipline, patience, and trust in the process, even when the short term feels uncertain or frustrating. Goldstein offers examples of how these approaches fit into actual trading behaviors. A player-style trader might thrive in volatile, fast-moving markets, like intraday trading during earnings season or scalping news events. They can think on their feet, adapt, and strike quickly. A house-style trader might perform best in trend-following or systematic strategies, where entry and exit rules are predefined and emotional bias is minimized. But here's the core message of the chapter. There is no right approach. There is only the one that's right for you. Goldstein emphasizes that your trading approach must reflect your psychological profile. Are you naturally intuitive, spontaneous, and energetic? You may lean player. Are you more analytical, measured, and risk-averse? The house style might suit you better. He warns against the danger of copying someone else's style just because it seems successful. That often leads to friction, inner conflict, poor decision-making, and inconsistent performance. Why? Because your strategy might be solid, but if it doesn't match your mindset, you won't execute it well. He also introduces the idea that some traders can blend the two, developing a hybrid approach. But again, this requires deep self-awareness and careful structure. Without clarity, hybrids can turn into confusion. Ultimately, what Goldstein wants us to see is this: trading is personal, deeply personal, and success comes not from forcing yourself into someone else's mold, but from crafting an approach that honors who you are. Key takeaway? The closer your trading style aligns with your natural psychology, the more effortlessly you'll execute, and the more consistent your results will become. Chapter 6, the two approaches and the trader's psychological contract. In trading, the most important contract you'll ever sign isn't with a broker, it's with yourself. The psychological contract is a silent agreement you make deep down, aligning your trading approach with your personal goals, values, and beliefs. And when you get this right, everything else in your trading life falls into place. Goldstein explains that every trader, consciously or unconsciously, has a set of values and goals that influence their risk approach. If you're someone who values quick results, high stakes, and emotional engagement, then the player approach might feel like home. But if you value consistency, calculated risks, and long-term growth, the house approach will resonate more deeply. The trouble arises when there's a misalignment between your approach and your deeper values. For example, if your heart says you're a consistent long-term thinker, house, but your actions are impulsive, speculative, and risk-hungry, player, you'll end up in internal conflict. That's when self-doubt, frustration, and inconsistency creep in, affecting your performance. Goldstein emphasizes that the key to a successful psychological contract is clarity. When you're clear on what you value, what you truly want, and how you want to trade, you can create a mental space that is aligned with your decisions. It's about consciously choosing the approach that feels natural to you and then sticking to it, so you can avoid the psychological tension that happens when you're trying to trade in a way that doesn't fit who you are. A well-aligned psychological contract also means recognizing that consistency is the goal, not necessarily perfection. It's about being comfortable in your approach, knowing that you'll face wins and losses, but you'll navigate them with clarity and purpose. When your actions align with your beliefs, your trading becomes less about reacting and more about executing a strategy you genuinely believe in. That's when the mental game of trading becomes a lot easier and a lot more rewarding. Chapter 7, Positive Expectancy. Think about the most successful traders you know. What sets them apart? It's not luck. It's not insider information. It's the edge they carry with them. Steve Goldstein introduces the concept of positive expectancy, which is essentially the statistical edge that gives traders an advantage in the market over time. Now, positive expectancy isn't something that guarantees success in every single trade. But when you have an edge, it means that, on average, your strategy is designed to make you profitable over the long term. It's the idea that your wins outweigh your losses in a way that creates growth. The power lies in staying consistent and sticking to the plan. Goldstein emphasizes that psychological discipline is the key to truly capitalizing on this edge. Because here's the thing, just because you have an edge doesn't mean you'll automatically profit. You have to be able to execute consistently without being swayed by fear, greed, or impatience. It's all about trusting your edge and letting it play out over time, rather than jumping in and out of trades based on momentary emotions. Goldstein gives real-world examples of traders who, despite having a clear edge, struggle with their mental game. They enter trades not based on their strategy, but because they're emotionally reacting to the market. And guess what? This undermines their edge, because their results are based on impulses, not a consistent system. Focus is everything. Having a strategy that gives you a positive expectancy is only part of the equation. You also need the mental clarity to stay on track, even when the market tests you. Goldstein advises that when you start doubting your edge or get too attached to short-term outcomes, you're already stepping off the path to success. The bottom line? Your edge is only as strong as your ability to stick with it. When you stay mentally focused, when you manage your emotions, and when you trust your process, you're setting yourself up to capitalize on the advantage you've worked so hard to develop. Your edge isn't just in your strategy, it's in your mindset. Mental focus and discipline are what sustain your edge over time. Chapter 8, the being phase. Before you make a single trade, there's something crucial you need to do. It's not about charts, setups, or indicators. It's about preparing your mind. This is the focus of the being phase. In this phase, Goldstein dives deep into the mental preparation required to trade effectively. He talks about the importance of entering a mindful state, being present and calm. You can't trade well if your mind is scattered, overwhelmed, or reacting impulsively. So, Goldstein introduces practices like mindfulness and visualization to help you achieve clarity and mental focus before you even enter the market. Mindfulness, in particular, allows you to clear your mind of distractions and tune in to what's happening in the present moment. It's about quieting the noise, the market's fluctuations, your thoughts and emotional responses, and creating space for objective, calm decision-making. Goldstein also emphasizes the power of visualization. When you visualize yourself executing a trade with confidence and discipline, you're mentally rehearsing your ideal behavior. Visualization primes you to act from a place of clarity instead of reacting impulsively when things get chaotic. It's about setting the right mental tone for the day, so you're ready to make decisions based on your strategy, not your emotions. This phase is all about reducing impulsive decisions. The market will throw uncertainty, fear, and excitement at you. But if you enter the market with a grounded mindset, you're much more likely to stay calm and follow your plan. Goldstein explains that mental preparation isn't just a nice to have, it's essential. A trader who skips this phase will likely jump into the market with tension, impatience, or emotional attachment to outcomes, which sets them up for reactive, emotional decisions. But when you begin with a calm mind, focused, present, and centered, you've already given yourself the best chance for effective trading. A calm mind sets the stage for success. When you prepare mentally before diving into the market, you'll make decisions that align with your strategy, not your impulses. Chapter 9, Trading, the Ego, and the 3 Ps of High Performance. In trading, your biggest enemy isn't the market. It's often your own ego. Ego can cloud your judgment, trigger impulsive decisions, and lead you away from your best strategy. Goldstein digs deep into this powerful force and explains how it can sabotage your performance if left unchecked. The ego in trading is the part of you that wants to be right, the part that takes losses personally, and the part that gets frustrated when the market doesn't go your way. When ego takes over, it can push you to make trades based on pride or fear, rather than logic and strategy. This chapter is all about recognizing and managing that ego to stay on track. Goldstein introduces the 3 Ps of high performance as a framework for taming the ego and keeping yourself in a state of flow. These 3 Ps, purpose, process, and presence, serve as your mental anchor when the market tries to throw you off course. Purpose. Know why you're trading. What's your long-term vision? What drives you to trade? When you have a clear sense of purpose, your ego takes a back seat. You're no longer chasing immediate gratification or validation. You're focused on the bigger picture. Process. This is your system, your strategy. Trusting the process means sticking to your plan, regardless of what the market is doing or how your ego is trying to influence you. The process is something you can control, unlike the market's unpredictable nature. It's a way to keep the ego in check and avoid making decisions based on emotions. Presence. This is all about being in the moment, focusing on what's happening right now, not what happened on the last trade or what might happen on the next one. Presence allows you to respond, not react to the market. It helps you stay calm, grounded, and clear-headed, especially when emotions run high. Goldstein explains that when you focus on these 3 Ps, purpose, process, and presence, you're effectively creating a mental shield against the ego's disruptive forces. Instead of making decisions based on your desire to win or your fear of losing, you're acting from a place of discipline, clarity, and confidence. When you can manage your ego and stay connected to the 3 Ps, trading stops being a battle between you and the market. It becomes a process of high performance, where each decision is based on strategy, not emotion. Control your ego and embrace the 3 Ps. Purpose, process, and presence to enhance your performance and make trading a smoother, more rewarding experience. Chapter 10, What the Market Wants for You. In trading, it's easy to get caught up in the idea that you're constantly battling the market, trying to outsmart it or force it to bend to your will. But Goldstein flips that narrative in this chapter. He personifies the market as something you need to align with, not fight. The market is not an enemy. It's a force, constantly shifting, evolving, and moving based on countless variables. And as a trader, your job isn't to control it, it's to understand it, respect it, and adapt to it. When you can do that, you create a powerful foundation for success. Goldstein stresses that humility is a key element of this mindset. You can't force the market to do what you want. Instead, you need to approach it with a sense of humility. Acknowledge that the market doesn't care about your positions or your opinions. It will move as it moves, and your job is to adapt to those movements. The market will test you. It will throw surprises, unpredictability, and losses your way. But the traders who thrive are the ones who can stay flexible and embrace the uncertainty. By respecting the market's nature, you build the mental strength to stay grounded and focused, no matter how chaotic things get. Goldstein also emphasizes that adaptability is a trader's superpower. Instead of resisting the market's movements or trying to predict them with certainty, successful traders flow with the market. They adjust their strategies, remain open to new opportunities, and stay humble in their approach. This adaptability not only protects you from unnecessary losses, but it also enhances your ability to spot profitable opportunities when they arise. By respecting the market's inherent nature, you create an environment where your trading mindset becomes one of openness, learning, and resilience. Rather than battling the market, you are working with it, making decisions with a sense of calm and understanding. When you respect the market, rather than fighting against it, you foster the mental resilience needed to navigate both the ups and downs of trading. Adaptability and humility are your allies in this journey. Chapter 11, The Power of Purpose. In trading, there are times when the market feels like a whirlwind, pulling you in different directions, making you second-guess your decisions and pushing you to act impulsively. But in the midst of that chaos, there's one thing that can keep you grounded: purpose. Goldstein dives into how having a clear sense of purpose can drive disciplined, focused, and successful trading. Without purpose, trading can feel aimless, like you're just floating from one trade to the next without a real goal in sight. But when you know why you're trading, what you're working toward, and what values drive you, every decision becomes easier to make. You can stay focused, avoid distractions, and make decisions that align with your bigger goals. Goldstein offers exercises to help you define your personal trading goals, questions that make you reflect on what really matters to you as a trader. What do you want from trading in the long run? What values do you hold most dear? When you align your actions with those values, you create a solid foundation for decision-making. It's not about chasing profits or trying to win at every trade. It's about staying true to your deeper motivations. The power of purpose is that it gives you something to return to, especially when the market feels overwhelming or when your emotions are running high. When you face setbacks or losses, your purpose is what keeps you moving forward. It helps you view challenges as part of the journey, not as reasons to quit or act impulsively. Purpose becomes your anchor, your guiding light, ensuring that each trade aligns with your long-term vision. Goldstein reminds us that a strong sense of purpose also serves as a source of motivation. There will be tough days, moments of doubt, and frustration, but when you're clear on your purpose, it gives you the strength to continue, to push through, and to stay disciplined in your approach. Having a clear purpose is what keeps your mind focused, your actions aligned with your values, and your motivation high, no matter what the market throws your way. Chapter 12, The Trader's Bargain with Their Self. In trading, there's a silent, often overlooked agreement that every successful trader makes, and that's the bargain with themselves. It's a commitment to discipline, a promise to stay true to the process, and a decision to consistently honor your strategy. Goldstein explains that this bargain is about more than just making a decision once. It's about making an ongoing commitment to yourself, even when things get tough. It's easy to promise yourself that you'll stick to a strategy in theory, but the real test comes when the market presents opportunities to break your own rules. That's when your internal bargain really matters. To maintain consistency in your trading, you need to make sure that this agreement is clear and unbreakable. You're not just trading for profits. You're trading to stay true to your commitment, to yourself, your process, and your growth. Every time you follow your strategy and stay disciplined, you honor that bargain. And with each small victory of discipline, you build stronger mental resilience. Goldstein emphasizes that self-commitment is the cornerstone of this bargain. It's not about relying on willpower alone. It's about aligning your actions with your values and sticking to your plan because you've made a promise to yourself. This commitment gives you the strength to stay consistent, even when emotions or impulses try to pull you off track. The key here is to remind yourself of the importance of the process. The market will always be unpredictable, but the way you approach it doesn't have to be. This internal agreement gives you a structure to fall back on so you can trade with confidence, knowing that you're honoring your commitment to your strategy, not letting momentary emotions dictate your decisions. A solid bargain with yourself, your commitment to discipline and process, strengthens mental discipline and ensures consistency no matter what the market throws your way. Chapter 13, Detached Curiosity. In the world of trading, emotions can cloud judgment, leading to impulsive decisions that stray from your strategy. But what if you could observe the market without getting emotionally involved? Goldstein introduces the concept of detached curiosity, a powerful mindset that allows you to approach the market with a neutral, non-judgmental stance. The key to detached curiosity is all about observing without getting emotionally attached to the outcome. When you approach the market with curiosity, you stop seeing trades as personal wins or losses. Instead, you start viewing them as data points, valuable information that helps you learn, adapt, and improve over time. This mindset keeps you objective and prevents emotional biases from influencing your decisions. Goldstein shares several techniques to cultivate this mindset. One of the most powerful is to step back and reflect on your emotions without judgment. If you feel excitement, fear, or frustration, simply acknowledge those emotions without letting them dictate your next move. By observing your emotional state, you create space between yourself and the market, giving you the clarity needed to make rational decisions. He also discusses how curiosity can be a tool for growth. Instead of reacting to market movements with fear or greed, you can use curiosity to ask questions like, why did the market move in this direction? What can I learn from this? This shift in perspective allows you to be more open to new information and better prepared to adapt your strategy. Goldstein emphasizes that neutral observation doesn't mean you're detached from your goals or from the market. It simply means you're not attached to specific outcomes. By letting go of emotional attachment to wins or losses, you become more resilient and better equipped to handle the unpredictability of the market. Neutral observation through detached curiosity is a powerful tool for improving your decision-making. It helps you avoid emotional biases and approach trading with a calm, objective mindset. Chapter 14, Presence, Your True Self. In the fast-paced world of trading, it's easy to get caught up in the rush of emotions, fear of loss, greed for gain, or excitement over a quick win. But Goldstein teaches us that the key to successful trading is staying present, connecting with your true self. When you're fully present, you're free from these emotional distractions, able to make decisions based on clarity and focus, not impulse. Goldstein explains that presence is about being in the moment, fully immersed in the task at hand, without being pulled by past mistakes or future anxieties. It's a state of mindful awareness, where you're not focused on the outcome of any single trade, but on making the right decisions in the moment. This is where your true self can thrive, unaffected by fear or greed. To cultivate this presence, Goldstein offers several mindfulness practices. One of the simplest yet most effective is taking a few deep breaths before each trade. This helps you center yourself, calm your mind, and prepare for clear, focused decision-making. Another practice is to regularly check in with yourself during the day, asking, am I present or am I being pulled by emotions? These moments of reflection help you stay grounded and make conscious choices instead of reacting out of fear or excitement. Goldstein highlights that being present allows you to be objective in your approach. When you're present, you're not attached to outcomes. You're just focused on the process and trusting your strategy. It's about letting go of external pressures and tuning into the market with an open mind. Presence also fosters mental resilience. Trading is filled with ups and downs, but when you're anchored in the present, setbacks don't derail you. You're able to stay focused on your strategy and maintain clarity even when the market gets chaotic. By embracing presence, you empower yourself to make decisions based on your plan, not on momentary emotions. Presence, being fully in the moment, enhances your clarity and focus, allowing you to trade from a place of calm, free from the influence of fear and greed. Chapter 15, Effective Journaling. In trading, self-awareness is key to growth, and one of the best tools to build that awareness is journaling. Goldstein introduces journaling not just as a task to track your trades, but as a powerful tool for self-reflection. Through journaling, you can analyze not only your actions, but also the emotions driving those actions, helping you improve your strategies over time. Goldstein stresses that journaling should go beyond just noting down profits and losses. It's about capturing your emotional state during each trade. How did you feel before the trade? Was there any fear, excitement, or impatience that influenced your decisions? After the trade, how did you feel? Proud, frustrated, calm, or stressed? By consistently reflecting on these emotions, you can gain a deeper understanding of how your feelings affect your performance. Goldstein provides templates for effective trade analysis. These templates help guide your journaling process, ensuring you record important details like the trade setup, the rationale behind your decision, and the outcome. He encourages traders to note what went right and what went wrong in each trade, but also to reflect on how emotions influence those outcomes. This helps you identify patterns in your behavior and adjust accordingly, fostering a mindset of continuous improvement. One of the most powerful benefits of journaling is that it promotes discipline. By holding yourself accountable for your actions and emotions, you reinforce the importance of sticking to your strategy, even when emotions try to pull you in different directions. This practice builds consistency, helping you make decisions based on your plan, not your impulses. Goldstein also notes that journaling creates a space for growth. As you track your trades over time, you begin to see trends in your thinking, behavior, and emotions. This self-awareness allows you to make adjustments, refine your strategies, and ultimately become a more disciplined and focused trader. Journaling helps build self-awareness and discipline, enabling you to track emotions, reflect on your decisions, and refine your strategies for better trading performance. Chapter 16, the production phase. The production phase is where the rubber meets the road in trading. It's the part of the process where you actively identify market opportunities and make decisions based on your strategy. However, Goldstein emphasizes the importance of maintaining objectivity during this phase, because the market is filled with both valuable signals and distracting noise. The challenge lies in recognizing the valid signals and filtering out everything else. Goldstein discusses how easy it is to get overwhelmed by the constant flow of market information. With so many charts, news updates, and price movements, it can be tempting to jump on every opportunity that presents itself. But here's where discipline plays a critical role. You need to stick to your plan, focus on the signals that align with your strategy, and avoid being lured by irrelevant noise that can lead to poor decisions. The key to effective signal recognition is learning to separate emotion from analysis. Often, fear or greed can make us see things that aren't there, causing us to act impulsively. But when you approach the market with clear, rational thinking, you're more likely to make decisions based on objective analysis rather than emotional impulses. Goldstein also highlights that overtrading is one of the dangers of this phase. When you're constantly jumping into trades because you think there's an opportunity around every corner, you end up spreading yourself too thin and risking unnecessary losses. Maintaining discipline allows you to filter out the noise and focus only on the trades that align with your strategy, preventing overtrading and the emotional roller coaster that comes with it. Ultimately, the production phase is about precision and focus. It's not about trying to catch every move in the market, but about staying disciplined, recognizing valid signals, and acting on them with confidence. Discipline in signal recognition is crucial to prevent overtrading and ensures that you're making decisions based on objective analysis rather than emotional impulses. Chapter 17, preparing to make an educated guess. Trading is often framed as making educated guesses in a world full of uncertainty. Goldstein acknowledges that no one can predict the market with complete certainty. Instead, successful traders make decisions based on probabilities, assessing the likelihood of various outcomes based on available data. The key, then, is to approach each trade with a structured analysis that allows you to make confident, informed guesses rather than acting on blind intuition. Goldstein discusses how uncertainty is an inherent part of trading. The market will never provide clear, straightforward answers. There will always be an element of risk. But that doesn't mean traders are flying blind. By conducting thorough analysis, looking at historical data, market patterns, and potential catalysts, you can make educated decisions about where the market might go next. One of the most important strategies he discusses is to assess probabilities. Instead of focusing on being right all the time, successful traders focus on the odds of a particular outcome. They weigh the potential reward against the risk, knowing that a series of well-calculated trades will lead to overall success, even if individual trades don't always go as planned. This mindset allows traders to embrace uncertainty and make decisions that are grounded in data rather than emotion. Goldstein also warns against the trap of overconfidence. It's easy to get caught up in the idea that you have a winning formula or a foolproof strategy. But this overconfidence can lead to reckless decision-making and poor risk management. Instead, he encourages traders to always remember that trading involves uncertainty, and even the most well-researched guess could be wrong. This humility helps traders avoid making reckless trades and helps maintain mental clarity when facing uncertainty. Goldstein emphasizes that structured analysis is what separates successful traders from those who fail. By assessing probabilities, avoiding overconfidence, and making educated guesses rather than emotional decisions, traders can increase their odds of success. Structured analysis is essential to making confident decisions in an uncertain market and helps avoid overconfidence by focusing on probabilities rather than certainty. Chapter 18, the map is not the terrain. In trading, just like in navigation, we often rely on models, strategies, or plans to guide our decisions. However, Goldstein warns that these models are just simplifications. They are not the reality. He uses the metaphor of a map. A map may guide you in a general direction, but it's never an exact replica of the terrain you're navigating. In the same way, trading models, though helpful, can never capture the full complexity of the market. The key to success is flexibility, the ability to adapt to the constantly changing landscape of the market. Goldstein emphasizes that rigid thinking based solely on a model can be dangerous. When traders become too attached to a strategy or model, they risk ignoring the dynamic nature of the market. Markets change, new information becomes available, and situations evolve. A strategy that worked well in one market environment might not be effective in another. Therefore, successful traders need to understand that their models are guides, not absolute truths, and they must remain open to adjustments as the market evolves. This is where adaptability plays a crucial role. By staying flexible and being willing to adjust your approach based on changing conditions, you can overcome rigid thinking. Instead of sticking to a model that no longer works, you'll be able to adapt and evolve your strategy to remain aligned with current market conditions. This ability to pivot when necessary is what helps traders navigate through uncertainty and avoid costly mistakes. Goldstein reminds us that while strategies and models provide structure, the market itself is alive, unpredictable, and constantly changing. Traders who can embrace uncertainty and adapt quickly will have the mental resilience to handle whatever challenges arise. Adaptability is crucial in trading. A rigid approach based solely on models can hinder your success. Being flexible and willing to adjust ensures you stay aligned with the ever-changing market. Chapter 19, our natural limitations. As traders, we often think of ourselves as rational decision makers, but Goldstein highlights an important truth. Our natural limitations can significantly impact our performance. These limitations are cognitive and emotional in nature. They include factors like attention span, stress, and the tendency to overestimate our own abilities. Goldstein dives deep into how these limitations affect our trading and how we can become more aware of them to improve our performance. One of the most common limitations traders face is attention span. The market can be overwhelming with constant price movements, news, and data. Staying focused on the right information can be exhausting, and it's easy to get distracted by irrelevant noise. Goldstein stresses that cognitive overload can lead to poor decision-making and fatigue, which in turn negatively impacts your trades. Being aware of this limitation helps you manage your focus, ensuring you stay attentive to the most important information. Another significant limitation is stress. Trading inherently involves risk, and the emotional pressure can quickly build up. Stress leads to emotional reactions, such as anxiety or impulsiveness, which can cloud judgment. Goldstein suggests that developing techniques to manage stress, like mindfulness, relaxation exercises, or simply taking breaks, can greatly improve your mental clarity and ability to make rational decisions. Goldstein also points out that traders often have a tendency to overestimate their knowledge or abilities, a cognitive bias that can lead to overconfidence. This overconfidence can result in taking unnecessary risks or failing to stick to a strategy. Recognizing this bias allows traders to stay humble and continually reassess their decisions with a more critical eye. The main point is to be aware of the cognitive and emotional limitations that naturally arise in trading. By acknowledging these limitations, you can take steps to mitigate their impact. This might involve simplifying your decision-making process, learning to manage your stress, or recognizing when you're making decisions based on emotional impulses rather than objective analysis. Awareness of your natural limitations, whether cognitive or emotional, allows you to mitigate their impact, improving your performance and decision-making over time. Chapter 20, mental capital, time of day, and decision making. Goldstein introduces the concept of mental capital, your cognitive and emotional energy, and how it fluctuates throughout the day, impacting your decision making. He emphasizes that just as physical energy declines over time, so does our mental energy. This variation is crucial to consider when planning your trading day. Goldstein explains that mental clarity is at its peak during the early hours of the day for most traders, especially after a good night's rest. As the day progresses, mental fatigue sets in, making it harder to focus and make sound decisions. This is why timing your trades becomes so important. If you're trading during a time when your mental energy is low, you might find yourself more prone to impulsive decisions, overtrading, or missing critical market signals. To optimize your performance, Goldstein advises aligning your trading schedule with your natural energy patterns. This means taking advantage of the times when you're most mentally alert, often early in the day or after breaks, to make your most important trades. Conversely, during periods of mental fatigue, it's better to step back and avoid making big decisions. This strategic approach to timing your trades can significantly enhance your mental clarity, allowing you to make better, more confident decisions. Goldstein also points out that routine plays a role in managing mental capital. Establishing a daily routine that includes adequate rest, nutrition, and exercise can help maintain consistent mental energy throughout the day. By creating habits that support your cognitive and emotional well-being, you can extend your periods of optimal decision-making. The key takeaway here is that timing your trades in alignment with your natural mental rhythms can maximize your clarity and focus, leading to more effective decision-making. Optimizing your trading schedule based on your mental energy levels at different times of the day enhances mental clarity, ensuring better decisions and more successful trades. Chapter 21, Intuition and Trading. Goldstein delves into the concept of intuition in trading, describing it as a subconscious skill developed over time through experience. While trading often involves careful analysis and strategy, intuition plays a crucial role in helping traders make quick decisions when time is of the essence. It's not just a gut feeling. It's the culmination of past experiences, patterns, and knowledge that your brain has absorbed and can draw upon instantly. Goldstein explains that intuition in trading is not something mystical, but rather a mental shortcut. As traders gain more experience, they begin to recognize subtle patterns or shifts in the market that they may not even consciously notice. Their brain processes this information quickly and produces an intuitive response. This ability to make instant decisions is invaluable, especially in fast-moving markets where there's no time to analyze every detail. However, Goldstein also stresses that intuition must complement analytical skills, not replace them. Intuition is most effective when it is informed by a solid foundation of knowledge and experience. If a trader has spent enough time analyzing charts, understanding market behavior, and learning from past trades, their intuition will become a valuable tool in decision-making. But relying solely on intuition without any analytical backup can lead to reckless decisions or biases. Goldstein provides examples where experienced traders relied on their intuition to make decisions that were not entirely backed by data, but worked out well because of their deep understanding of the market. He also notes that intuition is not infallible. It can be influenced by emotional states, cognitive biases, or overconfidence. Therefore, it's important to balance intuition with logic and remain aware of your emotional state. Intuition is a powerful tool for making quick decisions in trading, especially when combined with analytical skills. The more experience you gain, the sharper your intuition becomes, helping you navigate the complexities of the market with greater confidence and speed. Intuition complements analytical skills in trading, enabling quick, confident decisions when informed by experience and market knowledge. Chapter 22, Learning to Trust Your Intuition. In this chapter, Goldstein builds on the previous discussion about intuition, focusing on how traders can develop and trust their intuitive abilities to make better decisions. While intuition is a powerful tool, it's not something that can be relied on overnight. It takes practice, reflection, and the right mindset to hone and trust your gut feelings when trading. Goldstein explains that the key to trusting your intuition is to develop a deep connection with the market. This comes from experience, spending time in the market, learning from both successes and mistakes, and gradually gaining insights into how different market conditions unfold. The more experience you accumulate, the sharper your intuition becomes, and the more confident you'll feel in making quick decisions based on it. To help traders strengthen their intuition, Goldstein offers specific exercises. One of them is to regularly review past trades, paying close attention to those decisions made on intuition and how they turned out. This reflection helps reinforce trust in your gut feelings, especially when they lead to profitable outcomes. It also allows you to recognize when your intuition was off, helping you avoid future mistakes. Goldstein stresses the importance of balancing intuition with data-driven analysis. While intuition is a valuable tool, it's still essential to back it up with solid research and data. Intuition should guide you toward opportunities, but your analytical skills should confirm whether the trade aligns with your strategy. This balance prevents you from falling into the trap of relying solely on feelings without proper validation. Another exercise Goldstein suggests is to practice mindfulness before trading. Taking a moment to clear your mind and center yourself can help reduce emotional interference, allowing your intuition to operate more clearly. When you're calm and focused, you're better able to listen to your subconscious insights and use them in conjunction with your analysis. The ultimate goal is to create a trusting relationship with your intuition, knowing when to rely on it and when to double-check it with more structured analysis. Trusted intuition, combined with a solid trading plan, can significantly boost your confidence and decisiveness, especially in fast-paced or uncertain situations. Developing and trusting your intuition enhances your trading confidence, but it should always be balanced with data-driven analysis for more reliable decision-making. Chapter 23, Meet Radical Uncertainty. Goldstein introduces the concept of radical uncertainty, a core challenge that every trader faces. Radical uncertainty refers to the inherent unpredictability of the market, where even the best strategies and models cannot fully account for all the variables at play. The markets are constantly shifting, influenced by countless factors that are often beyond anyone's control. Goldstein emphasizes that accepting this uncertainty is crucial for maintaining mental resilience in the face of market fluctuations. Goldstein argues that radical uncertainty is a natural part of trading. No matter how much data we analyze or how advanced our trading strategies become, there will always be an element of the unknown. Events can unfold unexpectedly, trends can reverse, and external factors can dramatically alter market dynamics. Traders who try to predict every move and eliminate all uncertainty will inevitably feel frustrated, anxious, and stressed when things don't go as planned. The key to thriving in a world of radical uncertainty is to embrace unpredictability. Goldstein suggests a mindset shift. Rather than viewing uncertainty as a threat, see it as an opportunity. By accepting that the market cannot be fully controlled, traders can let go of the need to be right all the time. This shift in perspective helps reduce stress, as it takes the pressure off having to predict every outcome with absolute certainty. Goldstein also shares that a flexible mindset is essential for dealing with radical uncertainty. Instead of rigidly sticking to a single plan or strategy, traders should be open to adjusting their approach as new information becomes available. This adaptability allows them to stay calm and make decisions without being overly attached to any one outcome. The final takeaway from this chapter is that by accepting the reality of uncertainty, traders can reduce stress and maintain a more balanced, focused approach. Accepting uncertainty doesn't mean giving up control, but rather acknowledging that some things are simply beyond our influence. This mindset fosters a more resilient and confident trader. Chapter 24, the performance phase. The performance phase is all about execution, the moment when a trader must act on their decisions and place their trades. Goldstein highlights that this phase can often be the most challenging, as it requires overcoming hesitation and maintaining confidence under pressure. Even when a trader has done the necessary analysis and preparation, executing the trade can still be daunting. The fear of making a mistake, the uncertainty of the market, or the pressure of a potential loss can all cause hesitation. Goldstein explains that hesitation is a natural response to uncertainty and risk. However, this hesitation can be detrimental to a trader's performance. It can lead to missed opportunities, second guessing, or even overtrading, as the trader attempts to compensate for lost opportunities. To avoid this, Goldstein emphasizes the importance of trusting the process, the systems, strategies, and routines that have been put in place. When traders trust their process, they can approach execution with a sense of confidence and clarity, instead of letting fear or doubt cloud their judgment. Confidence under pressure is another key aspect of the performance phase. Goldstein shares that successful traders have a strong belief in their approach, regardless of the outcome of any single trade. This confidence comes from knowing that their process is sound and that every trade, win or lose, is part of the larger picture of their trading journey. By maintaining confidence, traders can stay focused on the execution without becoming overly emotional or reactionary. Goldstein also suggests that traders develop a ritual or a routine for entering trades. Having a consistent method for execution can help reduce anxiety and increase the sense of control, making it easier to take action when the time comes. The key to successful execution in the performance phase is trusting in the process. When traders believe in their system, they can move beyond hesitation and execute with confidence, even under pressure. Chapter 25, Win or Lose, Everybody Gets What They Want Out of the Market. Goldstein explores a profound concept. Traders' subconscious desires significantly influence their outcomes in the market. He explains that the market doesn't just provide results based on strategy or skill. It also reflects the inner psychological state of the trader. Whether a trader wins or loses, they get what they want. But often, it's what they subconsciously expect or desire, not necessarily what they consciously intend. Goldstein emphasizes that traders may have subconscious beliefs, fears, and emotional needs that shape their behavior in the market. For example, a trader may subconsciously seek validation through big wins or avoid failure through cautious trades, even when these actions contradict their conscious trading goals. These subconscious desires can lead to self-sabotage, overtrading, or irrational decision-making. Goldstein encourages traders to become more self-aware and to align their actions with their conscious goals. By understanding their internal motivations and acknowledging how emotions like fear or greed affect their trading, traders can start making decisions that are more aligned with their true objectives. This alignment reduces the influence of subconscious desires and helps traders stay focused on long-term goals rather than emotional reactions to short-term outcomes. Self-awareness is key to identifying and addressing these unconscious drivers. Goldstein recommends using techniques such as mindfulness and journaling to track emotional patterns and to reflect on decisions made during each trade. This reflection allows traders to uncover any hidden motives or biases, helping them make more rational, objective decisions moving forward. Ultimately, the message of this chapter is that the market will mirror a trader's inner world. By becoming aware of and aligning with conscious goals, traders can shape their actions and, in turn, influence their trading results in a more positive direction. Chapter 26, The Performance Effect. Goldstein focuses on the crucial connection between a trader's mental state and their performance during execution. He explains that mental clarity, focus, and a positive mindset significantly affect how well traders perform when they're executing trades. Your mental state isn't just a passive factor. It actively shapes your ability to stay disciplined, trust your process, and make the best decisions under pressure. Goldstein emphasizes that when traders are in a negative mental state, whether from stress, frustration, or self-doubt, it can cloud their judgment, cause them to second-guess themselves, and lead to mistakes. Conversely, a positive mindset allows traders to stay focused, confident, and composed, even in the face of market volatility. Positive thinking helps eliminate emotional interference, allowing the trader to stick to their strategy without being swayed by fear or greed. Goldstein shares several techniques to optimize focus and improve mental performance during execution. One key technique is mindfulness, which helps traders stay present in the moment, reducing distractions and emotional triggers. By practicing mindfulness, traders can learn to separate themselves from their thoughts and feelings, allowing them to focus solely on the task at hand, executing the trade according to their plan. Another strategy Goldstein recommends is visualization. By mentally rehearsing the execution of trades, traders can program themselves to respond calmly and confidently when the time comes. Visualization helps reinforce the confidence needed to trust in the process and to avoid reacting impulsively to market fluctuations. Goldstein also encourages traders to develop a pre-trading routine that includes mental preparation. This could be as simple as taking a few minutes to breathe, visualize success, and set a positive intention for the trading day. These small practices help create a mental state that is focused, disciplined, and ready for execution. Goldstein concludes that a positive mindset is essential for successful execution. By cultivating mental clarity and focus, traders can optimize their performance and make decisions that are more aligned with their strategy rather than emotional impulses. Chapter 27, Results Orientation versus Process Orientation. Goldstein discusses the critical difference between focusing on results versus focusing on the process. While results, like profits and winning trades, are essential in the short term, Goldstein argues that consistently focusing on the process is the key to long-term success and trading mastery. He explains that when traders become overly focused on outcomes, they often fall prey to emotional swings, driven by the desire to win or avoid losses. This results-oriented mindset can lead to impulsive decisions, excessive risk-taking, or emotional overreaction to market movements. In such cases, traders can easily lose sight of their strategy and begin making decisions based on short-term results rather than long-term goals. Goldstein advocates for a process-oriented approach where traders concentrate on executing their strategy consistently, regardless of the immediate results. By focusing on the process, the steps, routines, and risk management rules that are built into a trader's plan, traders can detach from emotional outcomes and build a more stable, reliable trading practice. A process-focused trader views each trade as part of a larger journey, recognizing that some trades will be profitable and others may not. What matters most is how well the trader follows their plan and sticks to their principles. This mindset helps to reduce stress and frustration, as the trader's sense of self-worth isn't tied to the outcome of any single trade, but rather to their commitment to executing their strategy with discipline. Goldstein stresses that consistency is the ultimate reward of process orientation. By focusing on the process, traders can improve their decision-making over time, build better habits, and develop mental resilience. The process becomes the foundation for sustained success, even in the face of unpredictable market conditions. Goldstein argues that long-term success in trading comes from trusting and sticking to the process, not from being fixated on short-term results. Chapter 28, Navigating the Performance Phase. Goldstein offers practical strategies to help traders navigate the performance phase with smooth and effective execution. This phase is where all the preparation and mental work come together, and it's critical for traders to execute their trades with discipline and precision. Goldstein emphasizes that the key to successful execution lies in structured and methodical approaches. One of the most important aspects of this phase is risk management. Goldstein explains that proper risk management is essential to protecting capital and maintaining consistency. By setting stop-loss levels, determining position sizes, and adhering to risk-reward ratios, traders can manage potential losses and reduce the emotional stress that comes with unpredictable market moves. Structured risk management allows traders to stay disciplined and follow their strategy, regardless of the market's fluctuations. Another key strategy for smooth execution is mental rehearsal. Goldstein encourages traders to visualize themselves successfully executing their trades before they actually do it. Mental rehearsal helps condition the mind to stay focused and calm during the actual trade, reducing the chances of hesitation or impulsive actions. By mentally rehearsing, traders can practice staying composed under pressure and reinforcing their commitment to their trading plan. Goldstein also emphasizes the importance of having a clear pre-trading routine that helps center the trader's mind before engaging with the market. This could involve activities such as meditation, reviewing the trading plan, or performing some physical exercises to release any built-up tension. By setting a positive mental tone before trading begins, traders can approach the performance phase with clarity and confidence. Finally, Goldstein stresses that structured execution minimizes errors. The more a trader sticks to their plan, follows their established routines, and manages risk effectively, the fewer mistakes they'll make. Errors often arise from emotional decision-making, impulsivity, or not sticking to the process. By creating a structure around execution, traders can reduce the impact of these errors and execute their trades with greater precision. This chapter outlines that navigating the performance phase requires risk management, mental rehearsal, and a pre-trading routine. By adhering to a structured approach, traders can minimize errors and execute trades more effectively, leading to consistent performance. Chapter 29, Staying Positive When the Market Wants You to Be Negative. Goldstein explores how to maintain mental resilience and positivity even when the market seems to be working against you. Trading often comes with setbacks, losses, and unpredictable volatility. It's easy to feel discouraged or negative when things aren't going well, but Goldstein stresses that staying positive during challenging times is essential for long-term success. Goldstein acknowledges that setbacks and losses are inevitable in trading. The market is inherently volatile, and no strategy is perfect. However, he points out that the way traders respond to these challenges plays a significant role in determining their success. When traders allow negative emotions such as frustration, fear, or self-doubt to take over, they risk making impulsive, irrational decisions that only worsen the situation. Instead of succumbing to negativity, Goldstein suggests techniques to reframe setbacks and maintain optimism. One such method is viewing losses as learning opportunities. Goldstein encourages traders to adopt a growth mindset, where each loss or mistake is seen not as a failure, but as a valuable lesson that brings them closer to improving their skills. By reframing setbacks in this way, traders can maintain their mental resilience and continue to move forward without letting negative emotions cloud their judgment. Another powerful technique Goldstein shares is the practice of gratitude. By focusing on what is going well, such as sticking to the trading plan, following the strategy, or even small wins, traders can shift their focus away from the losses and regain a sense of perspective. This simple shift can significantly improve a trader's emotional state and help them stay grounded in the midst of market turbulence. Goldstein also emphasizes the importance of mindfulness during periods of volatility. By staying present and avoiding catastrophic thinking, such as fearing the worst outcome, traders can maintain clarity and make better decisions. Staying mindful helps traders avoid getting caught up in the emotions of the moment and instead stay focused on executing their strategy. Goldstein stresses that positivity and mental resilience are essential for navigating the ups and downs of trading. By reframing setbacks, practicing gratitude, and staying mindful, traders can maintain their composure and continue to make rational decisions, even in the face of losses or market volatility. Chapter 30, Letting Go, a Superpower. In this chapter, Goldstein introduces the concept of letting go as a vital psychological skill that every trader must master. He explains that one of the greatest challenges in trading is learning how to detach from the outcome of each trade. Whether a trade results in a win or a loss, it's crucial for traders to let go of the emotional impact and avoid carrying those emotions into the next trade. Goldstein describes letting go as a superpower because it enables traders to stay mentally clear and focused. When traders hold on to the emotional baggage from past trades, whether they're celebrating a win or stewing over a loss, it affects their ability to perform effectively. Emotions like pride, guilt, fear, or regret can cloud judgment, lead to impulsive decisions, and even create an unhealthy cycle of overtrading or undertrading. The key to maintaining a clear and objective mindset is to learn how to release emotional attachments to trade outcomes. Goldstein offers several strategies to practice detachment. One important technique is mindful awareness, simply noticing when emotions start to arise and acknowledging them without acting on them. This can be as simple as taking a deep breath and reminding yourself that each trade is just part of the bigger picture, not a reflection of your worth or capabilities as a trader. Goldstein also emphasizes the importance of developing a long-term perspective. Instead of fixating on individual trade results, traders should view each trade as a small part of their broader trading journey. This mindset allows traders to maintain emotional stability, knowing that one win or loss doesn't define their overall success. Another technique Goldstein suggests is mental resets. After a trade, especially a loss, it's important to mentally reset by taking a break, engaging in an activity that refreshes your mind, and refocusing on the next opportunity. This helps prevent emotional carryover, where the negative feelings from a previous trade influence the next one. Goldstein argues that letting go is an essential skill for every trader who wants to achieve long-term success. By detaching from the emotional outcomes of individual trades, traders can maintain mental clarity and make more rational, effective decisions. Chapter 31, Letting Go. Goldstein expands on the idea of letting go, emphasizing it as a critical practice for maintaining emotional balance in trading. Building on the previous chapter, he delves deeper into how releasing attachment to both wins and losses is essential for preserving a trader's mental clarity and focus. The key is to cultivate the ability to detach from the emotional reactions tied to trade outcomes, preventing these emotions from interfering with the trader's ability to make objective decisions. Goldstein highlights the psychological trap that many traders fall into: attachment to outcomes. When a trade results in a win, it can lead to overconfidence, impulsive behavior, or a false sense of invincibility. On the other hand, a loss can trigger negative emotions such as frustration, anger, or self-doubt, which can cloud judgment and lead to further poor decisions. The solution to this cycle is learning to let go of both wins and losses. To help traders practice this, Goldstein provides several mindfulness exercises aimed at developing the skill of detachment. One powerful exercise is mindful breathing, where traders focus on their breath for a few minutes after each trade. This simple practice helps center the mind, clear out emotional clutter, and prepare for the next decision with a fresh perspective. Another technique Goldstein recommends is the noticing exercise. This involves acknowledging any emotional responses that arise after a trade without judgment. By simply noticing feelings of excitement, frustration, or disappointment, traders can gain awareness of their emotional triggers and learn not to act impulsively on them. The goal is to observe emotions rather than getting caught up in them. Goldstein also discusses the importance of creating a ritual for letting go after each trade. Whether it's taking a walk, doing some light physical exercise, or engaging in a relaxing activity, these small rituals help reset the mind and create a mental boundary between one trade and the next. By intentionally letting go of any emotional attachment, traders can maintain mental resilience and continue to make decisions based on their process, not their feelings. Goldstein reiterates that letting go is an ongoing practice that can significantly improve a trader's mental game. By using mindfulness techniques to detach from both positive and negative outcomes, traders can prevent emotions from clouding their judgment and stay focused on the process. Chapter 32, The Reset, Entering the Fertile Void. Goldstein introduces the concept of the fertile void, a neutral mental state that traders must enter after each trade to reset their minds. This state is essential for staying mentally clear, focused, and prepared for the next trading opportunity. The fertile void is essentially a mental reset where traders let go of the emotional attachments from the previous trade, whether it was a win or a loss, and prepare themselves for a fresh perspective. Goldstein explains that after executing a trade, it's easy for traders to carry over emotions, thoughts, and even stress from that trade into their next decision. Whether they're feeling elated after a win or frustrated after a loss, these emotional states can interfere with their ability to make objective, clear-headed decisions in the future. The key is to enter the fertile void, a space where emotions don't dominate, and the trader can make decisions based on their process rather than the emotional baggage of the past. Goldstein suggests using specific mindfulness techniques to cultivate this state. One of the primary methods he recommends is deep, conscious breathing. This helps release tension and brings the trader back into the present moment. He also suggests engaging in short rituals or activities that promote relaxation and mental clarity, like walking, stretching, or simply sitting in silence for a few minutes. The fertile void is not just about mental relaxation, but also about gaining perspective. Goldstein explains that by resetting the mind after each trade, traders can clear away the emotional clutter and reconnect with their goals, their strategy, and the overall process. This allows them to approach the next trade with a fresh mindset, free from previous judgments or emotional influences. One of the most powerful benefits of entering the fertile void is that it prevents mental exhaustion. By resetting the mind regularly, traders can avoid getting stuck in negative thought patterns or burnout. This helps them stay sharp and ready to adapt to the constantly changing dynamics of the market. Goldstein emphasizes that entering the fertile void is a powerful way to reset mentally, enabling traders to make clear, focused decisions without emotional interference. By adopting this practice, traders can continuously improve their performance and maintain a strong psychological foundation for long-term success. Chapter 33, Self-Compassion, Soft Power. In this chapter, Goldstein advocates for the power of self-compassion as a critical tool for emotional resilience in trading. He addresses the common tendency for traders to be highly self-critical after experiencing losses. This self-criticism often leads to feelings of frustration, guilt, and anger, which can cloud judgment and hinder future performance. Instead, Goldstein suggests that self-compassion, treating oneself with the same kindness and understanding as one would offer a close friend, can help counter these destructive emotional patterns. Goldstein explains that self-compassion is not about excusing mistakes or avoiding accountability. It's about acknowledging the inevitable setbacks of trading and responding with empathy and understanding rather than self-judgment. He draws a clear distinction between self-criticism and self-compassion. Self-criticism leads to negative emotions and mental stress, while self-compassion promotes a healthier emotional state, enabling traders to learn from their experiences without being consumed by regret or frustration. Goldstein offers practical strategies to cultivate self-compassion. One effective technique is to engage in self-talk that is kind and non-judgmental. Instead of berating oneself after a loss, a trader can reframe their internal dialogue to something more supportive. It's okay to make mistakes. I'll learn from this and be better prepared next time. This type of positive reinforcement helps to reduce the emotional impact of losses, allowing traders to move forward with a clearer mindset. He also encourages traders to embrace imperfection. Trading, by its nature, involves uncertainty, and no trader is perfect. Self-compassion allows traders to accept their mistakes without viewing them as failures, but as opportunities for growth. By adopting a mindset of learning rather than punishing themselves, traders can continue to improve and perform at their best. Goldstein also suggests that traders develop a routine of self-care practices, whether it's through physical exercise, relaxation techniques, or engaging in hobbies outside of trading. These activities help reduce stress and maintain mental well-being, further supporting self-compassion. When traders take care of themselves outside of the trading environment, they are better able to handle the emotional ups and downs within it. Goldstein underscores that self-compassion is not just a tool for healing emotional wounds, it's a powerful strategy for enhancing mental resilience. By being kinder to themselves and treating themselves with empathy, traders can foster better emotional health, reduce stress, and improve their overall performance in the market. Chapter 34, Developing Your Human Potential. Goldstein expands on the idea that trading is not just about strategies and markets. It's also deeply connected to a trader's personal growth and holistic development. He emphasizes that becoming a successful trader requires more than just technical knowledge or market analysis. It also requires the development of mental and emotional skills that support a trader's overall well-being and resilience. Goldstein argues that the process of trading should be seen as a path to personal growth. Traders must learn to integrate mental skills like self-awareness, emotional regulation, and resilience into their broader personal development. By improving themselves as individuals, traders also enhance their ability to make better decisions, stay calm under pressure, and adapt to the inevitable ups and downs of trading. He encourages traders to approach their development in a holistic manner, considering not just their technical abilities, but also their emotional intelligence, physical health, and mental clarity. For example, Goldstein suggests that maintaining physical health through exercise, sleep, and nutrition plays a direct role in mental sharpness and emotional balance. A trader who takes care of their body is better equipped to handle the stresses of trading and stay focused during high-pressure situations. Goldstein also advocates for ongoing self-reflection and continuous learning. He encourages traders to look beyond short-term profits or losses and focus on developing themselves into more effective, well-rounded individuals. This means challenging old mental habits, embracing new perspectives, and being open to personal transformation. By working on personal development, traders build a stronger foundation for mental resilience, which ultimately supports their trading performance. One of the key points Goldstein makes is that personal growth is not just about fixing weaknesses, but also about recognizing and nurturing strengths. Acknowledging what you're good at and honing those skills can make you a more confident and effective trader. By focusing on both improvement and empowerment, traders can create a more balanced and sustainable approach to their work. Goldstein emphasizes that the journey of becoming a successful trader is deeply intertwined with the journey of personal growth. By developing oneself holistically, mentally, emotionally, and physically, traders can cultivate the traits that are essential for long-term success and fulfillment in the markets. Chapter 35, Becoming Your Best Ally. Goldstein highlights the importance of becoming your own best ally in the trading journey. He underscores the concept that, just like a coach or mentor would guide you, you must learn to support yourself through positive self-talk, discipline, and consistent encouragement. Becoming your own ally means developing a healthy relationship with yourself, one that fosters mental resilience and encourages growth rather than self-sabotage or negative thinking. Goldstein points out that traders often fall into the trap of being their own worst critics. This self-criticism can lead to negative emotions, poor decision-making, and even a diminished sense of self-worth after a loss. Instead of tearing themselves down after a mistake, traders need to develop a mindset that treats mistakes as learning opportunities, one that is supportive and focused on growth. By becoming your own coach, you can motivate yourself to stay disciplined and positive, even during challenging times. He suggests that traders practice positive self-talk as a key tool for fostering self-support. When faced with a tough decision or after making a mistake, instead of focusing on the negative aspects, you can use affirmations like, "I am capable of making smart decisions," or "I will learn from this and grow stronger." These positive statements help to reframe the situation, shifting the focus from failure to progress. This type of self-encouragement helps build confidence and prevents the negative spiral of self-doubt. Another essential element of becoming your best ally is maintaining discipline. Goldstein explains that self-discipline isn't about rigidly following a set of rules, but about maintaining a commitment to the process, even when faced with uncertainty or emotional setbacks. A trader who consistently adheres to their trading plan and mindset is acting as their own ally, reinforcing the behaviors and attitudes that lead to success. Goldstein also advises traders to celebrate small wins and acknowledge their progress. By regularly recognizing personal achievements, no matter how minor they may seem, traders can build a sense of self-respect and pride in their efforts. This boosts mental morale and makes it easier to face the inevitable challenges of trading with confidence and determination. Goldstein emphasizes that the ability to become your best ally is a crucial factor in achieving consistency and long-term success as a trader. By developing positive self-talk, discipline, and an overall supportive mindset, traders can reinforce behaviors that lead to better decision-making and a stronger mental game. Chapter 36, that's a wrap. In this powerful closing chapter, Steve Goldstein ties everything together, reflecting on the journey through the performance process cycle and the two approaches theory. But more than a summary, this is a call to action, a final push for traders to take the insights they've gained and turn them into consistent, daily practice. He reminds us that mastering the mental game of trading isn't about finding quick fixes or one-time breakthroughs. It's about developing a lifelong mindset of growth, discipline, and emotional intelligence. The tools, concepts, and mental models shared throughout the book, like the 4 quadrants of the performance process cycle, being, production, performance, and letting go, the player versus house risk approaches, the importance of presence, and the power of purpose, are not meant to be merely understood. They are meant to be lived. Goldstein emphasizes that true trading success doesn't come from perfection, but from consistent application of what you've learned. It's about committing to self-awareness every day, recognizing your patterns, managing your emotions, and choosing to show up with clarity, humility, and focus. Trade after trade, win or lose. He also reaffirms the importance of mental agility, the ability to adapt, reset, let go, and start fresh. The market is unpredictable and full of surprises, and your greatest strength lies not in controlling it, but in mastering your internal response to it. Goldstein speaks directly to the trader inside you, the one who's striving, growing, sometimes stumbling, but always pushing forward. He urges you to stay committed to the process, to remain curious and open, and to view every trading day as another chance to improve, both as a trader and as a human being. Goldstein doesn't promise certainty or easy success. What he offers instead is something much more powerful, a framework, a philosophy, and the belief that with dedication to mental mastery, you can become the kind of trader who thrives not just in good times, but in all conditions. And that brings us to the end of Mastering the Mental Game of Trading by Steve Goldstein. I hope you found this journey as insightful and transformative as I did. If this video helped shift your perspective or added value to your trading mindset, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us bring more powerful summaries and content your way. Until next time, trade smart, stay mindful, and keep mastering your game.
Candace Owens has dropped the gauntlet. That's what they're saying. She's accusing me of botting because this is what she does. She's a liar, and she's mad that I called her a liar because everyone else is too cowardly to call her out as a liar because they're so worried about social status and standing. Here's what happened. Last night on Timcast IRL, or for those that are watching this at a later date, we were talking on Timcast IRL about Candace's revenue for her company, to which I said that the estimate that she makes about $10 million a year in sponsors and ads probably is true, and that there are a lot of people that fake their viewers for status. That is not what we are saying of Candace. We said repeatedly that she appeals to a large audience, and she's decided to go the route of saying things that are vague and assumptive to generate audience through drama, true crime, etc. Such as Bridget McCrone is a man, for which she's being sued, and I would be willing to bet with like 95% certainty she will lose. Nothing's absolute, but she's going up against the government, and they have deals with the United States, and the world is not all about who is right and who is wrong. It's about who's willing to flex their muscles and utilize power. And if you're France and you really want Candace to stop, you could really jam up the United States and say, we will block your votes in NATO and the UN and just do all sorts of annoying things. I probably wouldn't get to that point, but I'll just put it like this. You know, if I and like another prominent personality were having an issue with a lesser-known personality, that could cause problems for the lesser-known personality. Like, if a better way to put it is, if two big corporations have like one of them's got an employee and the other company's got a problem with that employee, for the sake of negotiations, they're going to be like, we don't care about, the United States is going to be like, we don't care about Candace. But so here's what Candace does. This is the game she plays. Vagaries, no evidence, and there's a lot of people that absolutely fall for it. Or, I don't know, it's fake. Like there are people who are just saying it because they hate Israel or whatever the issue might be. But what I genuinely believe about Candace is that she intentionally says things that are to be interpreted in certain ways to generate attention for her. You know, I'll give you an example. Actually, I tweeted this out over the break, because we had made the point on Timcast IRL with Hotep when Hotep Jesus was on. Take a look at this story. This is from Base the Nation on Instagram with 192,000 likes, saying, developing story, Candace Owens pulls her show after claiming the White House acknowledged her assassination warning. That's what she did. Let me see if I can find that post from Candace where she said we're, what is this? Show will be off. Here we go. Barrett Media. Let's pull whatever this is up. Candace Owens, our show will be off the air this week after claims French president ordered a hit on her. So here's what she tweeted. This is called assumptive manipulation, assumptive reasoning, whatever you want to call it. Our show will be off the air this week. As an update, both the White House and our counterterrorism agencies have confirmed receipt of what I reported publicly. Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize my assassination, per a source close to the first couple. Confirmed receipt. Oh, boy. This is the Candace Owens problem. And I don't care if it's Candace. I don't care if it's Rachel Maddow or whoever. Y'all lying. I'm going to call you a liar. Now, Candace, however, loves drama. And so her strategy now is to malign me because I dare call her out. But whatever. This is the name of the game, right? So let's break down her lies. And then I'll show you what she said and the video that she's put out, which is, once again, Candace is a liar. It's what she does. But to clarify, she uses assumptive manipulation, right? So here's the example. She says, for all of you who doubted my claims, you can now look to the President of the United States and our intelligence communities to issue a statement to confirm whether I'm telling the truth. Okay, our show is off the air this week. What? Well, it was Thanksgiving. So, sure. They've confirmed receipt of what I reported publicly. What does confirmed receipt of mean? It means that she got a notification, they opened the emails. It means she emailed someone and said, take a look at my report, and they responded with, will do. That's it. It doesn't mean she told the truth, but this is assumptive manipulation of people with low reading comprehension. The point being, people now begin to assume, she wants them to, that she pulled her show. She didn't pull her show. She was off for Thanksgiving. Retards. And they acknowledged her assassination warning. What does that even mean? Nothing. This is classic assumptive manipulation. It's social engineering 101. Say something so that a person will believe something that you never actually said so you can maintain plausible deniability. I met some young dudes recently playing poker, and they said that, did you hear Candace Owens went into hiding because the assassination threat in the White House confirmed it? Not kidding. I started busting out laughing. I'm like, are you kidding, bro? You mean where she posted she was off for the week of Thanksgiving and that she sent an email to the White House? This is the stupid shit that she does. Now you got me swearing. All right. So Candace Owens retweeted this fake post. And this, I love it. This exemplifies everything. I'll read what she said in a second. And first, I'll show you this post from Project Constitute. Challenge. Tim Pool spends entire segment coping and seething about Candace Owens beating him, blames bots and claims he never used bots. So I'm issuing a challenge, $100 cash to whoever proves Tim Pool is lying about not using bots. Timcast just spent an entire segment coping and seething because Candace Owens is officially the #1 podcast in America. She's not. Higher than Rogan, higher than everyone else. She's not. His excuse for why she's crushing it, I know bots are a big problem. A lot of people buy bots to inflate their numbers. This is Candace MO 100%. Is it a real quote? Well, it's ellipsed, so it's not a quote about Candace. It was a quote about Twitch. A prominent Twitch streamer recently got a lot of attention for organizing a meeting with Twitch over their view botting problem. And as I pointed out, there are a lot of people that want status, so they view bot, for which I never implied about Candace. Then he swears up and down that he personally has never bought bots and never would. I don't. I call BS. So here's the open challenge with real money attached. $100 cash to the first follower who brings me hard proof that Timcast IRL is currently botted. Fake concurrent viewers on Rumble and YouTube. View farm invoices, bot panel, screenshots, traffic analysis that doesn't lie. Whatever holds up to the group chat. We were getting 60, 70,000 on YouTube 1 year ago. Now we're getting 23, 24,000. There's no view botting. On Rumble, we get around 20 or so thousand. So we average around 40K total. And that's between Rumble and YouTube. And, I don't know. We all watched Candace Owens climb to #1 the old-fashioned way. Viral clips, zero filter, asking the questions everyone else is scared to ask. Tim's tears tonight prove he knows the throne is gone. I never had the #1 spot. I never had it. That was the point. Bounty is live. Clock starts now. Bring me the receipts on Tim's organic 46K concurrence or sit down. So here's the clip in question. I'm going to play it for you, and then I'll break down the literal context. I don't think our show generates enough buzz for her to mention. Oh, I was wrong about that. I didn't think, I was literally saying, we're not that big. I think the biggest my show has ever been, the morning show, was number 36 in the podcast charts. They got rid of these charts, and now it's all dissected. It's because everything's different, right? There's Apple Audio, there's Spotify Video, there's Podcorn. It's all fractured now. And so rankings are industry standards where they try to assess who's the biggest. But we were never the biggest. We had one of the top live streams in the election season. In 2020's election season, we were getting over 100,000 per night. And in last election season, we're getting like 70, 80, and we weren't even beating Crowder.
Disagree. I think she has a lot of respect for you, and I think she knows the show is very important, and I think this will get a response. I mean,
maybe. You know, the thing is, like we were looking at that story, talking about how much money she made. There's Twitch is a big problem right now with bots. Mm-hmm. There's a reason why people buy bots, to make their viewership look bigger. We're not going to get. You know, so right now, what do we have? We've got, we're split between Rumble. We have 46,000 concurrent viewers, which is, it's actually really good because 4 years ago, when we were in the off season after the 2020 election, we were averaging about 27,000 concurrent viewers. So the show has grown, its consistency, and all these things. I don't need to bot or buy views or do anything like that because honestly, I don't really care if it's #1, number 10, number 100. But people don't understand that Candace has one really big show she does every day, and it's big. People really like it. That's great if they like it. So this is what I don't understand. People fall for this. Even in the video, I said it's a really big show and people really like it, and that's great. We had consistently said throughout the show. In fact, the point that I had made was there's two things you can do when you're in the declining viewership season, right? So our concurrent viewership is like 60% of where it was a year ago because we're off the political season and we're a political culture and commentary show. You can try and entertain non-political subjects. And I said, we naturally do some of this with like the Aurora news and space weather stuff and like maybe ancient aliens kind of conversations that I'm interested in. And we end up getting like 200,000 views on those segments, whereas like a political clip might do 50K. So you can do that. And, you know, we largely just stay in the political space. It's what we do. We have political commentary, and our guests are usually in the space. Or you can do what Candace does. Charlie Kirk was killed by French Foreign Legion with Israeli help, and now they're trying to kill me, and doing all of this like real insane psychobabble stuff. However, I never said she view-botted. Whatever. In fact, like we literally made the point that right before this clip starts, Candace does not view-bot. But they cut it out because this is her game. And so you'll hear in the press about how she's so big. Well, actually, across the board, I'm pretty sure we get equal to or more views than she does. As a company, I've got 4 different shows of different subject matter, and then we've got audio side, then we've got the other shows. So, you know, I think if I were to stop doing 5 different shows and just do one, I don't think I'd get as many views as Candace, but I think I'd probably get like 60, 70%. Whereas, you know, Timcast IRL does about 500,000, and she does like 2. If I stopped doing all the other shows, the viewers would concentrate around one show or whatever. But look at me reacting to myself. But there's context here that's important. The point is, there's a handful of you have to break down total viewership per company per view. So it's like her show's really big, but it's one, hour-long show per day, right? So what is the real context? Why is Tim Pool saying that Candace has one big show versus my 5 shows? Because we were talking about how much money she makes. And I said, Fortune estimates Candace makes about $10 million per year. And I said, maybe, based on the views she gets on her show, we've got like 4 or 5 shows and we make more than that. And that's why I said, I think we may get more views than her across the company, but her show is bigger. And if I were to get rid of all my shows and even just do one single podcast, we'd probably get 60, 70% of what she gets. Point being, she is a much more famous, much bigger personality than I. We monetize in a variety of other ways, but viewership across the board, looking at what she gets, the point is $10 million a year assessed by Fortune a reasonable number? And I said, yeah, actually, I think that's what it is. That's the context of this video. Mentioning the view botting of Twitch was part of the broader conversation. We were talking about how you've got these rankings that pop up where people claim they're number one when they're really not. That is not what we were saying about Candace. We were explicitly stating she does not view bot, which is why, listen to this. I don't think our show generates enough buzz for her to mention.
Oh, I disagree. I think she has a lot of respect for you. And I think she knows the show is very important. And I think this will get a response. I mean,
maybe. The thing is, like we were looking at that story, talking about how much money she made. There's Twitch. We're looking at that story about how much money she made. There's a big problem right now with bots. There's a reason why people buy bots, to make their viewership look bigger. We're not going to get, so right now, what do we have? We've got, we're split between Rumble. We have 46,000. I don't know if Elad says it in this clip. It's actually 27,000. Show has grown. Elad said that she has mass appeal with the third world. I thought it was in this clip. I guess it's not. He was saying that his view of why she gets so many views is that she has international appeal. That's really it. I said third world, and I responded with, I get it, I know you have personal issues with Candace. Elad very much loves Israel. Okay, well, here's Candace Owens. She responded with, love this challenge, LOL. I have never used bots, nor did we spend a single dollar on advertising. We also took $0 from investors. After my highly publicized firing, made a conscious decision to come back truly solo. Team of just 4 on the podcast, including me, and just 1 person in ads. We actually take it as a major compliment that people think otherwise. Shows the world that things truly can be done outside the system, but you'll probably sued for it. Weird. I have never used bots, nor did we. Okay. I don't think Candace wrote this. Here's the play. I don't play these games. Candace does. She takes this obvious fake post. It's clear bullshit. It's whatever, ratioed. The conversation we had on IRL explicitly stated over and over again, as we have many times, Candace is doing a true crime drama show where she releases private texts from Charlie. And I said repeatedly on the show last night, guys, you should definitely go watch the show she just did today. I'm not kidding. This is unironic. You need to watch it and understand what she's saying and what she's doing. I believe that she gets massive viewership because it's female-coded, so she's likely doing very well among women, whereas this video and this show, it's almost all dudes. It's 80-20. Women don't watch this kind of, straightforward stuff. They just don't. It is what it is. Candace's episode yesterday she was releasing texts from Charlie about the clothing he was buying and how she was his wingman, and I got to be honest, it sounds like she was in love with Charlie Kirk. And he rejected her. That is not me trying to be derisive or insult or belittle Candace in any way. I genuinely think you should go and watch the episode she did where she talks about how she texted him saying, I'm an alien, and he said, I'm a time traveler. Not exaggerating. This is romance novel level stuff. Women love it. For real. She texts Charlie, I'm an alien here. I just don't understand. He says, I feel like a time traveler sometimes. This is... when I was 14 and I had the cordless phone and I was talking to a girl from class and we fell asleep on the phone just talking to each other about whatever, you hang up, no, you hang up, you hang up, no, you hang up. That's what her show is. It's not just that. It's also my best friend was murdered and betrayed. And, you know, true crime, murder, mystery, drama, and now they're trying to kill me using assumptive language. That is, let me put it like this. There is an active plot to kill me right now. I'm not joking. This is true. I've been in contact with the FBI about it. They believe the threat is credible. There's not just one, there's a bunch, but there's one in particular that seems credible, and the individual may be targeting others. That's it. I've mentioned this. We're not taking the show off the air. We have security. I have guns. These things happen. This is a normal function of the work environment. Now, that's how you mail code it, right? I stand up, pull my shirt and say, boys, there is somebody who's trying to kill me, but we're going to keep doing our job. We've contacted law enforcement. They're looking into it. In the meantime, let's focus on the real news. Now, if you want to go the female-coded route, and I'm not saying this to insult women or men or whatever. I'm pointing out there are differences in these views. I could say this. My friends, we're scared. I have just discovered there is an active plot to assassinate me. I'm not kidding. It's not a joke, and I beg you, please take this seriously. The work we do here, you know, is important. And they want to stop me. They want to stop us. My wife, she looked me in the eyes and she said, Tim, we're going to be okay? And I said, I don't know. Because they want us dead. Because you know, and I know, together, we can change the world. So I did what any good husband would do. I hugged my wife, and I told her, I will keep you safe. I've been in contact with the Trump administration, and I can confirm they are actively working to stop this plot against me. I don't know if they will be able to succeed. Dark forces seek to undermine the important work we are doing in protecting what we love and who we care about. You know, I remember it just like it was yesterday when I was sitting at that steakhouse with Allison, and I took her by the hands and I said, will you be mine? And she blushed, she smiled, and she said, always. I couldn't believe it. I was so lucky. But now, these dark forces, they're trying to stop us. Not just our mission to make this country better, but our love. Because they know the one thing that will save this country is love. And that's why they're so full of hate. And that's why they scream. And that's why they throw bricks. But they won't stop us. I won't let them. The FBI contacted me personally to let me know they're actively tracking this assassination plot. They believe that this man is very dangerous and that this is a real threat against me. But I won't back down. Not just for me, not just for Allison, but for you. Because you matter. Because I know that if I stand, you can stand too. So my friends, know this. When you go to timcast.com and join our Discord community, you are telling the evil of this world, love will win. And every day, when you look into the eyes of those you love, your children, you can smile and say, I'm doing my part. Together, evil will not win. They were never going to win. I'm going to be taking my show off the air this weekend. We won't have a show for you. And I will be in communication with the Federal Bureau of Investigation over this plot against me. I ask you to pray. Please, we need you. That's one way to do it, right? That's one way to do it, right? Or I could just say, we received a credible death threat. I contacted the FBI. They had a conversation about it. They believe the threat is legitimate and active, and they're working towards finding this individual and putting a stop to it. In the meantime, we've upped our security. But, you know, Candace goes the other way. I can certainly go that way too. Oh boy, I used to do nonprofit fundraising, and that was the spiel. That was the shtick. That's how you did it. But now I'm more so just kind of turning the camera on and complaining on the internet. And truth be told, not nearly as many people like it as they like Candace's Drama Fest. But of course, that's why reality TV is reality TV. It was never real. This is why they want to live in this world where Israel is everywhere around the corner. Bro, governments kill people. They do it all the time. Assassination plots are legitimate, and governments have interests, and they're trying to take over. But Candace is turning news into a true crime drama BS fest. And of course, me calling her out because she keeps getting worse with it. Of course she was. Sooner or later, she'd cross the line. And now, here's her opportunity to malign me and accuse me. Let me just stress. Let me just make it very clear on view botting or whatever. I sit in a studio we built from the ground up that costs millions of dollars on a massive property that costs millions of dollars. And we've got, I'll just put it like this. Estimate the value of a company that generates over 10 plus million per year. What did we do? We got 15 million last year or something. And everyone's like, how does Tim Pool make so much money? I'm good at business. I don't know. It is true. A lot of people, there was this story I read a while ago about this YouTuber had 300,000 subs, and she was a waitress. And she cried. It was like 10 years ago. It's an old story. And she didn't know how to monetize having this audience that watched all her videos. We've never had that problem. We've always found ways to monetize. Now, you may ask, what does all that money do? Well, we built a studio from the ground up. It's very expensive to fly our guests out in person. We cover all travel and accommodation. We have somewhere close to like 40 employees. We've got Tales from the Inverted World, Pop Culture Crisis. I personally host a variety of shows. We've broken them up in a variety of ways. This segment actually attaches to the Tim Pool Morning Show, but The Culture War is its own podcast on podcast platforms. And so we've got sponsorship deals. We've got membership programs. We got all this stuff. We make good money. We get 24,000 concurrent viewers on YouTube right now for this season. And then we're like 20,000 on Rumble. That's it. So it actually is quite simple. Candace should be making substantially more money if she's getting around 100,000 concurrents or whatever. But a couple million views. It's political content, so the CPM is going to be relatively low. But, 1.5 to 2 million views per day could easily pull in 40, 50K per day. And that's just one ad read. That's about one ad read, right? Yeah. If she does it right, she could well, if she's getting a $10 CPM, maybe she's doing 20K per read. And if she does 2 or 3 reads, it could be 60K. So she's making a pretty penny. That's why I said I think the 10 million is probably correct. But you know what, man? Maybe I should play the old true crime drama movie narrative. Remember we had Seamus? For those that saw the show, when Seamus was promoting his Freedom Tunes thing, he kept doing this thing. Oh, Seamus, where he was like, guys, we're working on a great project. It's Freedom Tunes' new show, Twisted Plots. Please help support our work because we need to build culture. And I'm like, Seamus, you ain't selling me on anything. I kept telling him, you got to say, so if you see as I see, and if you would seek as I seek, then go to Twisted Plots. You got to know how to do the sales pitch. Here's a story. I love it. One of my favorite stories ever. And this is absolutely a humble brag. I was working for a homeless shelter, and I convinced some lady to sign up for $700 per month. Every month, she would donate $700. It's a lot of money. It was in California. How did I do it? Well, these nonprofits, they want you to say these stupid things like, hi, do you have a minute to talk about insert problem? And people go, no, I don't. Goodbye. And that never worked. For some people, if you pushed as hard as you could and tried talking to literally everybody, you'd be burned out and you'd maybe convince 2 people per day. But that's really all they wanted. And so they'd say, like, it's $20 a month to become a member and support us. And the street canvassers, you don't really see them out that often, but they're still there. So I see this lady, and she's walking down the street, and I'm standing there with my clipboard and a smile on my face, and I wave, and you're on the balls of your feet, you're standing on your tippy toes, and you're looking inviting. And I say, hello there, ma'am. do you have a second to talk to me about our homeless crisis in this city? And she says, sure, what's going on? And then here's what I did. I said, well, first, my name is Tim, and I'm with insert nonprofit. Did you know that in Los Angeles, you know what? I can't do this. I can't do this script. Let me just be honest with you. This is the homeless capital of the developed world. And I know you know it. I know you've seen it. There's a reason why I'm out here, and it's not because I need to raise money or anything, but it's because it's what we have to do to solve this problem. You know, every day when I get up, I walk to work, I see these people sleeping in the streets. Some of them are children. I just think to myself, how could this be happening? And so I decided to do something about it. And listen, I just want you to understand. I want you to understand what it means. Do this for me. Close your eyes. I want you to imagine that you're sleeping under a bridge. You're by yourself. Nobody cares. They walk by you, snarl at you. Nobody loves you. But then, one day as you're sleeping under this bridge, you hear a voice and says, hey. You open your eyes and you look up. With the sun glaring down, there is someone. They're holding out their hand. And they say, I love you. I care about you. I need you to be that person right now. I need you to be that hand to lift these people up and tell them that you actually care. And she started crying. And she said, what can I do? And I said, well, we have a variety of programs, and they're all very expensive. But the only way this changes is when people like you decide to be that hand. And she decided to give $700 a month membership sign up. And I was very proud of myself. Do I get an Emmy? And after a while, this is my early 20s, I was just like, it's so scummy. It's not honest. It's manipulation. You want me to actually have tears come out? Because I could cry on command. That was the sales pitch. That was the real sales pitch. But it was different for every person. You just need to know who you were talking to. And this was an older woman, and that was the pitch she needed to hear. And she signed up. I once got some guy to sign up. He gave me a check for $250. Why? Kid you not. He walked by, and I went, hey, yo. Not kidding. And he laughed. He was like, what is this? And I was like, we're helping homeless people. We're buying beds, and you're going to write me a check for $250. And he chuckles, oh, really, am I? And I said, yup, because you're sick of the homeless problem. So am I. Someone's got to do something about it. Buy a bed. And he went, tax deductible? And I went, you bet your ass. And he laughed. He's like, all right. He's like, wow, that was the best pitch I've ever gotten. And I said, hey, look, you look like a guy who doesn't want to waste any time. And he smiled, and he's like, yeah, all right, let me write you a check. And he had like an attaché case or whatever you call it, a purse. And he pulled it out, and he filled out the check, and he was like, hey, man, I appreciate it. And I was like, hey, look, no, in all seriousness, I do appreciate you're helping out, and I'm glad you appreciated my goofing off. And he laughed, and he was like, all right, man. He's like, good luck to you. And it was super quick. Everybody's got a different pitch. And the guy in the suit, the pitch to him is always going to be let me not waste your time, brother. Here's what we're doing. You going to write the check or not? And when he goes, I don't think, I'm like, come on, brother. You know there's a problem. You're not actively working on solving it, but you can be right now. And you can go rest your head, get back to your important job, which we need you to do. And they laugh and say, okay, well, I'm an accountant. And I'm like, hey, we need accountants. But you also know that we have a problem with the environment. You know that there's a problem with pollution. Hire us. That's what we're going to do. You're going to hire me right now. And then he laughs and he says, okay, what do you need? And I say, credit card, quick. Let's get it done so you can get back to lunch. That's how you sign up a suit. Not every suit. What about the hippie guy? You try pulling it off on the hippie guy. The hippie's going to be like, slow down, bro. You're in a rush, man. You got to figure out where you meet people. So anyway, back to the main point with Candace and her silly games. The point is this. What she goes for is called assumptive manipulation, assumptive reasoning. It's where you say you're as vague as possible so that you can attack someone and accuse them of something without ever actually having said it, so it's not actionable. But more importantly, if you go before 10 people and they're all staring at you for leadership, and you are honest with what you want and say, I say no Social Security because it's breaking the system and I'm sick of it, the older people walk away. Well, you need all of them to pay you or to vote for you. So you want to just say things as vague as possible. I am the only one who can fix this Social Security problem, and you all know it. Trust me. You get me in there, we will have victory. Now, what did I just promise to do? Fix the Social Security problem, which means nothing. This is what politicians do all the time. This is the pitch. You got to know how to say these things to convince a mass audience. In reality, the older person says, they're going to make sure I get my Social Security on time and that my Medicare is going to be paid and I don't have to worry about it. He's going to fix that problem. Whatever the problem is you're having, I will fix it. But I don't say it like that. I say, I'm the only one who can. I will fix Social Security. Now, some smart people will be like, fix it how? My problem is this. And then you meet them in private and say, trust me, I'll take care of it. Always be as vague as you can. So Candace does all of that heartstring tugging bullshit manipulation that any good person of talent could really do if they wanted to. Me, if I wanted to, I could. But I didn't get into this job so that I could just pretend, cry, and be overly emotional and insinuate the Jews are out to get me or anything stupid like that. Not to play any dumb games where you get to dance around pretending like Erica Kirk is somehow involved in Charlie's death and so is Turning Point USA, and trick lower reading comprehension people into believing your bullshit. And you know what's going to happen now? There are going to be a lot of people who subscribe to my channel or who are followers and say, I don't know why he's doing this. It's a reality. I'll tell you why, because I'm not here to lie to you. So if you want those sweet nothings whispered into your ear by the vagaries of Candace Owens, go ahead. That was always the case. I never expected to have the biggest show in the world because I'm unwilling to do what she does. If I was willing to do it, I'd probably be worth $100 million running a nonprofit, being an actual leader, or being a politician. That pitch I did, where I was on the verge of tears over these poor homeless people, I could do it any day, and I could raise the money I need to raise to do anything. I'm not interested in emotionally manipulating people so they give me money. I am interested in complaining on the internet. Okay? That's what I want to do. I want to complain on the internet and tell you what I really think about things, and then, whatever, I guess. That's why the Democrats didn't like me. They could come to me and be like, hey, we'll give you a bunch of money if you just, lie. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I just want to tell you what I think is going on. And that's a problem because too many people are following me. Well, Candace has her own issues, whatever. She wants to besmirch my good name. Whatever. She's allowed to, but she does it in the way that she does. Lies and manipulations. Let me make it clear once again. I don't think Candace owns bots. I think she has international appeal. She's bringing France into it. She's bringing Israel and Islamic nations into it. There are a lot of people around the world who are going to want to watch her show because she talks about issues that matter to them. We don't. We talk about American domestic issues. We've talked about some of her stuff sometimes. So then when she posts this thing where they falsely claim we accused her of viewbotting, she's doing it because it brings more attention to herself, and she's now the victim. She can go to her loyal fan base and say, can you believe they're now accusing me of being fake or whatever? They're the fake ones. I never said that. Well, to be fair, she is fake. She's intentionally lying to you. That's what she does. But, whatever. I love this challenge. $100 to prove that we have viewbots. We don't. If I did, we'd have way more views. But, we don't. We're not even at the top. Do I have the top charts pulled up? I thought I had. Oh, here you go. The top 50 podcasts in the United States. Candace is number 48. We're not even on there. It's so dumb. But to be fair, though, this is the Joe Budden podcast. This is Edison Podcast Metrics and Pod News. It's all fake. Candace is probably way bigger than a bunch of these shows. These shows are designed to prop up their shows. What they want to do is they want to create a ranking where they can then justify their metrics, so they put the shows they own higher than other people. Whatever. Hey, it's fun. Smash the like button, share the show, all that good stuff. Subscribe if you haven't. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all next time.
Less than 1%, driven by that bet around the Federal Reserve to cut rates. And here, Japanese stocks, the benchmark topics, is actually up slightly less than 2%. And investors are telling us that it's because Japanese stocks are a bit more sensitive to the moves in the U.S. and also the moves from the Fed. And also, today's slightly weaker yen is also helping exporters in the region. Now we flip the board and take a look at what's going on in the currency space. And for currency, today's highlight is the Chinese yuan, and that's because today we have that PBOC fixing at its weakest bias since 2022, and we see a bit of a weakening when it comes to the yuan, and that's because we're seeing a bit more signal for the PBOC to lean against the appreciation of the yuan, and that is really been driven by that appreciation of the yuan recently has really been driven by the easing tensions between U.S. and China, and investors buying more of Chinese assets recently. But for now, investors are expecting the yuan to strengthen for the near future.
Okay, the currency impacts of the geopolitics and the easing of tensions, as you say. Winnie Su in Hong Kong, thank you. And talking of geopolitics, Presidents Emmanuel Macron and Xi Jinping are meeting in Beijing as part of a 3-day visit for the French leader. The pair are expected to discuss a range of issues from economics and trade to Taiwan and the war in Ukraine. Let's bring in our China correspondent, Minmin Lo, at this point. Minmin, how has this visit progressed so far? What has stood out to you is Macron and Xi Jinping. Are they looking happy? Have they made any deals? What's going on so far?
Yeah, I mean, you saw the pictures just now of Macron inspecting the guards there, and he spoke to President Xi, I believe, for over an hour this morning, and we saw live footage of the two sides signing some documents as well. We understand that they have signed 12 cooperation agreements ranging from areas like natural resources, something that is very closely watched given that, France have been pushing for the easing of those critical minerals excess, right, for Europe. And then they also signed cooperation agreements when it comes to investments, when it comes to infant milk products, social benefits, and aging. And I think what is important to watch as well is some of the other business deals that could be on the table, because France brought, Emmanuel Macron brought with him a delegation of business executives as well, including the head of Airbus, and we know that a Chinese leasing company is looking to negotiate for a fleet of planes from Airbus. He also brought with him the head of Danone, the food processing company, the head of Rémy Cointreau, which is a French cognac company, and that tells you that Emmanuel Macron is still hopeful or hoping to push back on some of these tariffs or put probes into certain sectors, and he said he is making progress on the export of agri-food to China, and I think one of his goals is to manage that trade imbalance that France has seen, right? Over $50 billion in trade deficit that we saw last year.
Yeah, well, that has been a long-running issue, hasn't it? And so far, China hasn't made any significant moves to reduce that. What is top of mind for the Chinese leadership at this point? What do they want to extract from France above and beyond the deal-making?
Yeah, I would say overall the issues that we're looking at, you can separate them into two buckets, right? Geopolitics is one, so for China it will be Taiwan, and for France it is the Ukraine issue. But geopolitics is where I think we see very little room for negotiation given the strategic alliances that we have seen here. But on the other bucket is the trade issue, right? And I've listed some of the areas, the tariff issues that France might be interested in, but China, I think, will want to see more friendly business environment in France as well. You think about companies like Shein and how that company company has opened up an offline store in France, but it's faced so many resistance from, class action lawsuits from French retailers to protests as well. And the French government at one point wanted to suspend the online platform over allegations that it's selling childlike sex dolls, although that suspension is now being halted for now. But I think overall, both sides are looking for better business environments for each other's businesses.
Bloomberg's China correspondent, Minimi Live, thank you very much indeed on that presidential visit. Of course, the French president on the ground in China, and that visit continues with stops outside of Beijing. I believe he's going to Chengdu as well, home, of course, of the Sichuan panda. Now, US companies shedding payrolls in November. It's not just a Sichuan panda, it's a panda, but it's in the province of Sichuan. Val is laughing alongside me. Great food in Sichuan, by the way. Payroll data then out of the US. How concerned, Val, should we be? ADP numbers coming in, the weakest in terms of the most jobs shed since November of 2023. Are we starting to see a real kind of breakdown of the labor market and jobs in the US?
Well, look, it was an unexpected contraction in the ADP. It's actually now the fourth time this year that the ADP metric has shown contraction. It's the worst contraction this year. So down 32 jobs is what the survey showed yesterday. And if you're looking
32,000, down 32,000.
And something to point out, it was especially weak and pronounced when it comes to small businesses, which ADP classifies as a business with under 50 employees. Those companies shed 120,000 jobs in the month of November. And that's important, Tom, because we know that small businesses in the U.S. are really the growth engine of domestic growth. So it seems like small businesses are struggling more than the big players. But overall, the fourth time the ADP has shown contraction this year. And again, in the absence of the November non-farm payroll report, which we were due to get tomorrow, the market had a bit more focus on this ADP release yesterday. We're now nearly pricing in certainty of that Fed cut next week. It's around 98% on the warp function on the terminal. It did spur some weakness in the dollar yesterday as well. The dollar fell by nearly 0.4%. Its worst session in 3 months. There hasn't been a lot of volatility in FX lately, so a move like that does have that kind of superlative. But on the back of this, we did actually see, as you mentioned, small caps outperforming. So again, the flavor of the market has been that we've not necessarily gotten data so bad that we're worried about a recession. It's data just bad enough to keep the Fed cutting, and that is something supportive for the equity market.
All of this happening at a time when the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, is potentially going to be expanding his remit at a time now where we're starting to see some challenges for this U.S. economy. So I wonder how that all ties in. What do we know about potential additional responsibilities for Scott Bessent?
Yeah, Bessent making the headlines for various reasons yesterday, one of which is that sources have told Bloomberg that he is being considered for the director of the National Economic Council. Now, this is a seat that will be vacated if Kevin Hassett goes and moves to the Fed chair next May. It would help Bessent consolidate the oversight of Trump's economic policy, so both in the White House and the Treasury. It would give him an office in the West Wing, so even more proximity to the Trump administration. And I think what this tells us is two things. One, how key Bessent is to the Trump administration with potentially taking on a second role. And secondly, it's just another signal about how seriously Trump is considering Kevin Hassett for that Fed chair position. He did tease it yesterday. Again, the fact that he could make that announcement as soon as early as next year. We did have some concerning reporting from the FT. The FT saying that they've spoken to some senior bond investors who are less happy about this move to have Hassett take over the Fed chair. Some of them are not as keen about how close he is to the U.S. president and the U.S. president's economic agenda. But that aside, we're really tracking Bessent's next steps because in some way, at least recently, he has been foreshadowing that there could be some different changes at the Federal Reserve. He's really stepped up his criticism of the regional bank presidents. Yesterday, it was criticism of the fact that they are not from these regional bank regional bank regions. Instead, some of them come from the New York Fed. Some of them even live in New York City instead of in the regional areas. And that, for him, is not how the Fed should work. The regional presidents were really imposed to break the Wall Street groupthink, to break the New York Fed groupthink. So he's not happy. And in some ways, he was foreshadowing that perhaps there could be some changes, some new residency rules that would require these regional Fed presidents to actually live in their congressional district for around 3 years before becoming president. Now, he did concede that something like that would need congressional approval, but I think it just overshadows that not only are we going to get a new Fed chair, but there could be some reorganization in how the Fed works.
I think I did assume that the regional Fed chairs would actually be living, at least be living in their district. So that is interesting. Val, thank you very much indeed. Valerie Teitel, of course, on some of the movements, potential movements for Scott Bessent and the focus on those Fed regional chairs. Coming up, surprise data then out of the US, fueling, as we've been discussing, expectations for a Fed rate cut. We're going to be discussing all of that next with our next guest, Joyce Chang. How to position then. JP Morgan, Global Research Chair, a fantastic voice on all these topics. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back. We have some breaking lines from Rio Tinto, of course, the miner with a focus on iron ore, but other assets as well. It's their Capital Markets Day. We're getting some updates. Rio Tinto seeing 2026 iron ore sales 100% iron ore sales. I get some more detail in terms of their divestment plans, because Rio Tinto is saying it seeks to divest assets that do not meet its investment thesis. They're seeking to release $5 to $10 billion in cash proceeds, and they see midterm capex guidance 2028 and beyond reverting to less than $10 billion. So that's the guidance on capex, and then the focus on divesting some of their assets. 4% reduction in unit costs. They see a 4% reduction in unit costs from 2024 to 2030. So trying to paint a conservative picture and capex and costs as well. So they see a 4% reduction in unit costs. And again, they're seeing an opportunistic, this is how they describe it, release of $5 to $10 billion from the existing asset base. So we'll get more details on this. It is the Capital Markets Day for Rio. That stock is up about 20%, a little over 20% year to date. We'll get more details from our reporter on this and what it all means, of course, for anyone exposed to that stock in the next part of the show. Now, expectations. Let's step back and take a look at macro policy, because expectations of a Fed rate cut are higher after US companies shed payrolls in November by the most since early 2023, adding to concerns about a more pronounced weakening in the US labor market. Joyce Chang, JP Morgan's Global Research Chair. joins me now. Joyce, fantastic to get your insights. Let's start on the vet. I know you've got views on Europe, and you've been meeting with clients, and you have a feel on the ground for what's happening there. But let's start with the US and what your current expectations are in terms of how the Fed adjusts, not just in December, but into 2026 as well.
So I think 25 basis points, which is priced into the market, is coming in December, and another 25 basis points in January. And then you see the Fed on hold, and you could even be talking about, rate hikes from the Fed by early 2027. So I think the near term, we see a disconnect between the economic data and the weak employment data. So I think 25 basis points through December is something that's been signaled pretty well and is well within expectations. But it's not a huge cycle. There's another cut in January, but then hold for the rest of 2026.
That's really interesting. That's a slightly more hawkish take than some others are suggesting. So a cut in December, a cut in January, and then you get a hold. Is there an equity market risk around that view, or the equity market can live with that given the fiscal stimulus that's going to be coming through from the US, from the tax bill and other support measures, or is a Fed that's on hold post-January something of a risk to the equity markets?
No, look, I think the businesses have gotten used to working with 4% interest rates, and we're still looking at earnings growth for 2026 and even looking into 2027, which is going to be double digits, earnings growth. But I think the real issue is inflation. This is going to be the fifth year that you're missing the inflation target by a wide margin. So inflation remains very sticky here. The employment data has been weak. But if you look at the growth data has been very strong. A lot of that support has really been the wealth effect that we've seen from such strong equity markets.
Is next year the year when the valuation story around AI really gets tested, do you think, Joyce?
I don't think so. I still think that we're pretty early cycle in this. And if anything, we see a broadening of the AI story. It's not just on the tech sector, but it's how AI is affecting logistics and healthcare and other sectors. So I see a broadening, but you also just see still a shortage on the data compute. So when we look at what's in the pipeline for the next 2 years, if you look at just the business investment piece of it, I mean, that story is very compelling. We're looking at, $500 billion from some hyperscalers that is already in the pipeline that we can look at. And if you look at growth this past year, about a third of global growth in the first half of the year came from the AI business investment. So I think that story is still very much intact going into 2026 and even into 2027.
Joyce, I want to get your views on Europe then. I know you've been meeting with clients, of course, and you're currently on the ground in Frankfurt. How does the European story evolve in 2026? And is there a risk that markets and investors underestimate the political fragility of Chancellor Merz and a coalition that's been described as being deeply under pressure right now?
Well, look, I think Europe, the ECB is actually in a good place where they're at 2% and very comfortable with that. We also look at faster growth that's going to be forthcoming and somewhat lower inflation. So I think the European equities have actually been a laggard here. We're looking at earnings growth in Europe that could be around 13%. There will always be an eye on the politics here, but I think the fiscal stimulus is one that is going to come into play more and provide support. So I think if anything, there is more of a reason to think about that the U.S. isn't the only story, AI isn't the only story, to look at Europe in 2026. Particularly looking at the laggards, because we have had such strong market performance. So you had very strong performance in Europe on the German fiscal announcements, and then a real lag for the last 6 months. And I think that some of the pass-through from the ECB will be forthcoming, and some of the growth numbers are actually going to look better here.
Okay, that's really interesting. And that 13% earnings growth, cool as well for European stocks next year. What assumptions are you making about the euro with that view, Joyce? Because the euro strength has been one of the factors holding earnings below their US counterparts this year. At least that's been the view from some.
Look, we still think that you're in a cycle for dollar weakening, for more bearish dollar, but you've been sideways the last few months. So I don't see that as the bigger factor here. I think that the fiscal impulse really outweighs on that, and you're beginning to see that really feed through into the capex numbers. So we're looking at euro dollar that will, over the course of 2026, move to 120. We wouldn't change that view. I think there is still a lot of focus on the U.S. fiscal deficit. that the Fed is going to be able to cut in December and January, but not that much more. And I do think, as I mentioned before, that the ECB is in a very good place right now.
Joyce, before we let you go, you are short oil, but you're bullish on gold. Can you unpack that view for us?
Well, oil, it's really a supply story. There is just a tremendous amount of supply that's coming online, and we've seen stockpiling by China. If you had not seen China stockpiling so much on the oil, I think oil prices here would be lower. I mean, we're looking at oil that is structurally going into the 50s over a horizon of the next 18 months or so. But taking a look at gold, there is still a very strong structural story there, both on the demand side and on the institutional support, as well as the support that is coming from central banks as well. So we're looking at gold going to 5,000 in 2026.
Gold at 5,000, 2026. Oil potentially at $50 US, and the S&P 500. Here's the view then, the S&P 500 to end of 2026, 7,500. JP Morgan Global Research Chair Joyce Chang, always really appreciate your insights, Joyce. Thank you for taking the time. Coming up, we'll switch to AI with a deeper dive on what's happening within semiconductors. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang saying US tech firms should not give up on the Chinese market. We'll have the details next. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
NVIDIA is on the verge of securing a massive lobbying win after US lawmakers kept a measure out of must-pass defense legislation. The so-called GAIN AI Act would require chip makers, including NVIDIA and AMD, to give American customers first dibs on their powerful AI chips before selling in China and other arms-embargoed countries. Sources say this measure is not included in the defense bill, though the situation could still change unexpectedly. It comes as NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang met with President Trump at the US Capitol. Huang told reporters he's unsure whether China would accept the company's H200 AI chips should the US relax restrictions on sales of the processors. At a separate event in Washington, Huang urged the US not to give up on the Chinese market.
Going toe-to-toe against anyone, the American technology industry has nothing to fear. We are mighty, we're fast, we're inventive, we'll take anybody on. In the case of China, we shouldn't concede the entire market to them. They're formidable, but conceding that entire market, we ought to go compete for it.
Meanwhile, Salesforce has issued a better-than-expected revenue outlook for the current period, suggesting the company is successfully persuading customers to adopt its AI tools. The software provider expects revenue of up to $11.2 billion for the period ending in January. And Bloomberg has learned that Meta has poached Apple's most prominent design executive as the owner of Instagram, and WhatsApp accelerates a push towards AI-enabled consumer devices. Alan Dye had run Apple's user interface design team since 2015. Sources say it's replacing Dye with longtime designer Stephen LeMay. Also reports from the FT that Meta is being scrutinized by the European Commission around WhatsApp and integrations of AI. Coming up, Trump says the meeting between his envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Vladimir Putin was, quote, reasonably good. We discuss what is next for peace talks. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Vernon in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Happy Thursday. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Global stocks gain after weak US private payrolls data lifts the odds of a Fed rate cut next week. Meanwhile, an auction of Japan's 30-year bonds draws the strongest demand since 2019. French President Emmanuel Macron meets Chinese President Xi Jinping in China, with both leaders calling for increased cooperation between the two countries. And President Trump says a meeting between his envoys and Vladimir Putin was reasonably good as the Russian leader prepares to arrive in India to meet Narendra Modi. To the markets then, European futures pointing to a decent session this Thursday. It would be 4 straight days of gains, modest gains, but nonetheless the futures picture stronger than we've seen in recent days for Europe, looking to add to the gains that have come through. The session on Wall Street was intriguing, with modest gains for the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100, but it was the Russell 2000 that stormed higher by almost 2% on those Fed rate cut bets. Now European futures pointing higher by 0.6%. FTSE 100 futures in the UK looking to add 27 points. S&P E-minis are flat, as are Nasdaq 100 futures. Let's flip the board and have a look cross asset. A little bit of selling across treasuries, but that's after recent gains, of course. Markets are pricing in almost more than 90% chance that the Fed does cut next week. 4.08 right now on the benchmark 10-year. The yields up almost 2 basis points. Euro dollar at 116 on stronger dollar, down 0.1% then for the single currency. Brent at $63 a barrel, gaining 0.6 in the session. And copper back below 11,500, down 0.4%, but notching that record high. Goldman Sachs warning that the fundamentals do not justify the current pricing for copper. That is one view, at least, from the team at Goldman. Now, Donald Trump says a meeting between his envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Vladimir Putin was quite reasonably good. But the president acknowledged he does not know what the outcome will be after successive rounds of talks over a deal to end the fighting in Ukraine.
President Putin had a very good meeting yesterday with Jared Kushner and with Steve Witkoff. What comes out of that meeting, I can't tell you, because it does take two to tango. You know, Ukraine, I think we have something pretty well worked out with them.
Let's bring in our Russia government editor, Greg Sullivan. Then, Greg, what has the reaction been to Trump's comments? I mean, he often comes with the superlatives when it comes to these kind of discussions, but in this commentary, he was pretty conservative in the way he framed it.
That's right. While Trump did leave the door open to discussions continuing, he did seem to moderate his tone a bit more and express a little less confidence that a deal is at hand. That's hardly surprising given that there have been several rounds of talks recently, all of which have ended inconclusively. Moscow throughout this process has stuck to hardline demands that Kyiv will not accept and has shown little sign of backing away from those demands, begging the question, how do the two sides reach a consensus? For now, we know that Witkoff and Kushner, who are obviously just in Moscow, are set to meet with a top Ukrainian negotiator today in Florida. They'll likely discuss the outcome of the talks, the next steps. But what's interesting here is that the next steps may depend on Trump himself and whether he decides to apply pressure to either side to back away from their current positions to try to reach a deal. And if he does apply pressure, what is that pressure and to which side does he apply it? Those are kind of the key questions coming up next.
Okay, so we watch for those talks then between the Ukrainian side and their U.S. counterparts potentially in Miami. Meanwhile, the Russian president heading to India. This is a fascinating and long-running relationship between the two sides, both on the trade front and energy, but also defense as well. What is likely to come out of this, and how does that tie into the pressure that the U.S. is putting on India?
You're right. It is a very important relationship for both sides. India has had ties to Russia since the Soviet era. Those have been obviously defense and economic ties. Politically, this is a key moment for both leaders. Vladimir Putin is basically defying Western efforts to isolate him. He's continued to travel, and this will allow him to show that he is not isolated. Whereas for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it helps demonstrate his independent foreign policy path. Trade is on the agenda. It's very important for both sides, especially in the energy realm. Since the 2022 invasion, Indian purchases of Russian oil have surged, but those are complicated by U.S. sanctions. So those are likely to come up. And as you said, if they do reach a deal on trade, defense purchases, or energy, that could complicate India's own negotiations with the U.S. toward a trade deal, as New Delhi tries to get out from under those 50% tariffs that Trump has imposed, citing those purchases of Russian energy. So a very delicate balancing act for Modi up ahead.
Greg Sullivan, thank you very much indeed. Russia government editor with the details there as we watch that visit by Putin to India. Tying into this, oil holding a modest gain as traders watch that meeting, of course, between the two leaders of Russia and India and the ongoing Ukraine peace talks. Let's bring in then, for greater implications, the broader implications for the energy markets, Bloomberg's Stephen Stupczynski. Stephen, what are you watching for? What are the main dynamics within the oil markets at this point? Oil is kind of relatively muted. I see LNG prices are soaring. What is standing out to you within this commodity complex as we tie in the geopolitics?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly the outcome of this meeting, or the outcome of a potential deal between Ukraine and Russia, has been on the top of everyone's mind over the last week. That's why we saw sort of a come down in prices, because, yes, if we do get some sort of deal, maybe there will be an unwinding of sanctions, or the risk of more sanctions on Russian oil and gas could be removed, right? We had those kind of surprise sanctions from the Trump administration on Lukoil and Rosneft, and that is reducing the amount of barrels from those suppliers that can go to their primarily Asian customers, and they're kind of scrambling to find something else. A peace deal would kind of get that out of the way. Now, it doesn't look like it's in the cards at the moment, but I think other things that folks are focusing on quite closely, of course, has been OPEC Plus has kind of confirmed their pause for increasing output in the first quarter. Also looking at how we're going to see with U.S. inventories, there has been a slight inventory increase in the U.S. as expected for crude, but it wasn't as much as people were expecting. And also or was below what people were expecting. And then likewise, we're also looking at Chinese demand, right? So obviously the Chinese demand situation is the big story. They're the biggest buyer of crude, and they haven't really been living up to what the market, I think, was expecting them to do over the last few years. Yes, there was some buying earlier in the year that was mostly for stockpiling purposes, but we're expecting that to sort of deteriorate or essentially slow down over the next few months. And then we're going to be flipping more into a glut situation, according to analysts from the IEA to Goldman. We are going into a market that is much frothier than it was before, and that is going to weigh on prices. So if you add a peace deal into that and more Russian flows into the market, that just adds to this oversupply narrative as well as a bearish market.
Yeah, JP Morgan telling me earlier that they see $50 a barrel next year. They are short oil for some of those reasons. Steve, when we think about this meeting then between the two leaders of Russia and India, the pressure is clearly on India with these very high tariffs that the US administration has imposed because they are purchasing Russian oil. Have they slowed significantly the purchase of Russian oil? What are the flows looking like right now between Russia and India?
Well, if you ask the Indian refiners, yeah, they are slowing down, and they are looking to buy. Now, you have to look at there's sanctioned Russian oil and there's unsanctioned Russian oil, and we've heard, Bloomberg has reported, we've heard from our sources that the refiners are looking to shift away from those sanctioned barrels. So we're talking about Rosneft and Lukoil here. Now, at the same time, they are still indicating that they'll continue to buy the unsanctioned Russian oil. So there's this interesting sort of act that they want to play, because Russian oil, even if it's unsanctioned, comes at a pretty good discount. And these buyers, they want discount, they want the best prices possible. So they're trying to sort of thread the needle between the geopolitics of the situation, which is sort of staying away from blacklisted oil, while also being able to get the best deal possible. And Modi is meeting with Putin, and it is something that clearly he wants to strengthen that. Putin wants to strengthen that relationship, the energy relationship between the countries. So that's something that the government's going to have to deal with as well, as the White House closely watches.
Bloomberg energy reporter Stephen Stuczynski, thank you for that update. We continue to, of course, to monitor that meeting and that visit by the Russian leader to India. Let's stay within the commodity space, but focus on some of the inputs in the iron ore space and the metals as well, because Rio Tinto has announced a string of cost cuts just in the last few minutes or so in a strategy overhaul. The world's second largest miner also outlining plans to release $5 to $10 billion from its existing asset base. Let's bring in Bloomberg's metals and mining reporter Martin Ritchie with the details. Martin, what has stood out to you? The lines have been crossing the last 20 minutes or so. What has grabbed your attention?
Yeah, that's right. This is very much breaking news, so we've not had a huge amount of time to go over the document. But what really stands out, I think, at first, is that there is no big bazooka, if you will, in this. I think a lot of people were maybe expecting some really big numbers, perhaps on headcount reductions or cost reductions here. It's not clear that that's what we're getting at the moment. Rio talks about, as you said, releasing $5 billion to $10 billion of cash from existing assets. It's talking about annualized, I think, productivity gains of $650 million by the end of the quarter next year, and 4% reduction in unit costs by 2030. But all of those are kind of subject to footnotes, which we'll have to look at a bit more carefully. And Simon Trott, who's the CEO, he's been in the job for 4 months or so. People are looking for him on the big strategy. He's already streamlined the business somewhat over the past few months, and he'll be speaking to the media in about 5 minutes from now. So we'll be tuning into that for more.
Martin, I want to get your take on what's happening in copper as well. So that's the update from Rio. We continue to monitor it, of course, a stock to watch at the open. Copper currently a little softer, 11,470. Goldman Sachs saying the breakout above 11,000 for copper is not going to be sustained. What is going on? What are the dynamics that are kind of front and center around the copper story right now?
Yeah, so as you know, a lot of focus on the supply side in copper in recent years. You have this strange dynamic now where, because everyone thinks Trump is going to put import tariffs on copper imports to the US next year. There's a lot of metal flooding to the US, and the idea this is going to leave the rest of the world short, and that's what's kind of driving up the price at the moment and in the past few weeks. Yesterday, there was a big outflow of metal from London Metal Exchange warehouses, presumably to the US, and that's a sort of indication that that kind of tightness is happening. But there are some skeptics about this as well. Goldman said, look, the world has enough metal. That flow to the US could be fairly short-lived. It could be balanced by tightness elsewhere in the world. So we need to see what happens to those flows from LME warehouses in the coming weeks to see who's right.
Okay, Bloomberg's metals and mining reporter Martin Ritchie, thank you for that update. Coming up, the role of AI in the future of medicine. We're going to switch focus. We're going to speak to the co-founder and CEO, Glenn Gowers, of Basecamp Research, backed by NVIDIA. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with another season of The Deal. With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
Some good-looking trophy. 1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Let's bring you some breaking news right now from Cambricon. It is a major producer of AI accelerators and chips in the Chinese market, and with aims now to triple chip output to replace NVIDIA in China. That is a significant ambition. It comes, of course, after Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, said that you need to continue to compete, of course, in the Chinese market. He's been making that case in the halls of power in Washington. Of course, he's been making it in front of President Trump as well. This is a reminder that China is catching up. It's not quite there in terms of the cutting-edge semiconductors, but it is catching up, and Cambricon is a significant player in that place. Again, Bloomberg reporting that Cambricon Technologies over in China plans to more than triple its production of AI chips in 2026, aiming to wrest market share from Huawei Technologies in China and fill a void left by NVIDIA's forced exit. And we need discussions are ongoing right now in the US and in Washington as to how much access, if at all, NVIDIA will be getting in the future to that Chinese market. Speaking of Jensen Huang, in September, the NVIDIA CEO announced plans to invest £2 billion in the UK's AI industry. One beneficiary is Basecamp Research. The London and Boston-based AI biotech firm has raised over $85 million and has created what it describes as the world's biggest database of biological data in the world. The company uses the data to design proteins with the potential to develop new medicines. Joining me now is Glenn Gowers, co-founder and CEO of Basecamp Research. Glenn, thanks for coming to the studio bright and early. So you have this backing from NVIDIA. You guys seem to be doing something that is out of the box in terms of collecting data that hasn't been collected before, but also building your own models with potential significant impacts for therapeutics. Just briefly explain what it is, what the proposition is. What are you guys doing, just briefly, and how it sets you apart?
Of course. We're building curative therapeutics, and this is really a new era for medicine. We've been in the era of small molecules to now biologics, where we are today, and the future really is the ability to design cures from scratch, knowing what's wrong with the patient and designing interventions. This requires AI and huge foundation models that understand how to read, how to write DNA, how to design these interventions. And this is an incredibly complex process. We need entirely new models and therefore entirely new data sets to support those models built from scratch. That's what we've been doing.
Is big pharma's not already doing this?
Not at all, no. They are, of course, doing work in curative cell and gene therapies, but hampered by many different problems, from the costs to the lack of predictability, to the kind of length of time it takes to develop these therapeutics. And this is exactly what we think and are proving that AI can have a huge impact in.
So you have more than 10 billion novel protein sequences. What is practically involved in collecting that data?
Sure, it's actually 12 billion proteins that we have now. We're growing very, very rapidly. In collecting that data, we have to go to its source. We need to map all of evolution, where it lies. This is soil, air, water, in 28 countries around the planet, 5 continents, and that's where we're working on the ground.
That sounds incredibly labor-intensive.
It is incredibly labor-intensive, yeah. It's taken us 5 years to build this with the investments of $85 million to this date to build this foundational data set, but the need couldn't be greater and the importance couldn't be larger.
And you're looking specifically to address a gap when it comes to more complex genetic diseases that maybe Big Pharma and other drug companies aren't meeting right now for all sorts of various complex reasons. How much progress have you made? What kind of timeframes should we be thinking about in terms of actually getting a drug to market based on the kind of work that you and the team are doing?
Sure, of course. One of the core technologies we're working on is programmable gene insertion, the ability to edit the genome very rapidly in very precise ways. To give some example of how long this could take to develop, even today there was an example recently, a baby called baby KJ. It took 9 months from diagnosing the patient with a genetic disease to designing an intervention to cure that disease in that 9-month period. And that's with today's technology. I think we can get that down to perhaps even a single handful of months, maybe even 3 months.
And to be clear, in terms of when we start to see drugs on the market, is this a this decade story, before 2030, that we start to see drugs on the market that are based on your models and your data sets?
I absolutely believe within a decade we'll see that.
Yeah, okay, and we have to have regulators to work through that in terms of clinical trials. What about partnerships with Big Pharma? What is your relationship with the kind of AstraZenecas and GSKs of the world?
Yeah, of course, we're in active discussions with many of the large pharma companies, precisely for this reason that they want to move into cures. You know, we don't want to be treating symptoms of diseases, we really want to be treating underlying causes, and that's really at the foundation of the entire pharmaceutical industry. And so we're in active discussions with many of them.
On the commercial side, where are you seeing the strongest potential commercial uptake of some of these solutions?
Yeah, particularly around cell therapies and gene therapies. And these are incredibly complex medicines, both from the design and the manufacturing. And this is really where we have the largest benefit today in both of those steps.
And how do you turn this kind of into revenue at scale for the business?
Yeah, we're talking about medicines. We're talking about cures that treat people from diseases and make them unreliant on healthcare systems, etc. And so the commercial demand for this is incredibly high from all of these different patient groups around the world, which many of them today have no cures, no treatments for, and really tens of thousands of genetic diseases and cell therapy. These are things we want to work on.
How much of a headwind is ethics and privacy when it comes to data in different jurisdictions? You're traveling all over the world. You have teams collecting all this data in different regions. How do you navigate that complexity?
Yeah, of course. We need to map the provenance of all of this data and have access and benefit-sharing partnerships negotiated with every country that we work on. This is actually something that we have pioneered. We do a lot of work with various different groups at the UN to demonstrate that this is possible at scale. Mm-hmm. You can build these partnerships with governments and institutions around the world where we can gain this data and, in return, share benefits of the commercialization of that data.
And NVIDIA has invested, is that right? They have backed you, is that right? Or the process
we have collaborations with NVIDIA at the moment, and of course with that announcement back in a few different months ago.
Okay.
Yes,
How important is that support?
Incredibly important, that support, because we are training enormous models on all of this data that we have here. That is not a simple task. And of course, we're a team of 50 people based between London and Boston. We benefit from working with the best companies in the world in scaling those models on the technical side.
Is the UK benefiting from a brain drain from the US when it comes to research and science to the UK? Are you seeing that?
We're certainly seeing a great depth of talent in the UK, specifically around applied AI, and that's really because of the depth of the academic talent we have here. We do see a good fluidity between the US and the UK. Of course, we hire from both of those geographies, in addition to many others, and really seeing the UK going from strength to strength in this matter.
And the government's doing enough to support your business and others like it in the ecosystem?
They're doing a good job, certainly with that announcement with NVIDIA and having Keir Starmer on stage sharing that announcement.
More they can do.
There's certainly more than they can do here, and I think we are really just in the foothills of the potential of AI in this industry, and the UK, with our academic depth that we have here with top universities, there's a long way that we can go in terms of...
Clint Gowans, thank you very much indeed. Co-founder and CEO of Basecamp Research. Really fascinating in terms of the work that's being done there. There's a lot more coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
The tasks within our jobs are going to be dramatically enhanced by AI. Some jobs will become obsolete. New jobs are going to be created, and every job will be changed.
Okay, the CEO, Jensen Huang, speaking there, of course, after and at a time when he was meeting with President Trump as well in Washington, D.C. As he talks about the impact of AI on jobs, some will become obsolete. He says many will become enhanced. All of them will change. Have a look at what happened in terms of the Mag 7 versus the Russell 2000. Yesterday, there was a significant gap. But this actually goes back into the early part of November in terms of the divergence. It really becomes pronounced around the 20th of November, and you see that crocodile mouth shape in the chart here, with the gains coming through for the Russell 2000 on these expectations. That is the blue line, of course, the Russell 2000. Expectations that you'll get that rate cut and a more dovish Fed. So the rate cut priced more than 90% for next week, and that is supporting those mid-cap stocks versus Mag 7, which has really stalled out around here on concerns around AI valuations. You saw that very pronounced yesterday. The Nasdaq 100 gained yesterday, but only about 0.2 or 0.3% versus almost 2% the gains coming through for the Russell 2000. So if that dynamic continues, and whether or not that is an opportunity as investors look to rotate potentially out of Mag 7 into some of those mid-cap names. Let's flip the board and have a look at the broader jobs picture, because you did have that private payroll data coming out yesterday, ADPs, and that did lead to increased bets on Fed rate cut bets. So it ties back in to that story around support for the Russell 2000 stocks. But this is the concern. 32,000 was the number of jobs that were eliminated in the month of November, a contraction of 32,000. That's the worst print we've seen since November of 2023. And as Valerie Teitel has been telling us, it's the companies with 50 employees and less that saw real pressure in terms of jobs being eroded there, and that will be a concern that arguably ties into the thinking, of course, of the FOMC. On the jobless claims story, let's flip the board and have a look at what's happening here, because in fact, while companies are not firing maybe as aggressively as some had thought, we have that ADP data, of course, that puts a bit of a question mark around that. The jobless claims data shows us that those who are out of work for longer are claiming for longer. That is a problem. The longer you're out of work, of course, getting back into the jobs market is a challenge. Continuing jobs claims, that is the blue line, and that is the problem in terms of that continuing lack of work for many employees. But companies not firing maybe as aggressively as some would have thought. You can get all these details, of course, on the terminal. The opening trade is up next. This is Bloomberg.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Nisso eu começo, eu não sabia o que fazer. Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home there, they are suffering. And someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being a billion-dollar business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards alongside Guy Johnson. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. Global stocks gain after weak U.S. private payrolls data lifts the odds of a Fed rate cut next week. An auction of Japan's 30-year bonds draws the strongest demand since 2019. Meanwhile, Beijing pushes back against yuan's strength to support exports as the French and Chinese leaders meet. Plus, Bloomberg has learned that Morgan Stanley is looking to offload some of its data center exposure, while Microsoft pushes back at suggestions AI sales have been sluggish.
OK, let's talk about these markets at Figaro. We are this Thursday morning. Quietish, but not that quiet. Stocks 50 futures up by 0.6%, which is little in comparison with what we've seen overnight out of Asia. Look at what's happening with the Nikkei. The Nikkei is up by 2.33%. We've got a lot of activity in the Japanese market. Looks like we're going to get a December rate hike. You've seen this auction that Anna was talking about. You've got a curve flattening. It's interesting what is happening at the 10th. There's a lot happening there. Plus, also, we need to talk about the yuan fixing as well. But we'll come to China in just a moment. Silver's rolling over a little bit. Now, if you look at silver this morning in isolation on a one-day chart, you are missing a trick because you need to look at the 5-day chart. We've seen this huge ramp up in silver, which is now just starting maybe to fade a little bit. So we're down by nearly 2%. on the metal. It's interesting this comes kind of a week or so after we saw the move in Bitcoin, but it's been fascinating to watch this big move up, and now we're beginning to fade that. So there's enough going on. We definitely need to talk about the Fed. We definitely need to talk about AI. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now. Okay, Thursday morning, good morning. What happens if the Hasset Fed delivers the cuts that the Trump administration wants? How will the market react? I think we're beginning to pick up some vibes from Wall Street on this front. And then you have to fold the data in and think about kind of where we are in the near term, because people are talking about payrolls being weak yesterday. ADP payrolls. Let's just be really clear about this. The data point that everybody used to dismiss is not suddenly absolutely front and center.
Yes, well, when you've got little else, I suppose that's the rationale, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely, guys. So we've had the private payrolls, and we're back to that story where bad news is good news for risk assets. So we saw stocks gaining on the back of weakness in labour market data, because it's not so weak that it sort of sends the US economy into a tailspin, but it's weak enough that maybe we are more convinced we get a cut next week from the Fed. Yeah. But it's interesting you raise the bigger picture is around who's going to lead the Fed, and we've talked about this a lot, and we've got quite sceptical views about political intervention in monetary policy on this set and across a lot of Bloomberg programs. But it's interesting that this FT story has been asking this question of Wall Street, or rather, sorry, reporting on the Washington apparatus asking this question of Wall Street, and the feedback has been quite sceptical. And it's interesting that you pick up on what this means, because is it because the market is fearing inflation, and that means that you don't get the cuts delivered in the market that President Trump would want? And that's the point you've been raising for quite a while.
If Trump wants a lot of cuts, why he wants cuts, I think, is an interesting question, but maybe we'll park that for just one moment. But if he delivers the kind of cuts that he wants, do you get a pickup in the asset boom? Does it become unsustainable? There's all kinds of questions around that. And it's interesting. There's a story on the terminal this morning. Greg Peters over at PGIM kind of just voicing his skepticism about the need for these kinds of cuts. Most people see cuts down to around 3%. Trump's talking about much lower. Will Hasset be able to deliver that? I'm assuming that he is going to be the chair, but would he be able to deliver that? Or would the FOMC push back? And if the FOMC pushes back, that's a big deal.
Yes, it is. And if he is able to deliver it, what does it do to inflation? And does it mean that there's a reduced chance that transmission of those lower policy rates goes through to the long end of the curve, which is, as you've been pointing out,
so the dollar is already down on the idea that we are going to see rate cuts. Now, I think if you take it too far, then you wonder actually how the dollar reacts. So is there a point at which actually too many rate cuts actually produces the inflationary issue and the kind of concerns that you would see? So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how the dollar reacts. But the dollar is already down, and everybody else is going to have to deal with this, because it looks like it's going to be an issue going into 2026. The Chinese overnight, I thought, were fascinating on this front, delivering one of their biggest kind of shifts in the fixing for the yuan. And signaling basically they're trying to control the pace of this. And clearly this is an issue and a concern. I wonder how the White House will react if we see more of this from the Chinese.
Because clearly, it's flattering if your currency's on the rise because people are sceptical about others. But on the other hand, it limits what your exporters can do. And they're very concerned about that. So limiting the gains in the currency is certainly the way that it's being cast this morning. We've got Emmanuel Macron, the French president, over in China. That's happening. But in the meantime, the China and the tech themes come together, because we've got a Chinese chip producer called Cambricon, which is saying it's aiming to increase its chip production threefold to basically cut NVIDIA out of the Chinese chip sector. Now, NVIDIA is not counting on sending any chips to China, but this tying in with the China conversation this morning, this seems interesting. It sort of supports what we were hearing from Jensen Huang, doesn't it?
Yeah, he is saying he doesn't know whether the Chinese will take our products, which I think is interesting. But there is this broader kind of skepticism around AI, which I think is fascinating as well. We talked about it yesterday. We're seeing a broadening out. Is it just NVIDIA's world anymore, or are we seeing other chip companies coming in? And now, in the last 24 hours, you've seen an awful lot of commentary coming through about concerns around data build-outs and what is happening there. There was a DealBook conference in New York yesterday. Anthropic CEO was there, talking about kind of YOLO, the fact that some of these companies are basically in a kind of you only live once type of world, and we're just going to build it and to hell with it and let's see what happens kind of environment, which I think is fascinating too. So there's a lot of this kind of commentary. You've also got this Morgan Stanley story which relates to this as well. They're trying to basically to take off their balance sheet some of their data center debt build out, which they've been accumulating, and they're trying to maybe move that into a special purpose vehicle.
Yes, into an SRT, a significant risk transfer. So trying to get it off their balance sheet or partly and free up balance sheet to do other things with it. Now, does this tell us something good about, we're spreading the risk here. If there is risk and everyone's talking about hedging exposure to data centers, this might seem like a sensible thing to do. On the other hand, does it remind us of times where we've seen slicing and dicing of debt, and it obscures the location and the scale and where it actually sits? And so that's why it sort of raises, it's a very well-read story on the Bloomberg terminal, that one about SRTs around Morgan Stanley.
But if you're doing a significant risk transfer and you're trying to create another, you're basically trying to take this kind of pool of assets off your balance sheet. What is the motivation for doing that? Is Morgan Stanley basically saying we are nervous about the quality of
or
this
is it
debt?
to do more of the same, and you don't know, do you, when they're just consulting? Yeah.
So it could be one or the other. Do we need more lending capacity, or are we worried about the lending we've already done?
And in terms of the AI adoption in business, and this goes to the Microsoft story, Microsoft pushing back against suggestions that theirs has been sluggish. Salesforce telling a positive story, saying lots of AI adoption is happening. Snowflake, a less positive story. So we're getting lots of really nuanced takes on how quickly businesses are willing to spend and adopt.
I was slightly unconvinced by the Microsoft pushback, which I thought was, I read a number of different takes on this story yesterday. It didn't feel as if if you're going to push back, you have to make sure that pushback lands, and you kind of hit back quite. It just didn't quite land to me, which I think is interesting in itself. We'll go back to that dollar story in just a moment. Jane Foley is going to be joining us, head of FX strategy at Rabobank. We've got Marina Zagheri, deputy global head of fixed income at Aberdeen, is going to be joining us as well, and Karen Ward, chief market strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. What have we got coming up today?
Other things on the agenda. We mentioned Emmanuel Macron is in China. They're talking about a lot of things, trade, tariffs, and the like. 1 p.m. UK time, ECB IMF conference on fiscal policy and EMU governance in Frankfurt, Monetary Union. At 1:30 p.m. UK time, US jobless claims Putin travels to India as well. So those are the things we're watching. Macron in China getting quite a lot of coverage, of course. He's talking about trade, talking about, well, we'll see whether there's any conversation around Taiwan. Ukraine, of course, coming up in these conversations.
Absolutely. We'll come out to that a little bit later on the programme. What else do you need to know this Thursday morning? Bloomberg has learned that Meta has poached Apple's most prominent design executive as the owner of Instagram, and WhatsApp accelerates a push towards AI-enabled consumer devices. Alan Dye had run Apple's user interface design team since 2015. Sources say it's replacing Dye with longtime designer Stephen Lemay. The German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and his ruling alliance with the Social Democrats facing another challenge as a group of around 18 younger CDU lawmakers rebelled against a pension bill due to go to the final vote in the Bundestag Friday. The Social Democrats co-leader hinted this week that if the pension bill doesn't make it through, it could spell the end of the coalition. Merz's CDU-CSU bloc and the SPD hold a slender majority in the lower house, and the coalition has failed to agree on multiple decisions amid the country's economic difficulties. And President Trump says the meeting between his envoy Steve Witkoff and the Russian President Vladimir Putin was, quote, reasonably good. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. The US leader also acknowledged he doesn't know what the outcome of these talks will be. Witkoff is set to meet the Ukrainian officials in Miami later today.
Coming up on the programme, Rio Tinto's new CEO unveils cost cuts amid a strategy overhaul. We'll bring you more on the Miners Capital Markets Day later on in the programme. Plus, the Mercedes F1 team and PepsiCo have announced a multi-year global partnership. We will bring you an exclusive interview with the F1 team's CEO, Toto Wolff, and Eugene Williamson, PepsiCo's CEO of International Beverages. That conversation coming up in the next hour of the programme. Up next, we talk all things currency moves, wider markets with Jane Foley. We'll talk about the dollar, what we've seen there, dollar weakness. Is that China's problem? Head of FX strategy at Rabobank, Jane Foley, will be with us shortly. If you want to get involved in any of these conversations, IB plus BBTV Go is the function to use on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg.
coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can't be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up to the minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
What a visual.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
This is the opening trade, 7:13 here in London this Thursday morning. European equity market futures pointing a little higher this morning, looking to price in some of the positivity that was caused by the weaker data in the States yesterday. With that in mind, let's bring in Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel with her take on all things jobs and Besant. Val, good morning.
Look, the ADP survey yesterday came in surprisingly weak. The fourth contraction of 2025 for the ADP survey, coming in at negative 32,000. We were expecting an expansion of 10,000 for the month of November. There was surprising weakness, Anna, when it comes to small businesses. Those shed 120,000 jobs in the month of November, the biggest contraction for small businesses since COVID, since May 2020. ADP classifies small businesses as those with less than 50 employees. What is that telling us about the more domestically oriented businesses in the U.S. economy? Well, it did give, I guess, some jitters to the market. We are now more confident in pricing in that December rate cut. Now a 98% certainty if you look at the work function on the Bloomberg terminal. And it did spark some weakness in the U.S. dollar. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index fell by around 0.4% in the session yesterday. Not a lot of volatility for the U.S. dollar, but it was its weakest session in 3 months. Have to go all the way back to September to find a session where the U.S. dollar did slide that much. Now, the dollar has been on a back foot and has been at least bothering some countries as to how strong their currency has been trading versus it.
You're talking about China, right?
Of course.
Okay. So what's going on? The Yuan fixing this morning, how How much of a pushback is this against this dollar weakness?
Well, again, I think we can tie geopolitics, you can tie the trade negotiations into this. China is being quite bold in trying to stem the gains of the Chinese yuan. Overnight, they had the weakest bias in their fixing going back to 2022. So for 3 years, we've not seen such a weak bias for a dollar CNY. Now, this comes alongside the fact that we did see dollar CNH move to its lowest levels this year yesterday, hovering around the 7 handle. So again, maybe this is a signal that China is unhappy with what's going on in its currency. The strengthening of the Chinese yuan is now starting to bother the PBOC. Will it bother Scott Bessent and the Treasury Secretary, who has been very critical of those countries intervening in their currencies of late?
Is it bothering Jane Foley? We're going to find out right now. Valerie, thank you very much indeed. Valerie Teitel. Jane Foley, Head of FX Strategy at Rabobank, joining us around the table. What do you make of what the Chinese are doing?
You know what, I think a lot can be explained by the effective exchange rate. So, for instance, there's a couple of things going on for China. First of all, they like the renminbi to be relatively strong because that way it attracts inward investment.
Yep.
It gives a good impression. But at the other hand, they've got an economy that's going through deflation, so they do not want the exchange rate to be too strong. Now, when the dollar at the start of the year was plummeting, well, the Chinese could afford to have the fixing relatively strong because the effective exchange rate was being dragged lower. But more recently, because in the second half of the year, the dollar is one of the best performing G10 currencies and often the best performing. So if you like, that's sort of dragging the effective exchange rate for China upwards. And I think this is the issue. They've got an economy that's going through deflation. They're trying to maybe stimulate domestic consumption. They're certainly trying to stimulate exports, and they're against, tariffs. They're against fears of dumping of their goods. That's a constraint for them. So they cannot afford to have the exchange rate strengthen too much. And I think because the effective exchange rate is now turning higher, that's what they're trying to face, and that's what they're trying to address right now.
Think there'll be more?
Quite possibly, yes. And again, there is significant constraints on the Chinese economy. They want to get through the deflationary era. That's going to be really quite painful because if they stop a lot of subsidies, then they're going to potentially have more unemployment. And they're promising, or they're trying to stimulate domestic demand. Consumer confidence is pretty weak. How do you stimulate domestic demand when the unemployment queues are growing? So from that point of view, I think there is a focus on the exchange rate. They don't want that effective exchange rate to be too strong.
Let me ask you more about the dollar side of things then, Jane, because yes, you mentioned previously or just now about how the dollar has actually been stronger than maybe I've given it credit for over recent months, because the beginning of the year, the story was all about dollar weakness, and the story's been a little more nuanced and a little more confused over the second half of the year. How do you think the AI story links in with the dollar? And people worried at the beginning of this year about what was happening with the dollar and whether the infrastructure in Washington was still there to support its sort of dollar dominance. So that was the negative side. At the same time, the US economy really outperforms and looks set to adopt AI probably faster than everywhere else. Yeah. So what kind of dollar positive can that be?
Well, it really harps back to the whole buy dollar trade or buy US trade that really dominated from the global financial crisis up until the start of this year. And people were, the dollar basically was choppy in that time frame, but was trending higher. The same as the S&P was trending higher in that period. And again, the market was very excited about the US because it was better generally than its peers in terms of growth, better in terms of productivity. Now, the productivity side of it is very important because if the US is in a position where it can adopt AI faster, and we've got to bear in mind, the great majority of the world's biggest 100 tech companies are based in the US. If it can adopt AI quicker, then you've still got a Buy America story. Now, but this is, I think, where it gets really very nuanced, to use your word, because if you look through the S&P, yes, it started to hit record highs again in June, really quite soon after the panics that we had earlier in the year. And yet, if you break that down, this has generally been driven by the AI story, the tech story. A lot of those companies within the S&P 500 haven't performed so well this year. And then we get onto the issues about, is there a bubble? Now, if there is a significant correction in stocks, then clearly, there is reasoning to promote recession fears, Fed rate cut fears, dollar downside fears. But if the story remains very positive and the US growth story and productivity story is still on the trajectory of outperformance.
Yeah.
well, the dollar's going to remain relatively firm.
So there is a link in 2026, do we think, between the fate of US tech stocks and the dollar?
I do think there is, because if there is a big correction, got to bear in mind that the US consumer, a certain degree of his household wealth, is very much linked to stocks because US households own stocks. So if he feels his wealth is going to go down, he'll probably consume less, he'll probably save more. It increases the recession fears, it increases the Fed rate cut fears, which could bring the dollar down. But that isn't necessarily a structural change. It could just be a moderate recession, perhaps, and a dip.
Do you think Hassett can cut rates aggressively at the Fed?
It depends what the data says. And I think this is the really important thing, because, for instance, we had the ADP yesterday, it was soft. If the data carries on being soft and Hassett is cutting interest rates, what's the problem? The problem is...
he goes too far.
Well, yeah, and the problem is, therefore, if the market perceives him to go too far, really.
So what's too far?
So too far would be the market thinking, oh, my goodness, we've still got an inflationary story. If we look, for instance, at some of the Japanese exporters, we can see in their balance sheets that they have been cutting prices in order to absorb the tariffs to the US. Will they do that next year? If they do not, then next year could still be an inflationary story for the US. You know, are US retailers absorbing the impact of the tariffs and not passing them on? Because we haven't seen a big inflationary shock from tariffs yet. Is that still to come? And the credibility issue, does the market believe Hassett or not? That's where the credibility
The data's softish, but it's not convincing yet on the labour front. People are worried that you get slight weakening and that weakening accelerates. And you get a big problem with the US labour market. We're not there yet. But the Trump administration wants rates massively lower than where we are now. The market's got kind of a terminal rate of circa 3%. It feels like the White House wants it way below that. If he just comes in and says, right, we are cutting rates, what happens in that kind of environment?
That's a risk, and that's a risk for the dollar. Will we actually get there? I mean, I suppose what you're describing is a sort of a Turkey, an Erdogan situation. But will we get there in the US? I'm not convinced that we will. I mean, if you look at Hassett, and indeed if you look at all of the candidates for Fed chair, these are credible economists. I mean, you know...
But Hassett sounds like he's the most attuned to the Trump view of what rates are.
And the market needs to test him. Is he going to do what Trump wants him to do, or is he going to do what the market thinks is correct? And if he oversteps the line...
And those are two different things,
They are two different things, because as long as the data remains weak, there's no problem if you...
But it's interesting, isn't it, what separates what the market thinks is the correct path from maybe just falling in line with the White House view. If the difference between those two is just 25 basis points, then perhaps it's less of an issue. If the difference between those two is 2 percentage points...
Then there's a problem.
Then there's a really big problem. And maybe is that where we come down to in 2026?
Yes, you know, that would be the problem. But will Hassett do that, given his credibility, given his experience, you know, when he's in that chair? So, for instance, as long as the data, you know, again, if the data suggests to the market that he is politically motivated, that's when the credibility problem starts. But we're not convinced. Who knows if we're actually going to get there? So it's a massive risk, but it may not.
But at the edge, I have to price in some of that risk. Do I need to price some of that risk in now? Yes, we've got a range of outcomes. There's a distribution of outcomes, but it feels like the tail for lower rates is getting fatter with Hassett. And I wonder, therefore, whether the market it's only got to price a little bit more to the downside, but that pricing a little bit more to the downside has a meaningful impact on the dollar.
Quite possibly that's what you're already seeing this week, because the dollar, you know, has been on the back foot this week. And quite possibly you will see a little bit more. But as long as the data is weak, the market's probably not going to panic too much, because, you know, we just haven't got the evidence yet that he is going to create a credibility issue.
We're just getting live pictures coming to us from China. President Macron of France is making a visit to China. He's meeting with the Chinese delegation. And we've talked about the yuan, Jane, but let's talk about the euro, the other side of that. I mean, the ECB on hold for a while, is that the story? I'm quite transfixed by the German politics at the moment and the fact that things look a little bit more difficult for the coalition than had been anticipated. And there's a lot riding on Merz and his plans to spend for Europe. And so I wonder what your view on the euro is with that in mind.
You know, I think the market might get impatient because, you know, let's face it, it wasn't just the first part of this year, wasn't just a story of dollar weakness. It was actually an individual story of euro strength. There was a lot of optimism created by the loosening of the debt brake. A lot of people thinking, wow, you know, this is going to be a renaissance for Europe. And here we are at the end of the year. German growth still pretty close to stagnation. Now, to be fair, all the European economists had forecast that. But, you know, the excitement in the market would suggest something different. Now, if we look at the difficulties getting some of these reforms over the line, you know, we're bound to get some degree of impatience here. And if you look still at the headwinds still facing European exporters, they've got a stronger euro to contend with now than they had at the start of the year. They've still got relatively firm electricity prices as well. Now they have tariffs too. You know, that's not a particularly good background. So I think there is a potential that we could have some impatience in those long euro positions.
Sweden out with data this morning, core inflation hitting an 11-month low. Like if you push that out across the whole of Europe, isn't there a danger that the ECB is going to have to cut at least once more in the scenario you paint, and possibly more than that?
If we look at the CPI data from the Eurozone earlier this week, it was slightly higher than expected. It was 2.2, not 2.1. So, okay, so there is a risk if things go bad. But actually, you know, some people are talking about even a risk that the ECB could be hiking maybe at the end of 2026. So, you know, we're in this position now, whereas, you know, we don't know. So the ECB is probably just sit on its hands and do nothing until some of that fog clears. But, you know, right now there is no compelling reason for them to cut. And, you know, with respect to Sweden, yesterday when I looked, in the second half of this year, the Swedish krona was vying with the US dollar for best performing currency.
Jane, thank you very much. Good to see you. Jane Foley, Head of FX Strategy at Rabobank. Coming up on the programme, a slowdown in US jobs data. We've mentioned it. It's reinforced bets on a Fed rate cut. We will dive deeper into what that means for the Treasury curve in the United States. We'll be joined by Aberdeen's Marianne Zanger. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So, you know, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So it's developed, this gives you both that upside and the downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, you know, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, you know, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, you know, basically are going to like unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're going to go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Thursday morning, good morning. What is it, 30 minutes to the start of equity trading here in Europe. Futures look a little bit like this morning. Not exactly a lot of movement. A little more in the Stoxx 50 than you're seeing maybe in the CAC or in the FTSE 100, but I think it's very marginal this morning. I'm not entirely convinced that equities are where the action is, though. Yesterday, a bit of a reaction maybe to some of the data out of the United States, but it didn't feel like it doesn't feel convincing at the moment.
Right. Felt a little December-ish, didn't it? But It's an important December because we still have a Fed meeting and a BOJ meeting and plenty of other things besides. Let's talk about where we are on bond markets then. So that's the picture for European stocks. We are expecting a bit of that upside. Let's have a look at the bond market picture. We're not really moving anywhere very fast. Treasury yields, I can see, are a little firmer this morning in the 2, 10-year, 30-year horizon. So all along the curve, we're a little bit higher on those yields. Talking of demand for fixed income, though, the beginning of this week started with quite a lot of drama out of Tokyo.
And the market's okay with all of this drama. Very strong demand for a 30-year overnight. It's interesting. I think weirdly, what is more interesting is the reaction in the 10s and what is happening in this kind of the flatness of the curve to all of this. But yeah, strong push. There's a report out this morning which is kind of nailing on the idea that we are going to see a rate hike from the BOJ. It's weird to talk about rate hikes.
You have to check yourself every time.
I have to think about it to make sure that I'm making sure that we're moving in the right direction. So that looks like it's going to happen. And then I think it's interesting but I think the market is going to quite quickly move beyond that and think about how long it is before we get the next hike, or if we ever get a hike beyond the one we're going to get in December.
Yeah, maybe we did all the adjusting around that thought and that action on Monday. That certainly was the dynamic then. Let's talk about what's been happening, though, in Treasuries around the US data. Treasuries gained after weak US private payrolls data, lifted the odds of a Fed rate cut next week. For more, we're joined now by Marianne Zangul, who is Deputy Global Head of Fixed Income over at Aberdeen. And really nice to speak to you, Marianne. Thank you for joining us. So we've been thinking a lot about what happens to Treasuries. There's a lot of different conversations, different ways we could start this conversation. But let's focus in on the data, the fact that the data came in pretty weak yesterday on jobs, and that increased people's expectations that we're going to get a rate cut from the Fed next week. How many rate cuts? What are we looking at then from the Fed in 2026?
Yeah, and I think, the thing to highlight here is that expectations around the rate cut were already high. I think the weakness in the data just strengthened the view that there will be a rate cut. So, our view is very much that we do see that rate cut in December, and then looking ahead, we see actually nothing until we see the new Fed chair come in. So we're expecting sort of, that there to be a pause, and then that to pick up at the back end of next year. I think, the degree to which that picks up is very much dependent on who the new Fed chair is and how that Fed chair, wants to play it. Are they going to look to the market and do a sort of more slow pace, or are they going to go for something that really, causes a massive reaction?
Yes, and with that in mind, are we going to see a Fed that focuses much more on the weakness in the labour market and puts aside concerns around inflation? Because that seems to be something that the bond market is a bit worried about.
Yeah, and I think, our view is that we are seeing a Fed that is focusing on that labour market data, and that will, if we do see that change into a more dovish committee, that will increase going forward.
So we're done with one of the big stories that we've been talking about this morning. The other one's AI. Let's talk about AI and what is happening in the bond market. Is the bond market getting nervous about AI?
AI, I think, is really interesting because it has been, for the majority of the time, an equity story, private credit story, private market story. We're now seeing a huge amount of supply come through the bond market. So we saw Meta issue $30 billion over the last 3 months. A lot of the hyperscalers issuing a significant amount of debt. Oracle, yeah, $18 billion. So I would say the bond market isn't nervous. We're digesting that supply. But there is definitely a difference in terms of the very highly rated companies and their ability to continue to issue debt.
So the expectation is that this will continue. This isn't a kind of so. Is there a crowding out effect? This is an awful lot of kind of new debt, I guess you could call it, coming to market. Is there what happens to rates on the back of that? Because obviously this is something that we've not seen before. It is a large amount, and it's coming into a market that already is seeing a fair amount of supply coming into the market. So what is the gravitational effect of all of this AI debt that is coming into the market?
So we have seen spreads widen over the last 3 months or so, and the expectation is that incoming supply may continue to have that impact on the market. I think technology has not been a significant part of the bond market, and that is expected to be a shift going forward. So as we look forward, we expect to see technology play an increasingly important role in the bond market.
And there's the whole rate of return conversation. Is the bond market okay with kind of expected rates of return? You must have a lot of conversations with people about this. What are the questions that people are asking?
Like when AI is going to deliver? Or
when is AI going to deliver?
Yeah.
What is the end game? Are we going to have to keep funding this stuff every 5 years? Are we going to have to put new chips into a data center? But what is the rate of return on this investment? When you talk to clients, when you talk to people within the market, what are the questions they're asking about this stuff? I'm just trying to get a kind of read on what people are saying.
I mean, I think everyone has that question. Where does this end? The US has spent, there's a huge amount of capex going into this AI boom. If you compare that with what's happening in China, much more considered, it's an arms race at the moment, essentially. But no one has that answer. No one knows, how that's going to play out over the next couple of years. It would be very, very helpful for the future growth story that puts a lot of allays a lot of the fears around debt sustainability.
If we can get productivity pick up.
Correct. Exactly. But right now, sitting here in this chair, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows how that is going to end up. But what we do know is that these companies that are issuing very highly rated, good credits, you can get very attractive spreads for high-rated credits, and particularly in that shorter-dated space. Those concerns are sort of your medium to longer-term concerns. So there's a lot of value in that shorter-dated space.
So you seem quite relaxed about the amount of supply that's coming to markets. Are we in danger of having bouts of indigestion, and what would that look like?
Yeah, I think that is a good point. So there is the risk around periods of indigestion. But longer term, the bond market can digest that. Where the concerns come, though, is if we do see downgrades to any of those more cuspy rated companies, the ability of the high yield bond market to digest that is.
Because we're talking a lot here about hyperscalers raising money to invest. I mean, lots of companies as AI is adopted in other parts of the economy, might try to come to market to raise debt to fund AI expansion. Are they going to be met with quite such enthusiasm? Or maybe it comes down to whether AI starts to really deliver for the real economy.
Yeah, that's right. And you've seen in the private markets, you've seen a real raft of issuance there. And we are seeing companies come into the high yield market that have components that are part of that. I would say the bond market is getting used to that technology story and getting to grips with it.
The interesting thing here, though, is that these are companies that are traditionally very cash generative, don't hold a lot of debt, like software companies who are becoming hardware companies. So you wonder kind of long-term what their ratings are going to look like. We kind of treat them as these super elevated credits at the moment. But the nature of their business is changing. And as the nature of the business changes and they become hardware companies with a lot of kind of stuff in the ground, does that rating change?
Yeah, and you suddenly have to take a view on the durability of the stuff they're building, of the hardware, as you put it down.
But it feels like they're kind of trading on yesterday's story in terms of the way that the credit market's kind of looking at them. The other story that I think is interesting as well is presumably we're going to see a lot of credit coming from the energy market.
Yes.
Like, is that the next wave that we're going to have to see? You build all these data centers, but you've got to power them somehow, and you do wonder whether or not there's going to have to be a huge amount of debt issuance around that as well, which feels like a more understandable and more quantifiable kind of prospect. But is that the next wave that we're likely looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. And energy prices, there is going to be increasing pressure on those, and that's obviously a very political issue. Voters want to see lower energy prices. So we will see new issuance around that. We think utilities space, it's been one of our favored sectors over the last year, counter-cyclical, but there will be a lot more coming out of those sectors going forward. And it'll be really interesting to see how we manage that energy demand.
Really nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by to see us this Thursday. Marianne Zengel, Deputy Global Head of Fixed Income, joining us from Aberdeen. What do we got coming up? We're going to turn our attention to what's happening in the luxury sector. And Hermes Air is suing LVMH CEO Bernard Arnault to recover around 14 billion euros for his alleged lost shares. We're going to be talking about that and plenty of other stocks that we're going to be watching into the open. Keep an eye on the miners this morning, in particular Rio Tinto. All of that coming up. This is Bloomberg.
We are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for the businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. If you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks that are happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back. 7:43 here in London, here on the opening trade. This is the picture ahead of that opening trade. 17 minutes to go until we get there. And European equity markets looking to catch up a little with some of the gains on Wall Street yesterday. That's the picture across stocks, Guy. One of the things we're thinking about is tech. Morgan Stanley, one of the key players in financing the artificial intelligence race, is considering offloading some of its data center exposure via a so-called significant risk transfer. Bloomberg tech anchor Tom McKenzie is here.
You could tell he's a tech anchor because he's taken his tie off. There are two Tom McKenzies.
Yes.
There's the market correspondent.
Such a cliche.
Tie.
Such a cliche.
This is the tech version.
I apologise for the cliche.
This is not AI Tom, though. We have had AI Tom on set before, haven't we? Do you remember?
An appropriate replacement, some would say, to the real thing.
So let's talk about this Morgan Stanley story. Significant risk transfers. Banks have been increasingly doing this to find space in their balance sheet to do other things. Morgan Stanley has been issuing a lot of debt to fund the data center build-out.
So Morgan Stanley's been this really pivotal player in arranging and leading some of the financing that underpins the data center build-out, the infrastructure build-out around AI. It's been absolutely central to that. Morgan Stanley, a big player in this space. I mean, just one example, it led the arrangement of about $27 billion worth of debt for a Meta data center, but also equity as well. So what they're doing now is hedging some of that risk with these significant risk transfer products, which are underpinned by some of this debt and some of these loans. And they are having conversations, we understand, with potential investors in the private space, elsewhere as well, who could potentially take on some of that risk, presumably for a fee, of course. For those who are looking for that big question mark around the risk factor of building out and spending so much on AI infrastructure, this is potentially another red flag. It's also an example, though, of Morgan Stanley hedging some of that risk, which some may take some comfort from.
So Anna made a good point earlier.
Oh, that's nice.
And pause. Is it because they want to lend more money, though? You could look at it the other way, which is actually we're kind of obviously this stuff is risk weighted, and we have a balance sheet, and if we get the stuff off our balance sheet, then we can lend more.
That's absolutely what you're able to do as a lender at Morgan Stanley if you remove some of that off your balance sheet. And in fact, Morgan Stanley's own team estimate that the spending, so their estimates for the spending through 2028 on AI infrastructure is $3 trillion, half of which will have to be funded by debt. So you would imagine that Morgan Stanley still want to play in that space. If they start to walk back on that really will be interesting. But to your point, this gives them more capacity to continue to lend.
Just before we move on, sorry, important points we made. Before we move on, though, and what do you make of the Anthropic comments? Basically saying that some of the data center build out is basically YOLO build out.
Well, there's the concern about, yes, I mean, we've heard this now from a number of high-profile CEOs. It's interesting it's coming from Anthropic. They have such exposure to enterprise. They're doing so well. There are reports that they're building up for an IPO, and they are saying that there is a bit of a catch-up play. I think there's pretty broad consensus that, yes, everyone, given the potential upside from this technology, that there is going to be money that's burnt along the way, and that there will be losses, and there is a fear. There is absolutely a fear of missing out. And if you're not spending and investing, then you are absolutely going to miss out, but you're placing this huge bet on a future that is still, as yet, largely unproven. So I think the comments from the team at Anthropic kind of tie into that as they try to get shipshape and ready for a potential IPO, which is interesting.
Let's talk about NVIDIA in China and what it's able to do in that market, because there are two things that have stopped them being able to do as much business as they want. One is US regulation, and one is what the Chinese government says advises companies to buy. And we've heard from Jensen Huang about the prospects in China, but they don't count on any sales in China, do they? And we've also heard from one of the Chinese rivals to NVIDIA. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. One is a significant win, actually, for NVIDIA, because there was this act that is going through the legislature in Washington that would have compelled NVIDIA and AMD to prioritize their US customers, the hyperscalers like Microsoft and Amazon, versus their Chinese customers. That has now been stripped out. We believe that seems to be the case. It's not locked in yet, but that seems to be a win on the lobbying front from Jensen Huang. He has said that he's not sure if China would even want the H200s. So they have the H20, which is specifically designed for the Chinese market, which there's essentially no demand for in China right now. Then there's the H200, which does not have export, does not have the green tick to be able to sold into the Chinese market. That is a much more advanced semiconductor and AI accelerator than the H20. He says he's not even sure if China is going to want that. And then you have Cambricon, an example of a domestic player that has made leaps and bounds in terms of the catch-up. There is still a massive gap in terms of the performance of the kind of Cambricon chips at the top end, but they're looking to produce a lot more next year. They have a key customer, which is ByteDance. They're hoping to lock in sales to Alibaba as well. This is at the 7-nanometer layer. TSMC is producing chips at the 2-nanometer layer, and they have much higher yields, TSMC, versus SMIC, which is the foundry company and the actual physical producer of these chips for the likes of Cambricon, if we're still following. So there are still gaps, but it's a reminder that domestically the players are catching up. They do not have the yield, they do not have the software and the networking, the whole package that NVIDIA comes with it. So as to what extent China actually wants to kind of cut off its nose to spite its face and hold back some of the AI developments, or can they rely on the ingenuity of Chinese engineers and the massive data sets that they have, in which they have abundance in engineers and data sets, even if their chips are maybe a decade still behind.
Do you own a hoodie?
I'm going to make sure I sport the hoodie next time. Is that going to be a condition in terms of coming on?
Of the appearance on the opening trade.
I think you become a tech correspondent. Absolutely.
Okay.
Tom McKenzie, tech correspondent Tom McKenzie. Okay. Let's go back to the markets and figure out what is happening. Let's figure out what is going on this morning. Ven Ram, cross-asset strategist at Bloomberg MLive, joining us to give us his take on what is happening here. Can't speak. Ven, good morning. There's a lot of questions about whether or not the market will push back against a Hassett Fed that could be cutting rates aggressively. What do you make of this debate?
Morning, Guy. I think it's an interesting debate, no doubt. And if you look at the two-year yields, they tell you a big story. Now, what is priced in by the markets? The markets are thinking that the terminal rate is going to be 3%. Well, that is possible. And there have been concerns, as you mentioned, about whether Hassett will be able to drive a consensus within the Fed committee. That remains to be seen. But what we can clearly see already is that the shift of expectations is towards a lower rate rather than 3%. If you look at this September dot plot, what we saw was 5 members already penciling in a rate lower than 3%. So there is already enough people on the committee thinking that we need lower rates, much lower rates than the markets are pricing in. And if we get the labor market weakness that we have seen in recent weeks, it stands to reason that they will probably push lower rates lower than 3%. But I will come back to the promise that I mentioned earlier, which is the two-year yield. If you look at the two-year yield, given the terminal rate pricing, given Hassett's bias, you could reasonably expect it to trade lower than 350, whereas it is not. And that is the market sending out a clear message that, look, you can have your Fed rate where you want, but you can't have the two-year rate where you want. And that is the message from the markets, that you can't be in defiance of what inflation is telling you. If your core PCE is averaging 2.8% as it has been this year, and you've got nominal real GDP growth of around 2%, where should your two-year rate be? And that is what the markets are telling us.
Okay, that's interesting. So does that mean that the extent to which lower rate expectations pushes up stocks then is limited?
Well, I think that, stocks are on their own path. There's no stopping them. And the consensus earning forecast for next year is about $300 in the S&P 500. And if you've got $300 in the earnings basket, what is the PE ratio going to be is the key question. Is there going to be a PE compression or a PE expansion? Even assuming current PE levels, you would think that, the markets are going to go to 7,000 plus. I mean, that looks ridiculous in terms of valuations. And if I'm a value investor perspective, and, you've got to think that, that's insane. But that's the world we are living in. And, the traders are saying, it's as though the traders are increasingly saying, give us a good reason to sell. And there isn't any at the moment. And that's what worries me a bit about the equity market valuations.
Ben, thank you very much for joining us. Bloomberg Markets Live cross-asset strategist Ben Ram. Let's get a look at what's happening on stocks this morning. Chloe Melly is with us and has picked out some stocks that will be in focus. Chloe.
Good morning, Adam. There is some illegal drama between LVMH and Hermes. And Hermes is suing LVMH and its CEO, Bernard Arnault, alleging that his former wealth manager sold without his knowledge some Hermes share to Bernard Arnault at a time when Arnault was considering buying Hermes. And so we'll see what happens in those shares today. And this is something that will be following because LVMH has denied those allegations as well, saying that there's a coordinated press campaign against it. So let's keep an eye on those. Moving on to Novo Nordisk, which has left open the door for more work on its Ozempic pill for Alzheimer's, which has recently suffered 2 big setbacks with some failed trials. So we'll see how the market reacts to that after quite a lot of weakness, of course, in that stock. And some experts are saying that the drug does show promise for potentially other related conditions like mild cognitive impairment. And so there is still some huge scope for progress on this. So we'll keep an eye on Novo as well. And finally, we have got some upgrades and downgrades across that banking sector, from Goldman with SocGen being upgraded to a buy, Swedbank and NatWest being downgraded. So we'll see, and we'll keep an eye on that picture. Of course, SocGen has already been outperforming massively. Let's see if we see that continuing this morning on the back of those upgrades and downgrades.
Chloe, thank you very much indeed. Chloe Melly joining us with the latest as we run our way, a run into the stock opening in around 5 minutes' time. Futures are actually broadly positive this morning, certainly on this side of the Atlantic. Maybe a little bit of catch-up that needs to be played. US futures are reasonably muted right now. S&P futures barely budging, not moving much. But here in Europe, you've got the DAX up by 0.7%. You've got the CAC 40 up around 0.5%. The FTSE's up by 0.3%. So some decent gains still to be priced in on our side of the market.
Yeah, 98% chance of that rate cut next week from the Fed then. That seems to be, there were still a few people out there who didn't think it was coming, perhaps, and so maybe that's being priced into European markets, catching up with the US, as you say. We'll be back with the market open here on the opening trade. This is Bloomberg.
you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
What a visual.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Vernon in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Thursday morning, good morning. Little tailwind for European equities this morning coming out of yesterday's session in the United States. The yellow line is where we went down in Europe. We rallied after that, and as a result of which we've got to price that in to the European session as we start this Thursday morning. So let's take a quick look and see what futures are telling us as we work our way towards that open. And it's a fairly positive picture. Stock 50 futures up by 0.6%. FTSE's only up a reasonably muted 0.3%. But look at DAX futures. DAX futures are up by 0.7%. Despite all the political concerns now surrounding German politics, the German economy, German stocks, looks like they're going to have a fairly good day this morning despite all that background noise. So Europe, a little bit of a catch-up trade this morning. We're obviously reacting as well to what we saw yesterday in terms of the US data, which was weak enough to spark the idea that we are going to see further Fed rate cuts, but not enough really to sort of panic everybody about the possibility of a recession. We still seem to be in that sweet spot, Anna.
Let's talk about some of the individual stocks that we have in focus then, Guy, this morning. It's a day where we're not overwhelmed by corporate news flow, certainly not a huge amount of earnings stories, but in focus, Rio Tinto is certainly one of the businesses we'll watch. After the close in Australia, where the stock was already up quite strongly in session, we got news out of this business. They're cutting costs, dialing down their lithium business to build a simpler mining company. So we'll see if that has an impact at the open. Copper price is also higher, I noticed, overnight. Novo Nordisk is in focus. The business has left the door open to still using its pill version of Ozempic for Alzheimer's disease, despite some failed trials. And in terms of Vodafone, we're watching Vodafone Kenya, which is jointly owned by Vodacom and Vodafone, and they're buying a 15% Safaricom stake. So some transactions there, Guy.
Okay. We'll get some updates on those two stories, the Vodafone story, not the Vodafone story, the mining story and the pharmaceutical story in just a moment. Okay, here we go. Markets open. FTSE 100 is up by 0.2%. As anticipated, we're getting a little bit of a tailwind coming through from the United States yesterday. That's going to push European stocks to the upside. We'll wait and see what Germany does. It could be a little slower to open this morning. There's some quite nice upgrades also in the auto sector this morning that are probably worth paying attention to. We'll keep an eye on that sector and how that performs. Tech, obviously, is going to be a big focus as well as we continue to see a lot of news flow from the other side of the Atlantic on what is happening with the AI trade. Yesterday was a big day for the IBEX. It continues that trend. Yesterday it was driven, obviously, by what we saw at Inditex. Today we're up by 0.3%, which is largely in line with what we're seeing across most of Europe this morning. The CAC is up by, let's call it 0.3. The FTSE 100, as we anticipated, a little bit of a laggard. We'll wait for the DAX to get going. But we were anticipating the Stocks 50 to be up kind of 0.6%, the DAX up around 0.7%. So I suspect we're going to see a little bit of a bump when we get the DAX opening, but we're not there yet. So Anna, what are we seeing on the single stock front?
Yeah, well, this time yesterday we were talking about retail being a real strong performer as a result of the numbers out of the Zara owner Inditex. Today we don't have the strength in that sector, but we do have strength coming through in technology. So we're up by 0.8% on technology stocks. ST Micro is one of the stocks that's doing well. Nordic Semiconductor, both of those up around 3%. So I wonder if there's a broad positivity around the tech space, putting aside the concerns around Microsoft in the market yesterday, Microsoft trying to push back against those concerns, a much more positive take coming out of some of the businesses that are trying to pitch AI to corporates in the States, so maybe that's having a positive impact. But that's where we're seeing a lot of the positivity coming through this morning. We've had lots of Chinese news flow around this as well. Autos and auto parts, also a fairly positive move, up by 0.7%. Renault is up by 3.6% in today's market, but 2/3 of sectors are higher, 1/3 down.
Yeah, automotive upgrades, I think, having an effect. It's really interesting, actually. You've got a risk-on kind of narrative in terms of the sector breakdown and the single stocks that you're seeing moving this morning. So in terms of where we're seeing the points coming through, ASML up, Schneider up, SAP up, and you could kind of, understandably with the Salesforce numbers, see what's happening with SAP up by 1.21%. Siemens Energy is also climbing as well. Downside is very much the defensive names that are on the downside this morning. So Roche is down, AstraZeneca is a weight on the market, British American Tobacco, classic kind of defensive stock, Unilever, Nestle, Novartis. These are the kind of companies that are giving back a little bit of ground. So it does feel like the market is rotating just mildly towards that kind of risk-on tech story.
Well, risk on tech story, and is it also the Fed story? I mean, we've talked for so long about whether the Fed is going to, cut in December, but it does seem as if every little bit of negative data we get around the labour market reinforces that view just a little bit. And if that was one of the narratives in yesterday's US session, maybe we shut up shop yesterday with a little more of that to run.
It does seem as if we're in the sweet spot, though, where you do see a situation where you've got the data weakening enough for the Fed to cut, but not enough to people to be panicked about what is happening with a recession. And you can kind of see that in the stock breakdown story as well, in terms of kind of where we are. It's bad news is good news still. We're not at the bad news phase yet, and it doesn't feel like we're there. We're kind of a long way away from it. Yes, the ADP number was weak, but it's not shockingly weak. We've still got relatively strong employment data.
And I wonder if we're going to end up in a conversation about a different kind of K-shaped economy in the United States. Typically, we talk about that and we mean different income brackets for the consumer. But I wonder if the stock story and the asset story is going to be lifted by all of this spending on AI and what that can deliver. On the other hand, are we going to see a ramp up in job losses associated with AI? And what is that going to do to the US economy? Which of those sort of narratives wins out? Is one more long-lasting than the other? Is one more medium term, more short term? I think the interplay between those dynamics in 2026 is going to be really interesting.
AI has to deliver, though. And we're seeing kind of mixed evidence when it comes to that. You saw the Snowflake numbers yesterday, which showed signs maybe of caution about the fact that we are maybe not going to get the deliverables that we all anticipate coming through, at least on a kind of productivity side from AI. And yes, the productivity story may mean job losses. So that's the other side of that coin. But nevertheless, it's a very mixed picture at the moment in terms of that. And I come back to this Anthropic kind of comment yesterday. There's build out, kind of, we're just going to build it.
Yes.
And hope that something comes from it. And I was listening to another tech leader talking about the fact that if you look at what happened with the build out of cable, what you ended up with is obviously a big build out, then you get a big blow up, and then people can go to buy it on 30 cents on the dollar. But it was that process, that last bit of the process, that actually made the whole thing sustainable.
Yes.
because then you can get the investment, then you can make it actually tangible.
So there's the tech build-out. I wonder also, in terms of the adoption and the productivity impact, how much patience do we need to have around that story, and how much patience is the market going to have? Because it is interesting, in the Salesforce commentary yesterday, yes, they were positive on AI adoption, but some of the analysts who were responding were saying, yeah, we're seeing something really positive for the second half of 2026. That's not very far in the adoption of a globally mind-blowing technology, but 6 months is still a long way in the market psychology.
Feels like a very long time. Let's talk about some of the other stocks that we're watching so carefully this morning. Let's turn our attention to what is happening in the pharma space. Novo Nordisk, certainly in focus. Basically leaving the door open for additional work on the pill version of Ozempic for Alzheimer's. We have had some failed trials, a couple of them, but what they've seen within those trials actually, in some ways, provides some encouragement. Let's dig into the details of what we've actually learned here with Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence, Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceutical Analyst. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning. Well done for saying all that in one sentence.
I know, and in one breath. So the trials failed, but actually, if you look within the data, there's actually some encouragement.
Yeah, so what they've done is that they've used an exploratory, I would call it, method for seeing if there are changes in composition of proteins, etc., biomarkers in the blood that have previously been shown to be potentially predictive of how quickly somebody would decline in terms of cognitive power. And they find some differences. They found that in those patients who were over 65 and treated with the semaglutide 2.4 milligram dose, there was a reduction. That's interesting, but this is not like an FDA-approved test for I go and take it and I know that my risk is increasing, yet at least anyway. It's exploratory, it's interesting, they are biomarkers. I'm not sure exactly what's in those biomarkers and what the true link is. There's lots of papers around. It's one that I'm not particularly knowledgeable about in terms of the actual 20 proteins that they look at, but that's what they found. So somebody might turn around and say, are they clutching at straws? There is something in there, and the question is how big is Novo's appetite for continuing to look at this? Because if, as they say, they're going to go earlier in the disease, these are long trials. And if you charge X number of amount of dollars per patient per year, you can imagine if you're doing a 5-10-year trial, it takes quite a bit of cash.
Yes, it takes cash, and it takes a lot of patience then, and everyone have to wait to see whether that does deliver in a trial setting. Sticking with Ozempic and things that are happening with Ozempic, there seems to be a lot of talk about whether Ozempic is going to be launched in India. That would seem like a big market.
It is. Yeah, basically, the world's our oyster at the end of the day here. These are effective drugs, and for weight loss, for control of the heart disease, etc. And I think that's where they should go. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that. I don't know how much of India is in people's models, because I'm not convinced that everybody knows what the pricing will be like and what the penetration will be like, what the access will be like. Remember, this is the key thing here, right? So,
can you scale India though? Like India, how big? I'm wondering what the potential here is.
What's the population?
Huge.
I mean, let's get a number. I can't remember. A billion? More than a billion?
More than, I think.
Okay, so 1.2 billion people. Let's say 10% are obese. I mean,
that's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people, right? 120 million, say.
Yeah.
And if you're going to treat 5% of those, you got 6 million people on the drug, and say at a $50 a month.
Yeah.
At a low number. Starts adding up, right?
Yeah.
So I think at the end of the day, what India needs to decide is how they want to give access to people in India for this drug. Because we know that this is, if you take it and people can afford it and people can stay on it, which of course is a different issue, it is good for society if they're not able to control weight otherwise. Because it reduces cardiovascular risk, it reduces risk of cancer. So that is what I think needs to be done.
What's the broader recovery story for Novo Nordisk? I mean, so there's the India narrative and whether they can push into that market. This is a stock that's down 51% year to date. So much expectation was built into them, and then they faced competition, and the technology is moving on very quickly. So what's the broader story here around Novo, Sam?
I think the broader story for Novo is, have we got to a valuation, talking about the equity, right? Have we got to a valuation now that is no longer expecting these astronomical growth profiles that were previously in the price, if you think about it? They have lost some initiative to Lilly. We know that. We can see that in the share prices. The Lilly drug looks better, at least Zepbound versus Mounjaro versus Wegovy or Ozempic in the head-to-head trials. So what they need to do is to go and say, look, we still have this issue that there's a lot of demand out there and not enough supply, and we're going to keep supplying into that. That's where the models need to get to.
Can I just ask one further question? And it almost comes back to the kind of the Alzheimer's question. What's the risk of taking these drugs?
Yeah. So you've seen some headlines about people having some eye issues, etc. Any drug, anything that we take, right, has, including the food we eat, has side effects.
Sure.
Right? So at the end of the day, when this kind of drug goes into a massive population, millions of people, you're going to find those. It's just like the vaccines, right?
Sure.
When you go to big, you're going to find those issues. So there are some risks. Nothing is without risk.
But if you're in that Alzheimer's group, is there a risk to
Alzheimer's group?
But I don't know if it works or not. The science is reasonably speculative at this point. But is the risk of my sort of macular degeneration a concern?
No, well,
if I should. Isn't there an argument for just taking this stuff at this point?
So they are going into an elderly population.
Yeah.
So that does have a potential increased risk because you've got older people which do have already some retina damage, etc.
Right.
So that could be more prevalent there. But at the end of the day, what is the option? A 0.01%, I'm not saying that's the number, risk of eye disease or whatever it is, or halving your chance of your cognition going down.
Yeah.
That's the balance we have to take.
Sam, thank you very much. Thanks for the analysis on this story. Sam Fuseli, Director of Research for Global Industries at Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's move on to the mining sector. We've had some news flow there. The Rio Tinto share price is a little stronger this morning, although the market, so the stock is up by 0.6% in a FTSE 100 that is pretty flat. The world's second largest miner announcing a string of cost cuts and planned productivity improvements this morning. Miners also gaining on copper, hitting a record amid supply squeeze fears. Joining us now for more, Bloomberg's metals and mining reporter Martin Ritchie. Martin, nice to have you with us. So what stood out from these announcements? We've heard a lot from a new CEO over at Rio Tinto.
Yeah, that's right. Simon Trott, he's been in the job for 4 months, and this was his first big sort of public outing, to outline what he plans to do with the company. And a few main takeaways. The first was up to between 5 and 10 billion of cash raising through asset sales, minority stake sales, or other measures. Also plans to cut unit costs by 4% every year on average up to 2030, seeing $650 million of productivity gains by the end of the first quarter next year. That's taking into account some of the measures the new CEO has already taken. And perhaps significantly, just becoming a bit more focused, saying we're not going to do any more on lithium beyond what we planned at the moment. That's lithium, the battery material, until the conditions in that market are better. Overall, the kind of broad message that he was trying to deliver was this is a kind of simpler, more focused company and a bit leaner. So the investor reaction so far is, as you said at the start, they're fairly modest. I think the share price is up only slightly today in a pretty good day for commodities markets.
Let's talk about copper and figure out what we are seeing in copper. Copper's obviously been on something of a tear. What's pushing it? What's this kind of recent rally being driven by? And I'm reading a lot of analyst comments saying that actually there probably is there are significant question marks about sustainability. What are you hearing?
I'll just zoom in on the one thing that everyone's talking about in the copper market, which is just the US tariff trade. So earlier this year, if you remember, there was a lot of metal being shipped over to the US ahead of tariffs, which never actually came. That decision was kicked into next year. But because we're already getting towards that point again, that kind of trade has started again. So the US copper prices are higher than they are in the rest of the world. There's hundreds of thousands of tons possibly heading over to the US. and that's leaving the rest of the market possibly much tighter, and that's why there's sort of people betting on the prices rising in the rest of the world. It's this idea there's going to be a shortage possibly in the next 3 to 6 months outside of the US.
Marty, great stuff. Thanks very much indeed. Marty Ritchie joining us out of Shanghai on Rio and what's happening with the copper trade. A lot of copper going to be required for the AI trade, so let's turn our attention to what is happening there and figure out what we're seeing in the market this morning. Certainly the AI trade is front and center. You can see you've got ASML up, but critically you've also got Schneider up, and there's some positive commentary around what is happening in this space right now. So let's deal with the details of that. Chloe Melly standing by.
Good morning, guys. So we've got Schneider Electric and Siemens Energy, as you say, up this morning after JP Morgan put out a note saying that it has a very bullish view on those European capital goods companies going into 2026. So those companies are major beneficiaries of the momentum that we see in power generation, in grid expansion, but of course in data centers and those AI data centers. And therefore, we are up quite strongly for both of those companies this morning. Moving on to ST Micro, which is also benefiting from some positive AI stories. So we had some of the read across from yesterday with upbeat commentary from Marvel and Microchip. Today we have got some read across from Cambricon saying it will triple its production of AI chips into 2026. So there seems to be optimism around that AI story, and that is benefiting ST Micro this morning, and we are up about 4% this morning. Moving on to the car makers, and they are also up. Those two have been upgraded at Bank of America. This seems to be that there is a belief in the recovery in that sector in 2026 after what has been quite a tough 2025 where those car makers were weighed down by tariffs and by competitive pressures in China, but maybe things are now looking up. And finally, banks are also up this morning. We are seeing Commerce Bank and Societe Generale up after being upgraded at Goldman. The analysts have said that the banking performance in Europe will continue to normalize with continued earnings growth and continued capital distribution, and therefore they have quite a constructive view going into next year for those banks, and those two in particular are expected to do quite well.
Chloe, thank you. Chloe Melly with a look at some of those movers this morning. Coming up on the programme then, more market analysis. Karen Ward joins us, Chief EMEA Market Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. We'll think about the big themes in markets this morning with Karen. This is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for U.S. technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Bersecci. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to the opening trade. 20 minutes into our European session, showing some buoyancy outside the FTSE 100, which is pretty flat. Let's talk about where we are in these markets and where we go in 2026. Karen Ward, EMEA Chief Market Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management, joins us now. Karen, thank you so much for joining us. So you talk in your notes about a resilient market. We seem to be seeing that in Europe, at least this morning. Is that what we should expect to continue to see then in 2026?
Well, I think it's important to recognise why our market's so buoyant today, having had a pretty tumultuous year politically, economically. You know, the news flow hasn't been all good in 2025, but yet we've got these valuations where they are, credit spreads record tight. So what's going on? The reason markets are happy is because they recognise that through all of this political turmoil, government's going to respond by keeping throwing money at their economies. We're going to keep having this fiscal stimulus. We've got unprecedented peacetime fiscal stimulus going on in the US. Whole load of new tax cuts are going to come in Q1. Germany is joining the party. I mean, that's some news. If Germany is abandoning its focus on fiscal prudence, we know we're in a new regime. So we've got governments everywhere showering the economies with money in various forms. And it's pretty clear the central banks are going to be under a lot of pressure to help out.
Okay.
And so for markets, I think it's, you know, we called our outlook fuel in the engine, because as far as I can see, that is what is going to be the theme for next year as well.
Okay.
More tax cuts to cope with all the politics.
Too much fuel, though, maybe, is the question. I mean, are we talking about asset bubbles? Are we talking about inflation?
So that's the risk, Anna. I mean, there is a way this turns out without tears. If we see all of that excess money find its way into a productive home, then that will generate supply-side sustainable growth, and it would all be fine. Now, if we look at the tech stocks, you could say that is how it is all going to play out. AI is going to transform, productivity is going to lift, it's all going to be well. So there is a scenario where it's all fine, but let's make no mistake, in history, generally that excess sometimes hasn't turned out well. It's either turned up in asset bubbles or it's turned up in inflation. So for me, it's really about enjoying this ride while all the fuel's in the engine, staying risk on, but being really mindful and protected against some of those risks. Whether that is asset bubbles and thinking about, right, the frothiest parts of the market, I want to think about my diversification. The inflation risk's the harder one, Anna, because as we know, neither stocks nor bonds, not a lot likes inflation. So how do we then protect all of the gains we've made from inflation risks? That's where life is harder, and we have to go to the alternative things like core infrastructure, transportation assets, timber, commodities, maybe gold. You know, there are some things in the liquid market, but it's definitely harder to protect yourself from that.
Don't we know all that? And therefore, shouldn't it be in the price? Isn't the market, or the market knows that it's going to be getting all these tax cuts, the big beautiful bill's coming, we've known about it for a while, shouldn't it already be in the price?
To some degree, and if you look at market pricing for interest rates, yes, the Fed, this is going to be cutting through the course of next year, and valuations, as you say, suggest that the outlook is pretty good. I suppose what I'm saying is I wouldn't push back against that, because I do think this is just the environment we're in. We're going to keep getting.
But I've had 2 or 3 years of really good gains.
Yep.
Am I going to continue with, is next year going to look like this year?
I suspect it will be bumpier, for sure, because we are going to back into some of these big questions of, is inflation real? Can we get all these rate cuts? Is inflation actually going to be moving north of 3 in the US? Is that going to make life at the Fed trickier? I suspect it will be bumpier, but I think that underlying theme, there will be many shocks that we will face, probably politically. but then we're going to get more tax cuts in reaction
to use
to
your
them.
fuel metaphor a little further, if there's more fuel in the tank, I mean, are we with productivity, higher productivity expectations through AI?
Yeah.
The hope is, I suppose, that we remove the speed limits for the economy and therefore it can run faster without causing inflation.
Productivity is the secret sauce. It is the only way all of our problems work out. We sustain growth even though we're turning our back on migration. Real wages should pick up, corporate profits can be maintained, and governments are even going to be able to pay off their debt. So we need that productivity story to materialise for everything to turn out well, and it could. There is a scenario where it does, but I think being mindful and really watchful of those signs that this isn't the way it's going and that excess money is turning up in either something that has detached from fundamentals or inflation, that's the job for us in 26.
I've made 3.31% year-to-date on the S&P if I'm a euro investor.
Absolutely. Yes. This is really important. I think that investors have to recognise that currencies are probably one of the last true reflective of fundamental assets. And that is really important for people to think about. In
You're
Europe,
suggesting stocks aren't representing fundamentals?
Well, I mean, the point I'm making is that, what I've just said, central banks are going to be under tremendous pressure to push those short rates down, maybe try and lean on that back end as well. That's going to influence the bond market. That in turn influences the equity market. But if the market starts to think, well, that looks a little bit inappropriate behaviour to me, you might not fight the Fed on the bond market, but you might also think, I might just move some of my assets elsewhere, and you're going to see that move in the currency. So one of the key things I would say to investors is continue thinking about what is your geographical allocation, but particularly, is it hedged? Because the biggest influence on your returns could be via currencies.
Nice to see you, Karen. Thanks for coming to see us. Karen Ward's joining us from JP Morgan Asset Management. Up next, we're going to talk Emmanuel Macron in Beijing. This is Bloomberg.
Crises, two essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked, and we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. You know, when I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can't be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
What a visual.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
This is the opening trade. 30 minutes into our European session, and this is the picture across stocks. We're pretty flat on the FTSE 100. Underperformers coming through in the mining sector. The DAX getting a bit of a boost from what we're seeing in the auto space. That seems to be delivering today, so we're up by 0.6%. Broadly speaking then, Guy, yesterday's session in the States went okay on the back of some better clues around the labour market. Some weaker clues around the labour market, and then some better indications about what that does to the likelihood of a Fed rate cut. So that seems to be the global narrative right now, and Europe just picking up on that and running with it.
Yeah, just a little bit higher. That seems to be the narrative this morning. It's not overly convincing. You've got 361 up, 214 down. Volume's a little on the light side, but not that much. There's actually a broker note story, which I think is having quite a big impact today. So we're kind of through earnings. You're kind of into the typical period when you start to see some revisions, maybe to outlooks. And that's what's being reflected in some of the leaders that we are seeing across Europe this morning. Take a look at what's happening with ASML, Schneider Electric, Siemens. These are the kind of companies that are on the move, A, because of what is happening in terms of the tech trade, but also just broadly as well. Some notes that are out this morning painting a positive picture for stocks like Schneider, which are up nicely on the back of that. Remember, this is a company that builds some of the circuitry, the kits that goes into these data centers. It has been a trade on that, but it's been a little bit volatile of late. Siemens is up by 1.2%. Downside, there's actually a kind of strong defensive kind of move this morning to the downside. So you've got some of the farmers' names that are off this morning. Astra's off. We were talking about Novo a little bit earlier on what's happening with the Alzheimer's story. Astra's a big weight on London, so that's maybe acting as a bit of a break on the London market. Novo's down by 0.7%. Unilever's also down by 0.9%. So the defensives, the more staple end of the market, you could argue, I'm not sure I'd include pharma within that, but the kind of defensive end of the market, certainly looking a little bit weaker, Anna.
Here's a look at some of the other stories we're covering then this morning, Guy. The German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, and his ruling alliance with the Social Democrats face another challenge as a group of around 800 CDU lawmakers rebelled against a pension bill due to go to a final vote in the Bundestag on Friday. If the vote fails, it would signal the Chancellor's lack of authority over his own caucus and could erase his ability to pass legislation. The co-chief investment officer at PGIM Fixed Income, Gregory Peters, says Kevin Hassett may not have the ability to deliver the rapid pace of rate cuts that Donald Trump would want from the next Federal Reserve chair. The comments come as the Financial Times reports bond investors have voiced concerns to the U.S. Treasury about Hassett's possible potential appointment to the top job at the Fed. And China has set its daily reference rate for the yuan at a level significantly weaker than market analysts had predicted. The move suggests the PBOC is aiming to ease gains in the managed currency. The gap between the fixing, which limits the onshore yuan's move by 2% on either side, and a forecast on the weak side, was the largest since, the largest in almost 4 years. Guy.
Anna, let's stay in China and talk about what is happening there right now. Presidents Emmanuel Macron and Xi Jinping have met in Beijing, the French leader, in China for a 3-day trip. The pair have discussed a range of issues thus far. They've been talking about what's happening with the economy and what the trade story looks like. There's obviously politics and geopolitics in the mix as well. Taiwan and the war in Ukraine to the fore as well. Let's get a briefing as to what we can expect from this trip and what are the priorities for the French president. Joining us fresh in from Paris is Bloomberg's Caroline Conan, who joins us around the table. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
So what's a win? And let's start off with the diplomacy here. What does Macron need to get out of this trip?
Well, according to Xi, they had very frank, very fruitful conversations. And on the diplomatic front, clearly what Macron is trying to do with Xi is to get some support for trying to find a peace deal and end this war in Ukraine, because both China and France are actually members of the Security Council of the UN. So Macron believes that China has a role to play in the finishing line of these peace negotiations. We know that Xi has maintained, of course, relationships with Vladimir Putin. We know that China has even been accused sometimes to kind of keep a lifeline to Russia by buying some Russian oil, by providing some components to make some Russian weapons. So clearly, Macron believes that she has a role to play there. And in exchange, of course, Xi wants to gain the support from Macron when it comes to Taiwan. Last time when Macron came in 2023 to China, he had some kind of comments that suggested maybe France would limit its support to China if there was an issue with Taiwan. So clearly that created a backlash internationally.
Yep.
Macron has learned the lesson.
You regulate any stealing of his property, we're damn good too. But you can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
A lot of items on the agenda then between these two. Trade is one of them, and there have been areas of tension in the trade relationship between France and China. Talk us through some of these tensions.
Yes, and in fact, we even saw that physically in Paris a few weeks ago when the Chinese online giant Shein decided to open this store, a physical store in this big department store in central Paris. That created a protest in the streets of Paris, lots of backlash in public opinion. So even though Macron is trying to calm things down by saying, yes, we want more Chinese direct investments in France, there is also these trade tensions because Macron was one of the big backers of the tariffs, the EU tariffs on Chinese EVs, and in retaliation, China put some tariffs on cognac makers. France has kind of solved at the moment the issue about cognac, but there are still issues with investigations, Chinese investigations into pork and dairy products. Macron has said this morning that there has been some progress about this agricultural issue, but the Danone CEO, for example, is also part of the big French delegation, and that's going to come back on the table.
Okay, Caroline, thank you very much. Caroline Conan with a briefing on what to expect from that visit by Emmanuel Macron to China. Let's continue this conversation. We're joined now by Bruno Berzard, who is a managing partner at Cathay Capital Leadership. They're part of the delegation. The company is part of the delegation traveling with the French president on this state visit. Bruno, thank you very much for joining us. You've had many years working across French political roles in both China and in France. I wonder what you think success looks like when it comes to Emmanuel Macron's visit to China. What would a successful visit look like?
Well, first of all, this kind of visit is always useful. I would even say, to make a joke, it's less useless than people think. It's useful because, first of all, leaderships have to talk. There are so many issues they can solve just by talking. Also, it's a way to speed up some partnerships between French companies and Chinese companies. And this is very important. You know, China has been a long-term partner of France and European companies, even though it has become a competitor as well. China is a partner, but also a competitor, so we should not be naive. Chinese people are not naive at all. They are very business-oriented, pragmatic, and we should be business-oriented and pragmatic. So we should work to rebalance the trade, rebalance also investments, because we have been investing, European have been investing a lot of money in China, but China has not been investing a lot. So we should be open to Chinese investment in Europe, provided it's a win-win game, not a zero-sum game.
Okay.
That means you have to, you have to make it interesting for both parts.
Yes, and Bruno, is there appetite for French businesses to invest more in China? I mean, geopolitical risks around that kind of investment and exposure, as we increasingly find ourselves in a world made up of a number of spheres of influence, not just one. Is that something that still French businesses have appetite for? And on the other side, Chinese businesses investing in Europe, there's been some hesitancy to accept that kind of investment.
Yes, absolutely. There is a huge appetite for French, but also European investment in China. At Cathay, we've been supporting European small and medium companies to invest in China and to make money in China for nearly 20 years. And it's very successful. We made a lot of money for our investors by supporting companies to develop, to grow in China. So I think the opportunities are huge, are massive. Nevertheless, you have to have a strong partner locally. You have to be careful. The market is always difficult in China. The competition is very fierce in China and is going very fast. You know, China is about speed to market, and about scale. So if you don't know that, you make a mistake. So you have to be trained to go to China. This is what we try to do, to support companies to grow in China. And you can make a lot of money, but also sometimes you lose. It's a very competitive game, but I'm sure there are lots of perspective. In the other way round, about Chinese investment in Europe, I think we should support Chinese investment in Europe, but without being naive. For example, I think the idea of having a local European content regulation is something important. We want Chinese investments in Europe, but we don't want screwdriver factories. We want investment that bring value added, jobs, technology transfers, and so on. This is something which is very important. And I know Chinese people have been around China for more than 15 years. They are very pragmatic, and they understand that.
Yep. Bruno, there is a fear in Europe that the Chinese are dumping products into our markets. Is that true? Is that something that Europe should push back on? And how does that change the relationship? What is true, and I can tell you by seeing a lot of Chinese entrepreneurs on a day-to-day basis, is that in many verticals, there is a massive public support. Massive. This public support is not allowed in the EU. It's called state aid, and it's forbidden. So there is an imbalance between the level of state support between Europe and between China on some strategic verticals. This is true. So I think nobody can challenge that. So this is why there is a new European instrument called FSR, you know, about making the competition as fair as possible. And this is something which is important. So yes, we should not be naive, and we should welcome investment, welcome trade, but without being naive and protecting our interests as well. Chinese government has been protecting China's interests, and that is absolutely fair. That's their job. We should do the same. Can Europe manage its relationship with the United States and China and still do business with both?
Well, I'm not into geopolitics. I'm into business, but what I can see on a day-to-day basis is that many European companies have huge business in the US and also huge business in China. That's just a fact. And Chinese and American companies still have a lot of business in China and make a lot of money. So, you know, business is more pragmatic than politics.
Yes, and business often, Bruno, manages to put politics to one side. I suppose a lot of our questions this morning have come down to, will that continue to be the case?
You mean, can you say again, please?
Yes, so I mean, a lot of our questions have been asking whether what we've seen over the last 20 years, the business flows between France and China, between Europe and China, have been developed, been exploited, and have grown. Will that continue to be the case over the next 10 years, or are we moving into a different world order?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I can bet a bottle of champagne if you want with you, I'm sure.
Okay.
Oh, well, that sounds good. I mean, I like champagne, so if that's the downside.
Yeah. Bruno, nice to see you. Thank you very much indeed for stopping by and joining us at our Paris bureau. Bruno Bazard, managing partner at Cathay Capital. Coming up, Mercedes F1 and Pepsi announcing a global partnership. We're going to bring you an exclusive interview with the F1 team's CEO, Toto Wolff, and Eugene Williamson, PepsiCo's CEO of International Beverages. That's coming up next. Different kind of drink. This is Bloomberg.
So I know from owning a sports team that owning one team takes a lot of energy and time.
Tell me about it, yeah.
So you decided after you bought the Washington Spirits to buy some other soccer teams. So you bought stakes in a team in England, is that right?
Yes. I bought a team called London City Lionesses, and that is the only one of the 2 teams in the entire, potentially Great Britain, that are independent. 99% of the teams in Europe are part of the men's team. But this is one of the only 2 teams that was independent.
So now you have 2 soccer teams, one in England and one in the United States. So I would think for most people that might be enough, but you decide to buy a team in France as well?
Yes. Olympique Lyonnais Féminin is actually the best women's team in the history of women's football. In terms of how many trophies the team has won, they are the 8 times champions of the Pan-European League, and I can't even count how many times they won the French domestic league, the most successful team. I want to professionalize women's sports, right? I don't want people to think that somehow women's sports is a charity or a corporate DEI project. This is a legitimate entertainment product, and it is a business.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the opening trade, 8:47 here in London. We feel a little bit of that Fed narrative coming through into the European markets, more of the Fed narrative, the Fed rate-cutting narrative coming into European markets this morning, with European stocks moving a little higher everywhere apart from on the London market. Over in the London market, we are pretty flat to negative, down 0.1%. Last time I checked, basic resources weren't doing too well, Guy, and that could be a weight. But you made the point around pharma as well, which can be a weight on London.
It's a little drag. So you've got a little drag coming through from some of the pharma names. People are selling out of the defensive names this morning. There's a small rotation back into some of the tech and tech-related companies. So what you've got is a series of upgrades as well that have come through. ASML has been upgraded. That's giving the market a little bit of a lift this morning in the technology space, in the AI space, pushing through there into the chip narrative. But you've also got a series of upgrades around names like Schneider Electric as well, which again are part of that AI build-out story. So I think that's where it's coming through. So I think there's a little bit of feed through from the US yesterday. It's interesting that S&P futures and NASDAQ futures are just rolling negative now, but you've still got actually a reasonably positive story here in Europe based on actually maybe less yesterday, more on some of these broker upgrades. It does seem to be actually a single stock story morning rather than maybe a top-down market narrative that's driving things.
Yes, and it is actually the car makers that are doing really well in Germany. Top 4 contributors to the Xetra DAX this morning are from the car sector. Porsche is up there. So there's certainly a car theme coming through in what we're seeing over on the German market. Oh, you're right, in London, the biggest drag is AstraZeneca, Unilever. When you see money coming out of those heavyweights, it's difficult for London to make any headway.
You're trying to engineer some sort of a transition here.
I am really trying to link us to our next topic, but we won't go there just yet because apparently we can't.
Technology. So ironically, the technology is maybe standing in the way of a further car chat. It's the Formula One in Abu Dhabi this weekend. I can't wait. It's going to be absolutely amazing. It's almost like it was scripted. But before we get to the weekend and the Formula One, we need to get through Thursday and then into Friday. Things that are happening for the rest of the session that you want to pay attention to. We've already dealt a little bit with what we are seeing with Emmanuel Macron, the French president, who is in China for a 3-day visit. You've got this ECB IMF conference, which is taking place in Frankfurt a little bit later on. There's a series of tech conferences actually happening at the moment as well, which I think are probably worth paying attention to. If you want a clean read on what is happening with the US employment picture, you are going to get some of that a little bit later on. 1:30 p.m. UK time, US jobless claims are going to be out. Very firm focus on what is happening with this data right now, considering how messy some of the other data is around the payroll picture in the United States. And Vladimir Putin is in India. That's a fine balancing act, particularly for Narendra Modi, as he tries to kind of manage kind of his relationship with the US and his relationship with Moscow as well at the same time.
Yeah, an energy part of that conversation, no doubt. Interesting with Macron in China, and we were hearing from our colleague Caroline Conan earlier on about the pressure that Europe is trying to apply, and in this case through Macron, around China's role in Ukraine and trying to bring them to the table with a little bit more pressure on the Russians. But we'll see if anything.
You can do your car read now.
Of that, yes. Autos, stocks, best performing sector in Europe, which takes us nicely on to our next conversation. Mercedes, F1 and PepsiCo are teaming up to capitalise on the sport's increasingly young audience and their shifting consumption habits. The companies say the partnership is designed to capture the next decade of growth across emerging markets. For more, we're joined now by the Mercedes F1 CEO Toto Wolff and PepsiCo CEO of International Beverages Eugene Williamson. Thank you both for joining us. Can I come to you first, Toto? I know you're probably very excited about what lies ahead at the weekend and the actual racing, but thinking about this deal with PepsiCo, I mean, what is it that you can offer to a business such as PepsiCo in terms of the people you're reaching, the ability of your brand to spread their message?
Good morning, first of all. It's important for us to have an alignment with the brands that we partner up. And you mentioned the audiences. Our strongest growing audiences are very young people, females between 15 and 24. And our female fan population is 42% of the total. Our young drivers have lots of social media activity, contrary to the past. We have great sport and entertainment on the track, and obviously some of the, Drive to Survive episodes tapped by the audiences as well.
Eugene, let me come to you. I'm just picking up on what Toto's talking about there. Formula One has changed kind of beyond recognition over the last few years. New ownership, new kind of narrative. Drive to Survive's had a massive impact. The demo's changed quite significantly. The US fan base has changed quite significantly. Why have you waited so long to get involved, and why is now the right time to get involved?
Formula One is a fantastic platform globally. It's growing rapidly, 1.6 billion fans across the world, races in 21 countries, 24 races across the world. And we feel now is the right time for us to come into the sport. So we signed up with Formula One earlier this year. And then this week we're announcing an amazing partnership with Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula One team, Toto and his team. And very much looking forward to tap into this growing fan base across the world and really leverage that fan base also with three of our brands, Gatorade, Sting, and Doritos, three brands with distinctive audiences. And looking forward to an amazing couple of years in this partnership.
Can I ask you then a bit more about that, Eugene? I mean, how does this help you secure demand from a new group of customers? I mean, what kind of customers does this put you in front of that you wouldn't have found anyway?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of ways to look at this. So first of all, as I said, Formula One is a truly global platform. So for us, we have an opportunity to expand some of these brands across the world, especially in developing and emerging markets where Formula One already has a lot of races, but also where the fan base is growing and growing rapidly. Formula One now is stepping into Gen Z, so a younger audience. It is also an audience that is almost 50-50 split between male and female consumers. So for us, a unique opportunity to expand the penetration for all these three brands, and then specifically with Gatorade, which is going to be the face of our partnership with the Mercedes-AMG Petronas team, as a unique opportunity to help fuel the drivers and help them perform at their peak. As you know, drivers lose a lot of body weight during the races. Gatorade has 60 years of sports science, started at the University of Florida, fueling the Gators and the football team in the US. And now we're looking forward also to bring that sports science to the world of Formula One, working with the team and helping them perform at their peak.
Toto, let me come back to you. The situation around Formula One is kind of beyond recognition as to where it was even just a few years ago. The sport has changed massively. You've recently sold a stake in your part of the team, 15% stake in your holding, 5% stake of the team effectively. Can I ask kind of whether or not you think that there is further sales to come, whether or not you think some of your partners are going to be selling down as well? Are people looking now to crystallize the value that has been created over the last few years in this huge transformation that has taken place around some of these F1 teams?
I think you need to split the question into Formula One continues to grow very strong. We have all races are sold out. When you consider Austin last year was the single largest event in the United States with 440,000 people. So it is growing. The good situation in terms of, let's say, our business side is that the contracts that we sign, be it sponsorship or promotion with racetracks or TV money, they're very predictable. They're between 3 and 10 years now. So that's why, let's say in the midterm, we have good visibility how the sport develops. But you also need to stay humble, and you need to look at things that function and other things that don't. The sport needs evolution or revolution, and we need to, handle it with great care. But Stefano Domenicali and Liberty do just that. When it comes to, monetization, my background is venture capital, but I don't see the team as this. This is our family holding. We have 3 shareholders with Mercedes, Ineos, and myself. But George Kurtz, the founder of CrowdStrike, is somebody that we've known since a long time. His company has been a partner since a long time. He's a racer, and he's going to leverage our network in the United States. And this is why we've partnered up in my investment holding. And I believe on the business side will help us to grow further.
So just give me a name. Who's going to win at the weekend? This is an amazing end to the season. Who's going to win?
Well, I hope that Giorgio Kimi win the race, and beyond that, I will be just like a fan and getting my popcorn out and watching what happens to the other 3 guys.
Okay, the other 3 guys. Oh yeah, it's going to be.
You might have heard of them.
It's going to be quite the weekend. Okay, guys, thank you very much indeed. Toto Wolff, Eugene Williamson, great to get their story. Okay, that wraps things up. This is Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
The French president calls on China to use its leverage with Russia to help end the war in Ukraine and warns against disrupting the world order. The U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to meet Ukrainian officials today after his talks in Moscow. President Trump says the path forward remains unclear. Plus, Bloomberg learns that Morgan Stanley is looking to offload some of its data center exposure, while Microsoft pushes back at suggestions that AI sales have been sluggish. Let's have a look at some markets then, everybody. We've got European equity markets catching up with the US trade of yesterday. That leaves US futures, as usual, setting the pace and are pretty flat, actually. So whether it's S&P, NASDAQ or Dow futures, they're all pretty flat this hour. The US 10-year yield is at 4.09%. The euro is pretty flat this morning at 116.75. One eye perhaps being kept on what's going on with Emmanuel Macron's trip to China, and German politics also in the mix when it comes to the euro as well. Brent crude is at $63 a barrel, up by 0.5%. Will we be talking about ample supply in the oil markets in 2026? That surely is part of the conversation still. Let's have a look at the European market map. The German market has been doing okay today, partly on the back of strength coming through in the auto sector. So that continues to be the case, up by 0.6%. The French market up by 0.3%, all outperforming London. In London, we're weighed down a little bit by underperformance in the mining sector. Also, some of the heavyweights like Unilever and AstraZeneca are on the back foot, and that weighs on the FTSE 100. Let's get the program started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to The Pulse. I'm Anna Edwards, in for Francine Lacroix here in London. Now, the French President Emmanuel Macron is renewing calls for China to help end the war in Ukraine during his 3-day state visit. Macron is also hoping to boost Chinese investment in France and rebalance economic ties. He's urged Xi Jinping to back Europe's stance on Ukraine, saying both leaders need to work on a sustainable and lasting peace.
We both realize how serious the situation and the need to have a solid and sustainable peace. You know how much France has committed to that. I wish we can reinforce our cooperation on this. As members of the Security Council of the United Nations, we have a responsibility and we need to do everything we can to find compromises.
President Xi Jinping described their talks as frank and fruitful. He says China is ready to work with France, suggesting their strategic partnership moves forward steadily in the next 60 years.
China is ready to work with France, always bearing in mind the fundamental interests of our peoples and the long-term interests of the international community, to overcome various disturbances, adhere to dialogue on an equal footing and open cooperation, ensure that the China-France comprehensive strategic partnership moves forward more steadily and effectively in the next 60 years.
Bloomberg's Caroline Conan has been following the details, usually based in Paris, of course, over here in London today. Caroline, good morning to you.
Good morning, Anna.
So what's been discussed? What's been on the agenda?
In fact, in that same press conference earlier, President Emmanuel Macron talked about the disaggregation of the world order. So that's quite a strong word to describe what's going on. And Macron is seeking the support from President Xi in trying to get to the finishing line of these peace negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. Because he believes, as you heard, that China is also on the Security Council seat at the UN and has a role to play. And obviously, President Xi has maintained some relationship with Vladimir Putin since the beginning of the war by buying some Russian oil, even though they have cut some of these purchases recently with the U.S. sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil, and also by selling components to Russia. So clearly, this is what Macron is trying to do by being the messenger of the EU. Last time he went to China back in 2023, the EU Commission President von der Leyen came with him. This time he is alone, being the voice of the EU. And in exchange, of course, Xi is trying to get some support from Macron about the issue of Taiwan. We actually heard from the Chinese foreign minister who had a meeting with his French counterpart, Jean-Noël Barrot, and he said that France should help China to tell Japan that they should not stir up troubles in the region or we risk going back to to World War II.
Okay, so some of the geopolitics clearly being discussed and Europe trying to enlist China's support when it comes to Ukraine. There have been areas of tension around business, and I'm thinking of cognac, but there are others around retail as well. What is going to be said or done around these areas of tension between the two?
I thought what our guest from Carter Capital told us earlier was quite interesting. He said these state visits are less useless than people think. So, in fact, the fact that they are talking to each other, there are these huge delegations of CEO, including the Danone CEO, Rémi Cointreau for Cognac, Airbus, who is expecting to sign some order with a Chinese leasing company. This is obviously very important, and we know that China was tariffs against cognac makers were in retaliation to the French president supporting the EU tariffs on Chinese EVs. This has kind of been solved because now Paris has managed to negotiate some kind of price scheme excluding 90% of cognac exports to China, but there remains a lot of issues about EU exports of pork and dairy products. Macron said this morning there has been progress, but a lot needs to be made still on these two issues.
Okay, Caroline, thank you very much. Caroline Conan with the briefing. Let us get up to date with some of the other news flow we're focused on this morning. The Japanese Prime Minister has reiterated the country's long-held position that it understands and respects China's view on Taiwan. Sanae Takaichi comments in Parliament on Wednesday have been seen by some Chinese social media users as an attempt to walk back remarks last month in which she suggested that a Chinese attack on Taiwan could mean a, quote, survival-threatening situation for Japan. Back to Europe, and the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and his ruling alliance with the Social Democrats face another challenge after a group of younger CDU lawmakers rebelled against a pension bill due to go to a final vote in the Bundestag on Friday. The Social Democrats' co-leader hinted this week that if the pension bill doesn't make it through, it could spell the end of the coalition. Back to markets, and expectations of a Fed rate cut are higher after U.S. companies shed payrolls in November, at least in the private sector, according to the ADP report. And that shedding was by the most since early 2023, adding to concerns about a more pronounced weakening of the U.S. labour market. Let's get some context and a view into 2026 then around this with Maria Vasiliou, who's head of the Pictet Research Institute and joins us now. Maria, nice to have you with us. So I suppose that's the backdrop to our conversation this morning. Rising expectations, we get a Fed rate cut next week. Looking ahead into 2026, a lot of people asking, you know, how many rate cuts will we get? Will we get the right number of rate cuts for the US economy based on who is at the Fed? So what's your thinking about 2026, Maria, when you look at the year ahead? The last conversation I had about this in the last hour of programming was all about resilience. Are you thinking that the global economy and stocks in particular look resilient into 2026?
Well, the U.S. stocks and the global economy is very much affected by geopolitical developments at the moment that are actually driving the macro picture and effectively also the stock market. So we are at a unique time in our history where geopolitical developments, all these discussions you just had about the war in Ukraine, the conflicts in Asia, the posturing between China and Japan, the policies of the U.S. are creating a lot of uncertainty in the world. And obviously we have seen trade relationships being upset and renegotiations being underway in terms of trade agreements. And all these things create a lot of uncertainty going forward that weighs on stock markets.
Okay, so it's that uncertainty that's on your mind heading into 2026. Something else that is very much increasingly on the agenda is demographics. I mean, what's been going on in Europe in terms of demographics with low fertility rates and now pushback against immigration? This has been clear for some time, but I suppose the pace of change is accelerating, and the possibility that AI counters that demographic threat is also out there now and increasingly in the market conversation. How are you thinking about that aging demographic now, Maria?
It's very interesting that when we look at these two topics, they're often discussed very separately. So people are very concerned about the fall in birth rates and worry about the availability of labor. And on the other hand, they worry a lot about how technology and AI can eliminate jobs. But in fact, technology never evolves in a vacuum. It evolves in response to societal needs. And labor has always been in short supply. It has always been scarce. And so I believe that this new revolution of automation and AI comes at the right time. Also, in terms of immigration is a zero-sum game. It doesn't affect the total number of working population in the world. It just moves population from one part of the world to the other. So it can be a short-term solution, but it doesn't solve the long-term needs of an economy.
So are you an AI optimist in terms of what it does to productivity and its ability to deliver for the global economy against some of these big challenges that we now face?
AI and automation is the only chance of the developed economies to support their growth and improve their efficiency and deal with the shortage of labor in their economies. Immigration by itself cannot really solve this issue.
And the politics, of course, of that has been complicated for some time. So when you look, so if that's the backdrop and AI and productivity are big things to discuss in 2026, what do winners and losers look like? I mean, clearly hyperscalers have been setting the pace, investing a huge amount of money in rolling out data centers. But now the AI build-out spreads into other sectors, energy and far beyond. So Maria, what do the sector winners look like to you?
There is a lot of focus on tech itself, and of course that's the main driver behind this technological evolution. But I think focusing only on the tech sector is not necessarily the right thing. What we need to focus is on the different sectors of the economy that can benefit from automation and AI, and in a way that improves productivity. So there are two things that are happening. There are changes in consumption demands due to the changing demographics, and at the same time there's the ability to produce more efficiency in the production space through technology. So even sectors like food, agriculture, real estate, housing, and of course healthcare can benefit a lot from this revolution.
Okay, so these are the ones that should benefit. Are there sectors that are going to be left behind by this?
Well, we see that as the young generation is less interested in luxury goods, and as they progress to middle age, their consumption of such items goes down. At the same time, the spending on transportation in terms of vehicles goes down. The spending on entertainment goes down. So there are some sectors that could see a decreased demand due to the evolution of demographics. But I would focus on three factors: whether a sector is conducive to automation, whether it caters to the evolving demographics, and whether this sector is really considered in an economy that has the infrastructure to support the productivity gains of that technology.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Really good to get your perspective. Maria Vasilou, head of the Pictet Research Institute, joining us to talk about AI and much beyond. Coming up, we'll turn to the mining sector. Rio Tinto announces plans to slim down and focus on copper and iron ore. More on the new chief executive's vision next. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg. Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back. This is The Pulse live from London. Now, Novo Nordisk has left the door open to continue work on a pill version of Ozempic to treat Alzheimer's, even after 2 failed trials. Let's get more with Naomi Kresge, who joins us now, Bloomberg's senior healthcare reporter. Good morning to you, Naomi. So clearly Novo is still hopeful that there's something to do here. The share price is down a little today, but maybe that's not linked to this. We've seen some failure in some trials, but still reasons to hope. What's the Novo story?
So they presented late last night in San Diego the initial top-line results of these 2 trials that failed to show any impact on cognition from the pill version of Ozempic. What they did show was a small impact on biomarkers, so markers of what's happening in the body. This wasn't enough to change anything about the progression of the disease, but they did say that before they make a decision about what to do next, they want to spend some time analyzing this data, and they'll have another presentation of data in March.
Okay, so this is one area that we could see them trying to explore use of these drugs. Meanwhile, Reuters is also reporting that Novo is planning to launch Ozempic in India. Now, this would seem like a big market, potentially a lot of opportunity there. How big is the opportunity for the business?
India is a big market. I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic there because Ozempic is actually going to be generic in India from next year, and there are a lot of generic drug makers that are also lining up to sell semaglutide, the Ozempic molecule, in India. The number of people in India who will be treated for diabetes is definitely increasing. Nomura estimates that this population will go up from 51 million people this year to 61 million people by 2031. So there is a growing market, and a large portion of that will probably be taken up by generic Ozempic. And so this introduction at this point is an interesting move by Novo to sort of get in the door before these generics come in as well.
And if we think of the use of Wegovy and Ozempic, I mean, Novo is also facing potential compensation claims from some patients who say they've developed eye problems after taking these drugs. What do we know about this?
That's right. In Denmark, there a number of patients, a growing number of patients, have filed claims saying that they've had eye problems as a result of taking these medicines. Now, normally in Denmark, the government would pay compensation in these cases. But there are reports out of Denmark this morning saying that there will be a review of whether the government can ask Novo to cover those costs instead. And so this will be a developing story.
Naomi, thank you very much. Thanks for the update. Naomi Kresge, Bloomberg's senior healthcare reporter with the latest on Novo Nordisk. Let's pivot to the mining sector. Rio Tinto shares paring gains this morning after the new chief executive outlined plans to raise as much as $10 billion to be reinvested in the business. Simon Trott also plans to pull back from lithium and focus on areas like iron ore and copper. Joining us now is Bloomberg's metals and mining reporter Martin Ritchie. So, Martin, what stood out to you then from these announcements? The share price just falling back a little this morning, but what's been the big takeaway?
Yeah, as you said, it's the first sort of big opportunity for the relatively new CEO, Simon Trott, to lay out his strategy for the years ahead. And what it was all about, or the message he wanted to deliver, was about simplicity, selling some assets, perhaps selling stakes in others, offloading some infrastructure businesses that Rio has, cutting costs, talking about 4% cost reductions on a unit basis per annum up to 2030. And as you said, sort of reining in the ambitions a bit on lithium, which they're one of the only major miners to go into lithium, saying that we won't commit any more funds than what we've talked about already. So all in all, this is about sort of delivering a message of, we're being more focused on our major markets. Copper is one of them. A lot of miners want to get more copper out of the ground. And iron ore as well is still a big earner for Rio.
Yeah, let me ask you about copper. Copper at fresh records, not far from fresh record prices right now, Martin. What's driving the gains? Is this still all about the supply story that we've been covering from various angles this year?
It is to some extent, yeah, but there's a kind of twist involved here. Yes, there are worries about sort of ongoing supply with copper, and demand is growing reasonably strongly. But right at the moment, what's happening is that traders are expecting US import tariffs next year. They're trying to get as much metal to America ahead of that. Some talk of maybe 500,000 tons going to the US, even in the first quarter next year. And what that's doing is sort of raising the prospect of like immediate shortages in the rest of the world. The rest of the world is what kind of sets the LME price, the London Metal Exchange price. And that's why we've seen those kind of big run-ups in recent weeks, way above 11,500 now. And because it's a kind of slightly temporary phenomenon, this tariff trade, there is talk of prices perhaps coming back down later next year. We've seen Goldman say that already this morning in a note.
Martin, are we getting closer to an answer on what the tariff future is going to look like for copper? Do we have actual facts on that? I suppose this could remain volatile.
It could remain volatile. It's uncertain what the timing is. People are just guessing what's going to happen really at this point. But what happened this year was there was going to be a decision on copper tariffs for the most traded type of copper, the one that you get on the exchanges. Trump kicked that into next year for 2027. So at some point next year, you have to decide that. I would note that Goldman said their base case is that there will be a decision on that in the middle of the year, in June, which could be implemented pretty much straight away, so earlier than expected. So still a lot of surprises possible in store for copper next year.
Martin, thank you very much. Martin Ritchie, Bloomberg's metals and mining reporter. We thank you for the briefing. Let's get some corporate news flow now. And Meta is facing a full-scale antitrust investigation by the European Union over whether its AI features in WhatsApp are harming competition. Sources say the European Commission is preparing to open the investigation, potentially over the coming days. Meta has not yet responded to a request for comment. NVIDIA is on the verge of securing a major lobbying win after US lawmakers kept a measure out of must-pass defense legislation. The so-called GAIN AI Act would require chip makers, including NVIDIA and AMD, to give American customers first dibs on their powerful AI chips before selling in China and other arms-embargoed countries. Sources say this measure is not included in the defense bill, though the situation could still change unexpectedly. The NVIDIA CEO has said he's not sure China would accept the company's H200 AI chips, even if U.S. restrictions are relaxed. Jensen Huang also urged the United States not to give up on the Chinese market.
Going toe-to-toe against anyone, the American technology industry has nothing to fear. We are mighty, we're fast, we're inventive, we'll take anybody on. In the case of China, we shouldn't concede the entire market to them. They're formidable, but conceding that entire market, we ought to go compete for it.
Bloomberg has learned that Meta has poached Apple's most prominent design executive as the owner of Instagram and WhatsApp accelerates a push towards AI-enabled consumer devices. Alan Dye had run Apple's user interface design team since 2015. Sources say he will be replaced by longtime designer Stephen LeMay. Now, the Trump administration will increase vetting of applicants for H-1B visas with a specific instruction to reject anyone who was involved in a, quote, censorship of free speech. The instructions were outlined in a State Department cable seen by Bloomberg and were sent to U.S. missions abroad on Tuesday. H-1B visas are designed to attract high-skilled workers and are widely used within the tech industry. Bloomberg understands Paramount Skydance has more than doubled the proposed breakup fee in its offer to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery to $5 billion. The sum would be paid to Warner Brothers if a deal is agreed to, but not consummated. Sources say it's a sign Paramount has confidence its proposed merger would pass muster with regulators. Warner Brothers, the parent of HBO and CNN, is weighing offers from Paramount, Netflix and Comcast and could choose a winner in the coming weeks. Bloomberg understands the Pentagon watchdog has concluded private messaging by U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth risks endangering American troops. A classified report by the acting Pentagon Inspector General says Hegseth violated government policies when he used the Signal messaging app on his personal phone to send secret information about the U.S. mission against Houthi rebels in Yemen. A Pentagon spokesman says the report proved no classified information was shared. Coming up on the program, I'll be speaking with Greg Fleming, President and CEO of Rockefeller Capital Management. We'll get into a conversation about high net worth individuals, about where they're putting their money, about the U.S. economy, how it approaches 2026, all of that in the mix as we get into that conversation. How is AI also changing the management of money for the wealthy? All part of the conversation still to come. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
This is a 15, 16 grams tuna. Then sushi rice is still a little bit warm. So take one, like a very, don't make it too tight. So from now, and very light, like a ball. Put wasabi in the middle. Then my process 1 to 6. 1, this is putting the between the rice air. Then make the 4 fingers curl, make sushi shape. Then touch this. 2. Then turn. Now that these 2 fingers, top to the bottom, make the sushi shape more beautiful. 3. Then, I'm not, looks like pushing, not pushing. 3, 4, turn, same way, 5, and 6. So this is 1 to 6.
Leaders Summit, bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
What a visual.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back. This is The Pulse. I'm Anna Edwards, live in London. These are your top stories. The French president calls on China to use its leverage with Russia to help end the war in Ukraine and warns against disrupting the world order. The U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to meet Ukrainian officials today after his talks in Moscow. President Trump says the path forward remains unclear. Plus, Bloomberg learns that Morgan Stanley is looking to offload some of its data center exposure, while Microsoft pushes back against suggestions that AI sales have been sluggish. Welcome back to the program, 9:30 here in London. We've spoken a lot recently about how the US is perhaps a K-shaped economy where the highest earners are getting a boost from their investments, which in turn allows them to continue spending. But what exactly is driving the boost in investment returns? Maybe AI features in this conversation. Let's get to Greg Fleming, President and Chief Executive of Rockefeller Capital Management, which manages the investment portfolios of some high net worth clients. Greg, very nice to speak to you. Thank you so much
Good to be here.
for joining us. So let's look ahead to 2026 then, and I've had a lot of conversations about, on the one hand, resilience, on the other hand, geopolitical turmoil, and I wonder how that makes the US economy look to you in 2026.
Well, Anna, I do think overall the resilience has continued to be there and the economy has hung in, but I do think in the last 6 or 12 months there have been major pockets of the economy that have been more sluggish, rate-sensitive areas, manufacturing with the whole onshoring and everything going on tariffs. And you see that in the employment data. And yesterday there was an ADP report that was actually just flat out not good. So we'll see where it goes from here. I think there's a Department of Labor report in a week or two. But employment has been sluggish, and there are major parts of the economy that have been sluggish. However, overall, it's held in, and obviously part of the reason it's held in is AI and all the investment in AI, and we expect that to continue.
Yeah.
We also expect in 2026 there to be a significant amount of stimulus. You have midterm elections late in 2026, so you know, from a fiscal standpoint, the government's going to do what it can to keep the economy going.
Yes.
You know, we think the Fed is focused, and this will impact their decision next week, on the employment data and the weakness in the labor markets. So I expect them to drop rates next week, and I expect them to be focused on that side of the equation, maybe slightly more than the inflation side of the equation in 2026.
Okay, and is that a reason to be a little bit nervous? If we have a Fed that is very much focused on the downside, the labour market story, and not so focused on inflation, will, especially as you have so much capital expenditure around the AI theme and other things that could push inflation a little bit higher, are you nervous about inflation in 2026?
Well, it's a great question. And look, they've been trying, and it's a difficult task, the last 12 or 18 months. They're toggling the two issues. They're trying to avoid the word that we haven't seen in a long time, really early in my career, stagflation. That's really what they want to avoid. So they're going to continue to try to balance it. I don't think they're going to overdo it on either side. I just think at the margin they might tolerate slightly higher inflation than they prefer. They're not going to come out and say this, I don't think. But the reality is I think that they'll tolerate slightly higher inflation than we've had. In order to deal with the employment side and the sluggish parts of the economy. The other thing, Anna, is that we have a big federal debt in the U.S., and it just continues to move forward. Yeah. You know, 5-6% of GDP. When Scott Bessent, when the administration came in, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said they were focused on 3%, 3% real growth, 3% inflation, and 3% budget deficit.
Yeah.
We're not going to hit the 3% budget deficit. One way to deal with that is to have higher overall growth, inflation plus real growth. And if we're in the 6 to 7% range, that helps with the debt situation. And if rates are a little bit lower, that helps with the cost of the debt. So we think that's all going to be factored into the mix, and it'll cause the Fed to be slightly more focused on the employment side.
Yes, and we can wonder whether we might get those rate cuts, but if the world is worried still about inflation, we'll see what that does to the cost of borrowing in the United States. AI is clearly a big area of investment for many corporates, hyperscalers in particular in the United States, Greg. How much positivity does the AI story deliver for the US next year, do you think? Because on the one hand, many Western economies are facing demographic challenges. I was talking about this in the earlier part of the program. On the other hand, AI can deliver on productivity and help us solve those challenges. Are you an optimist? Do you look at that as a positive story?
Yes, I am optimistic on this. And I've seen in my career now, a number of breakthrough technologies. I think AI will be the most transformational of anything that we've seen to date. I think that every single company in the United States and probably around the world, but I'm more familiar with the U.S., is focused, public and private, on how to incorporate AI into their businesses to make them more efficient, to accelerate growth, to expand margins. So, and AI is immediate, Anna, in the sense that it's here.
Yes.
The tools are already available. They get better every week and month. So I am optimistic that AI is going to have a significant impact on the American and ultimately the global economy.
And a few sectors will be spared, perhaps, including the management of people's money, the management of wealthy people's money, perhaps. I wonder what impact you think AI is going to have on your sector.
And actually, before I go there, I think no sector spared. I think that every business will be reshaped by AI. In our business, the bulk of the work with clients, which is done by our, we call them elite private advisors, that will continue, the client interface. But the work of the team will be made more efficient by AI. So as an example, we may have a team of private advisors working with 20 families that have $50 million each. They might be able to have 40 families with $50 million each in a couple of years as we integrate the tools into their business model and what they do every day. And that's the type of impact that I think AI could conceivably have across many industries, which is why there is the promise of greater productivity and greater economic growth as a result of AI.
So you don't think necessarily it leads to reduced face time for individual clients with their money managers? It's more that those money managers can have more relationships?
Well, definitely in our model. Our model is a high touch. We're focused only on high net worth and ultra high net worth families. And our services are intended to be comprehensive. We help them with investments, but we do generational work with them. We are focused on after-tax returns, financial education, philanthropic advisory, all of it. That requires a direct face-to-face interface between our private advisors and the families we advise.
There's a lot of focus on private markets as well, Greg. Are you in the camp that says, oh, look out for cockroaches, there's got to be some more bad apples out there? Or are you in the camp that says, actually, the leverage part of this is really quite small and it's just a big asset class, it helps to spread the risk, and you're positive?
First, let's scale it and size it. Private markets were mostly private equity and a little infrastructure 25 years ago, and was about $1 trillion market. It's over $15 trillion today, on its way to $20 trillion. It's a significant part of the investment portfolio for all, or should be, high net worth and ultra high net worth families. So it's not, a small little thing on the side. It's central to investing today. So, for us, it's an important part of our clients' investment diversification. Our clients, because they're high net worth and ultra high net worth, they can handle the illiquidity that comes with private investments. So we think it's here to stay across a wide range of asset classes.
Yeah, maybe they have that long-term mindset. Greg, thank you very much for joining us. Very good to speak to you. Greg Fleming, President and Chief Executive of Rockefeller Capital Management. Let's pivot back to the UK economy briefly, because just around 8 minutes ago, we got an interesting headline that I thought was worth mentioning around the UK construction sector, just because of its weakness. Any number that's a PMI number that starts with a 3 certainly raises an eyebrow. So UK November construction PMI falling to 39.4. The forecast was 44.6. Now, of course, we've seen a lot of questions being asked about whether the UK economy was stalling slightly ahead of the budget. The budget came at the end of November. We will see whether December delivers something more positive, or whether we are still in that sort of stall speed around UK construction. Let's pivot to technology news flow now. Morgan Stanley, one of the key players in financing the artificial intelligence race, is considering offloading some of its data center exposure via a so-called transfer risk, SRT, a significant risk transfer. Bloomberg tech anchor Tom McKenzie is with us and has been looking at the details of this. Lots of talk about AI this morning then, Tom. So what do we know about the Morgan Stanley story, about the way that they're trying to offload some of their exposure to these data centers?
Yes, so the SRT, or the significant risk transfer product or mechanism that they use, is part of their hedging of this risk around some of the lending that they've made, pretty significant lending around the AI data center and infrastructure build. And so they have, according to our reporting, been shopping these to investors. We don't know if an investor has taken this on board, but it would be part of a Morgan Stanley strategy to de-risk some of this lending and potentially open their balance sheet for more lending into the future. We don't know if that's what they plan, but they have been, to your point, Morgan Stanley, absolutely central to getting the financing to the build-out around AI infrastructure. I can just think of one example recently in October where they led the funding and lending about $27 billion worth of debt, $2.5 billion worth of equity for a Meta data center, a special purpose vehicle. And Morgan Stanley were a significant player in getting the liquidity and funding for that. So that's just one example. The Morgan Stanley team themselves, into the future, their estimates are that the spending by the cloud providers or the hyperscalers on data centers will top potentially $3 trillion through 2028. $3 trillion, half of which they say will have to be funded by debt.
Yeah, so we'll see what they plan to do with that space on their balance sheet then. Let me ask you about some other news flow within the AI space. I mean, Microsoft have been, they were hit yesterday early in the trading session by talking other media that perhaps the sales pitch to companies to get them to spend more on AI was not going so well. They pushed back, though, against that narrative. What do we know?
They did, and they pushed back pretty strongly. To your point, so the information came out with a story that said that Microsoft were lowering their expectations around how much they were getting their enterprise customers to buy into their platform that gives them access to a whole range of different AI models and products that allows these companies to build solutions in their own enterprises. And the information saying that that was after quotas for salespeople within the Microsoft team had been lowered after they missed some targets back in June. To your point, Microsoft put out a press release and a statement pushing back very strongly on this. They said that the story by the information inaccurately combines the concepts of growth and sales, and importantly, aggregate sales quotas for AI products have not been lowered. That was the statement from Microsoft on the back of that. The shares then did recover somewhat. They did end up a little lower, but not as much as the initial drop. Jefferies analysts, interestingly, did their own channel checks and spoke with management and Microsoft in reaction to this, and they say that their channel checks show that there is still robust adoption of Copilot AI assistance, which is a key product for Microsoft getting into the enterprise space with agentic AI.
Okay, so we'll absorb any take we can get on how quickly businesses or otherwise are adopting these AI technologies. Tom, thank you very much. Tom McKenzie, then, tech anchor, Bloomberg tech anchor here in London with the latest on those tech themes. Back to geopolitics, and the US envoy Steve Witkoff is due to meet with the Ukrainians in Miami today. That is according to a US official. The talks follow his meeting with Vladimir Putin, but President Trump acknowledged he doesn't know what the outcome will be after successive rounds of talks over a deal to end the fighting in Ukraine.
President Putin had a very good meeting yesterday with Jared Kushner and with Steve Witkoff. What comes out of that meeting, I can't tell you, because it does take two to tango. You know, Ukraine, I think we have something pretty well worked out with them.
Let's bring in Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook, who's been certainly following this story very intensely over the last few days with all of the meetings, NATO and otherwise, that we've seen taking place. Ollie, good morning. So what comes next here, then? We've seen meeting after meeting after meeting. What now?
I think that really the big change here is the cadence at which this sort of peace proposal is actually going to get through and the expectations on negotiations. You heard it there from President Trump saying, you know, he's basically unclear on what the next steps are. He says the talks were reasonably good. Usually he's drenching these sort of comments in superlatives. That is not what we're hearing from the President of the United States. So I think at this stage, you have basically three options. Today, you have the discussions with the Ukrainians in Miami with the U.S. delegation. The two sort of first options hinge on who President Trump sees as the obstacle to peace. Is it Vladimir Putin? Is it Zelensky? As we know from that horrible meeting that began back in February between Zelensky and Trump, Zelensky has done everything in his power to basically say, yes, we're on board with whatever initiative you have. We are not the obstacles to peace. Trump goes, you know, back and forth on these two things. The third option is, of course, that he could just then tap out of these negotiations. We saw that happen where the United States States basically withdraws from these, saying that this is a little bit too complicated for now. The issue for the Ukrainians right now is that these peace negotiations potentially are putting the brakes on some European allies. The Italians, for example, saying they're not going to contribute to some of the weapons programs to Ukraine because they want to see how this sort of plays out with the peace negotiations. So again, that could be a sort of a meaningful pain point for the Ukrainians.
And meanwhile, the Ukraine topic finds its way onto the agenda at many geopolitical encounters. France and China, we've seen Macron meeting Xi, and clearly Ukraine was part of the conversation there. But perhaps there is a hope that India will say something to Russia when it comes to that meeting between President Putin and Modi. But we know that Putin is in India, and the two nations have just signed a deal around submarines.
Yeah.
What else is being talked about?
Yeah, so what's interesting there is it's a $2 billion deal where the Indians would basically lease nuclear-powered submarines from the Russians. They'd lease them for about 10 years. This is theoretically not for combat operations, but for training exercises. But I think what it highlights very significantly is this sort of state of strategic autonomy that the Indians are taking in terms of the geopolitical order. The Trump administration obviously has put those tariffs on the Indians to get them to stop buying Russian crude oil. That has obviously not worked so far, those 50% tariffs. But I think the other thing it highlights for Vladimir Putin is to sort of demonstrate to the world stage, A, that he's not a pariah and that he's going to these nations, he's having these meetings with these leaders, but also he's not too stressed out about the Ukraine war situation. If this was a leader who thought he was going to get this peace deal over the line over the next few days, he probably wouldn't be leaving Moscow, but he's really trying to demonstrate that this is sort of a footnote for him, that everything is in hand over in Russia.
Yeah, we will see whether we get a deal or not on Ukraine. Thank you very much, Ollie, for bringing us the latest. Bloomberg Chief Europe Correspondent Oliver Crook. Coming up on the programme, I'll be joined by the Goldman Sachs Vice Chairman Robert Kaplan. We'll get his outlook on the US economy next. This is Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back. This is The Pulse at 9:47 here in London. Let's turn once again to the US economy. US companies shared payrolls in November by the most since early 2023, adding to concerns about a more pronounced weakening in the US labor market. I'm very pleased to say joining us now is Robert Kaplan, Vice Chairman at Goldman Sachs, previously, of course, served as the President of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. Robert, very nice to have you with us. Thank you so much for coming in. So let's talk about the here and now in the US economy and what you see weakening in the labor market. Is it right that the Fed should focus on the weakness in the labor market right now?
There's no question that labor market is weaker and very sluggish. There's three reasons why. One, tariffs, at least in the short run, are slowing growth in the United States, and they're affecting small business disproportionately, and you saw in this recent job weakness, a lot of the weakness was in small business. That makes sense. Second, there's been constraints on labor force growth, which reduces supply, but also there's a multiplier effect when jobs go unfilled. It creates other jobs that would have been created. You know, there's another half a job that would be created for every job goes unfilled. And then the shutdown has been a headwind for growth. So it's not surprising you're seeing some weakness. The trick for the Fed is as you head into 26, we've got a few tailwinds that may come to the fore. Tax incentives, tax on tips, tax on overtime, accelerated depreciation, regulatory relief getting further along, and then still the AI data center power boom, I think, is underway. So that's why they're balancing what's the here and now versus the headwinds likely in 26.
And of course, there's a lot of focus on who's going to lead the Fed and who is going to be leading those conversations about the balance between inflation risks and joblessness risks in the United States. What's your thinking on the extent to which the market is concerned about the person themselves? I mean, this is, in the end, setting policy as a group activity, but the chair clearly has a big voice at the table. What should we know about the way these decisions are made and how much it matters who leads?
So the Fed is focused on full employment and meeting a 2% inflation target. And the reason they're sticking with the 2% inflation target is there's still 85 million workers in the United States that make 50 or 55 grand a year who are struggling to make ends meet. So affordability is a big issue in the U.S. I think any of the candidates mentioned have the intellectual capability and leadership capability to balance those issues. I think whoever's in the job, and I won't go through individual names, they will need to show that while they may be from the administration or other sources, they're going to be intellectually willing to balance those issues and have that debate without regard to political pressure or political considerations. And that's, I think, what the market wants to see.
Yes. I mean, how nervous are you about political pressure to get rates lower in the United States? Is this something that should preoccupy market participants?
Well, it is natural for administrations to want lower rates. Lower rates mean higher real GDP growth, higher nominal growth. But that's why the Fed is a little bit, has to be independent, and when necessary, push against that. So I think any of the candidates have the capability of doing it. And my advice to any candidate would be, if you're in the job, you want to reiterate that you're going to respect and try to preserve the independence of the Fed, at least on setting the Fed funds rate.
If the White House, if the Fed wants lower interest rates in the States, and if that's what they deliver, if the market then worries about inflation, does that mean that the lower rates the Fed sets don't necessarily get passed on to the real economy? So could lower rates actually be self-defeating?
So the Fed only controls the front end of the curve. And so what you've seen, the Fed has cut 150 basis points since September of 24. The 10-year has hardly budged. Okay, it's down just a touch. And so the curve has gotten steeper. So yeah, the market sets rates along the curve, and the further out the curve, the more their market determined. And so the Fed's got to be aware of that, has to have credibility for its actions.
And are you concerned about overheating at all in the U.S. economy around the AI theme? Is that, you talked about how that there are going to be some tailwinds around fiscal stimulus in the States, tax cuts, also the AI build-out.
There is going to be a firming, we believe, at Goldman Sachs. We believe that in 26, GDP growth is likely to firm. I think there's clearly enormous infrastructure spending for AI, data centers, power. We're in the early stages of AI adoption. I think there's a lot of worry, gee, is the AI infrastructure build overdone? I don't think it's overdone yet. We'll get to the point where we will think it's overdone, but we're in the early stage of downstream adoption. And so I think we see firming growth. I don't see an overheating. But when you have firming growth, you got to be worried inflation is running 2 3/4, 3%.
Yes.
And so the Fed just got to be very mindful of that.
And at the coalface of the sort of news flow around corporate adoption of AI, we get drip-fed little nuggets of information about these businesses adopting quickly. Here, there's some pushback. What's your big picture expectation about how quickly this can change the productivity narrative for the U.S. economy?
When we're sitting here talking 5 years from now, I would guess that you're going to see productivity growth in the United States and globally. But let's take the United States as an example. Could be